Welcome, Pewter Report readers, viewers, and listeners to a brand new edition of the Pewter Report Live Draft Show. It is day 3 of the Live Draft Show brought to you by walk-ons. There are 3 walk-ons in the Tampa Bay area, one in Lakeland, another in Wesley Chapel, and a third in Midtown Tampa, very close to Raymond James Stadium. If you want fantastic food, even better appetizers and drinks, plus great happy hour deals, head on over to Walk-Ons.
What an amazing comeback, Coach.
You're not kidding. I mean, we did lose the game badly, but coming to walk-ons afterward, the team got a much-needed win off the field.
Walk-ons for the win.
If you've been watching the draft and you want to continue watching for day 3, or maybe you're interested in some of the playoff basketball and hockey that is going on, check out Walk-Ons again. 3 in the Tampa Bay area, one in Wesley Chapel, another in Lakeland, and of course, Midtown Tampa, very close to Raymond James Stadium. Eat like a winner, drink like a champ over at Walk-Ons. It should be your number 1 pick this weekend. Welcome, everybody, again to the Pewter Report Live Draft Show presented by Walk-Ons. Day 3, PewterReport.com is in the building once again. He's Bailey Adams. I am Matt Matera. We got Scott Reynolds, SR, on the 1s and 2s as well. Very excited to get it going with everybody today. It's been a whirlwind of the first 2 days and nights, Bailey Adams. How we doing?
Pretty good. It feels like it has kind of flown by a little bit, maybe even more so than in past years. And yeah, day 3, calling in the reserves. I'm here. No, we got Scott coming in later on as well. But yeah, excited to be here. Excited to talk some more draft. Day 3.
It feels like there's 2 separate storylines right now. There's everything going on with the Buccaneers, which certainly takes precedent on this show, on our YouTube channel, on PewterReport.com, and everything. We're going to talk about that until the cows come home. We're going to discuss it each and every single way, and we'll continue to break down the first 3 picks that the Bucs have already made, and of course, give our live reactions to the picks in round 4, 5, no 6th-round pick yet, and a 7th-round pick. But the other big storyline, I guess, nationally, really, is Shedeur Sanders still dropping, still available on day 3 of this draft, Bailey.
Yeah, it has been a little bit stunning. I think out of the first round, I wasn't super surprised. It kind of seemed like that could be the way that it was going to go. But him falling all the way to day 3, I did not see coming. And it has been the main topic of conversation all over everywhere.
It's crazy, too, because when the Saints went with Tyler Shuck, and of course that's relevant for the Buccaneers, they're going to play him and the Saints twice a year because they're in the same division. Tyler Shuck, that certainly raised eyebrows. Same thing with the Giants going with Jackson Dart in the first round. But when the Cleveland Browns took Dylan Gabriel, that was the first time where everybody was kind of like, all right, something's going on here. And you almost feel bad for Dylan Gabriel in that situation. It's like he's that low of a prospect that everyone's questioning why he gets drafted there. But yeah, we'll see with Shedeur Sanders. We don't need to spend a ton of time on him. And we appreciate everybody that is joining us this morning. Yeah, 11 a.m. The draft, day 3, kicks off at noon today. The Bucs have, like I said, the 4th, 5th, and 7th round picks this time around. We'll see if they end up making a trade. But before we kind of break down who's available, who we think the Bucs might target today, Bailey, let's turn it back a little bit. Look at the first 3 picks that the Bucs have made. Ibuka in round 1, then going with Benjamin Morrison in round 2, followed by Jacob Parrish, round 3. 2 cornerbacks on day 2.
Yeah, I mean, I think we talked a lot about the pick of Ibuka on Thursday night, and then yesterday. It was cool kind of getting to sit down and talk with him in the media room yesterday. Again, kind of just feels like the Bucs kind of guy. Definitely feels like a similar interview I told Scott Reynolds yesterday that it was almost like reminiscent, oddly, of when we sat down and talked to Graham Barton last year. Said some like the same things, had kind of the same sort of demeanor. But then, yeah, day 2, picking back-to-back cornerbacks, I think almost feels like they've completed their secondary in a sense because they've got the 3. They've got Zion, Jamel, and now Benjamin Morrison as their outside corners, mixing in to start. However they decide to use Morrison when he's healthy. And then Parrish kicking inside, playing the slot. They can now move Tyke Smith back to safety alongside Antoine Winfield Jr. So that seems to be, in some sense, your starting secondary. And Jason Light, once again, going back-to-back corners. He likes to do that sometimes.
He seems to always, we've talked about before about flooding the position, but it seems like he only wants to flood the cornerback position. I mean, he did go offensive line. We know how much he loves the trenches last year with Graham Barton in the first round and then Elijah Klein later on. But, the last time he really went after it with corners, the Bucs ended up winning a Super Bowl eventually in 2020. So they want to make sure that they get back to that scenario again. And what's cool to see is, we obviously like certain picks. We will question certain picks. The fan base is obviously very involved, which we absolutely love because, if you're not having passion in this and you're not enjoying it or having interest, then, why are we even talking about the draft and everything like that? But it was cool to see the overall national kind of, clapping and approval of what Tampa Bay has done. I know Ben Solak was a big fan. Trevor Sickman, we love. He's going to be on the podcast on Tuesday. Pewter Report alum. Certainly knows the Buccaneers in and out and has been following them for years. So I wasn't surprised when he was a fan of what Jason Light is doing. But I also think it's very interesting. You kind of just mentioned the overall depth kind of filling out. I am right now a big fan of this depth of the cornerback room because you can even talk about nickel with Parrish probably starting there. Yeah. But I've said it all along, like Christian Izzian, I really like as a backup nickel corner that can come in and, maybe play safety as well if something happens to Antoine Winfield Jr. or whatever the case may be. And Bryce Hall gets forgotten about because he got injured the first game of the season. But if Bryce Hall is your fourth string cornerback going into the season, remember, he has a lot of starting experience with the New York Jets. He's used to being a third and fourth string and then coming in and kind of spot starting in certain situations. So I doubt it's going to be, it's kind of like lightning striking twice. I know the Lightning haven't been striking that much in the playoffs. They do play at 1:00 today. Maybe we'll turn the tides this afternoon. But I can't see another freak injury happening to Bryce Hall on the first game of the season. Now, obviously, that would have to be a trickle-down effect of Jamel Dean got hurt and then something else is going on. But it seems like from what Morrison said yesterday about his hip injury being not really like a football injury, it was kind of like more of a genetic thing than anything else, or just something that happened to him starting with birth. You can't. There's only so much you can control with birth. I don't know specifically, but I guess it's a long-winded way of saying I really like the depth of this team. Yeah,
and I feel like you said with Bryce Hall as their number 4. Think about just last season with the Hall's injury. Who was their number 4? It was after you got Jamel Dean go down, you see Tyreek Bunderberg and Josh Haynes.
Josh Haynes, yeah.
And we saw what happened. As soon as Jamel Dean went down, it was, especially in that playoff game, it was target whoever's in his spot. And, it's just the reality of what teams are going to do. So when you put yourself in a position where you're able to handle that and weather the storm a little bit more when you've got, now a second round pick as not necessarily cornerback 3, maybe cornerback 2A. I'm not really sure how that'll end up working out, but you have that. You got those 3, and then Bryce Hall, assuming he can get back and stay healthy, that's a lot better of a spot than they were in last year.
Josh certainly was in a haze when he was out of the field, am I right? Knee slapper to start the afternoon. We're not even in the afternoon. It's 11:14. Yeah, so again, appreciate everybody tuning in with us. We're going to be rocking and rolling from literally right now. We'll start it a little bit after 11. We like to be dashingly late, make sure everything's good to go. We go until the final pick is done. Mr. Irrelevant, the 7th round pick. Actually, who has the 7th? The Mr. Irrelevant pick. We'll also hear from. So we heard from Jason Light after the first round.
Kansas City Chiefs.
The Kansas City Chiefs. And who knows? Another team may end up trading in. That happens from time to time. But right now, the Chiefs have the Mr. Irrelevant pick. Yesterday, Mike Beal spoke after the 3rd round, after day 2 was done. So maybe we'll hear from Beal again. We might hear from another one of the Bucs assistants that just got a promotion, but that will happen after day 3 today. So we'll probably stay on until after we speak to the Bucs brass, kind of get their opinion on everything. But yeah, day 3 is always a lot of fun. That 4th round pick, super important, Bailey. Bucky Irving last season. We'll see who could be this time around. But, we tend to go off on different tangents on day 3. There's a lot of time to kill. The Bucs don't have a 6th round pick.
It's the marathon day.
It's the marathon day. Very well put. So, of course, we'll answer super chats. We'll talk anything Bucs related. We'll talk anything that is anything related. You want to talk about WrestleMania? We'll talk about WrestleMania. You want to talk about the Lightning? We'll talk about the Lightning. Of course, we entertain all super chats. We'll try to get to some comments as well, but the best way to get our attention and get the conversation rolling in whatever way you want to do so is via the super chat. So let's get to a couple right now. Thanks to everybody for rocking and rolling with this, starting with Jason Ruggiero. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It's actually a great episode of The Sopranos. I believe it's the last episode of season 1, or maybe the second to last. It's called Mr. Ruggiero's Neighborhood. So thanks for that little reminder right there. Anyway, thanks for the $10 super chat, Jason. No relation to Jason Light, maybe. This is. I was wondering to see how quickly I could break Bailey, and we are 10 minutes into the show. This is your best draft coverage yet. Been a Pewter Report subscriber since the mid-'90s. Scott and everyone, you guys all rock. Are we going to draft an edge rusher today? First of all, thank you so much for the kind words. We really appreciate that. I love the history of Pewter Report as well. I started around, I think like 2018. I was an intern or whatever. Bailey, you've been with us for a couple of years
almost
now.
3 years.
Almost 3 years
next week.
You started right around draft time too, which is super cool. But I love hearing about the history of Pewter Report, how it was a magazine and we were Buccaneer magazine. We had to switch it to Pewter Report for reasons I don't want to be at liberty for why it changed to Liberty. Changed to Liberty. Shout out to Cody Rhodes' daughter. Why it changed to PewterReport.com. But if Scott wants to talk about that, he can. But yeah, went from a magazine, then we became a website and all of that good stuff. But thank you so much for the kind words. Are we going to draft an edge rusher today? Based on what Mike Beal said yesterday, they want to, Bailey. It's just a matter of who's there.
Yeah, it was funny. I kind of got similar vibes from Mike Beal that we would get from John Spytek. Jason Light obviously been doing this a long time. He knows what not to say, what to say. Felt like Beal was a little looser. He was kind of just not giving stuff away, but he was a little more honest. It felt like he wasn't doing a lot of the trying to disguise what they want to do. And he did. He kind of caught himself a couple times, I think, and he would say like, "Oh, we'll look at it." Like he's like, "We want to do that, but like we'll see how it goes." And he would throw that in there. But yeah, I think he mentioned both linebacker and edge rusher as positions they would be looking at on day 3, which isn't really a surprise.
No, it's not. And, you bring up a good point about maybe, he gave away a little bit too much. He's not used to speaking in these podium style of settings in front of like a lot of cameras and phones and like all that stuff. So I'm not saying he was nervous by any means, but it
sounded comfortable. Honestly.
Yeah. So there's a little,
it was very relaxed.
Right. But there's a little bit of, well, that's because they had Crown Royal upstairs. No, I kid. That's for tonight. I kid. But yeah, I mean, you never know. Once you're out there, you kind of just let it fly. Maybe that's the other side of it. Maybe he was a little bit too comfortable, which, I mean, we'll take that all day. We'll take as much information as we can get. But yeah, thank you for the super chat. We'll move on to Brandon Riley. You ever see My Cousin Vinny?
Yeah.
Now, Mrs. Riley, and only Mrs. Riley. How many fingers am I holding up now? Anyway, great movie. I was watching it a week or two ago. But thank you, Brandon, for the $5 super chat. Gotta admit, I was wrong on rounds 2 and 3 picks. Didn't know much about them, but looks like real dogs. Now for edge and inside linebacker, go Bucs. So I will say as well, I wasn't in love with the Jacob Parrish pick. Okay. And good thing Scott's out of the room right now, so he's not hearing me. I wasn't in love with that pick overall, especially because Xavier Watts was still there from Notre Dame. Or was he? He might have got picked like right before. Or no, it was like a little bit after. Yeah, it was a couple of picks after. Because he's with Atlanta, and we will take a look at the rest of the draft picks from the rest of the NFC South as well. I personally probably would have went with Xavier Watts. Now I understand the Bucs filled the need right then and there, but Benjamin Morrison I couldn't love more. No pun intended. Morrison as a pick because. I think John Ledyard, who we obviously value his opinion, friend of the program, alumni as well, he had Benjamin Morrison as his number 2 overall corner behind Travis Hunter. And we all value John's opinion a lot. So to hold him in that high of a regard, I think is big. I think when he's fully healthy, I mean, you saw the passion, Bailey, in that video yesterday that the Bucs posted. It was all over social media of how much it meant to him to get drafted.
Yeah, he was talking to me directly to Todd Bowles, said, "I'm not going to let you down." saying that through tears. And we were just joking a little bit before.
Yeah.
We like Todd Bowles just kind of being like, all right, calm down. You're all right. Tell your dad. Todd Bowles was not grasping, I guess, the
yeah, he was like, what is this? Like, why am I
moment.
crying right now? Like, the work hasn't even begun yet. Like, you just got drafted. There's still a long way to go, Brooke.
You're okay. Calm down.
Yeah.
Tell your dad I said hi. Because obviously played with his dad in the NFL. But, yeah, no, I think the Morrison pick especially, it felt like it could have been a first-round guy had it not been for the hip injury. And I think there was a lot of that sentiment out there. I know even dating back to the Combine, my guy James Yarko, who we saw in Indy, was basically camping out waiting to talk to Benjamin Morrison because that was one of
his he was like impassioned, being like, I will die on this hill that Benjamin Morrison is the second best corner in this draft.
Yeah, and so, love that pick. I think it obviously fills a very big need. There was a lot of talk on day one about, the Ibuka pick, and they need a corner, they need this, they need that. And, day two, that's why it kind of was funny all day yesterday. I was seeing some people freaking out and seeing other people saying, like, there's still 6 rounds left. Yeah, right. There's still 5 picks left. And the Bucs have done some great work on day 2 and day 3 in past years, especially under Jason Light. So, taking back-to-back corners and filling out that secondary. And, going back to that super chat, I think we do see maybe an inside linebacker and an edge in 2 of these 3 picks.
I don't know about you, but I was really feeling day 2. There were some good picks right there from the Bucs. But yes, I think inside linebacker, that's the move, as they say on the Real Bros of Simi Valley. Like, I think inside linebacker is the pick in the 4th round, kind of depending on, obviously, again, this all hinges on who is available, but just kind of looking at the best available at inside linebacker. Actually, let's start with edge, because we were talking about that a minute or two ago. Braden Swinson, the LSU edge rusher, is probably the top name available for the time being, followed by Jared Ivey from Ole Miss, Kyle Kennard. A little bit further down, Jack Sawyer. Now, Pewter Report's own Josh Capo is on record, despises Jack Sawyer. He said he'd never beat Michigan. Guy's a bum. I'm just kidding. But he is not a fan of Jack Sawyer, and I am a big fan of Josh Capo, so I'll take his word for it. Tyler Beatty's still there as well. I remember talking to him at the Combine. An interesting thing by him is that he responded to every question with, "That's a great question." So, real hype man.
Nice to have a little bit of reassurance.
Yeah. That's special teams. Kicker's still available.
Antoine Powell-Ryland down a little bit further. A guy obviously we've talked about, David Walker from Central Arkansas.
Yeah.
ESPN has him as the 7th best available edge right now. So, I don't know. It does feel like inside linebacker might be that 4th round pick.
Right.
We see an edge maybe in the 5th.
Because there's a lot of big names, at least big names that we've talked about, that we've covered all of that stuff on the board here. Chris Paul from Ole Miss, probably the best of the bunch right now. Danny Stutzman as well. There's been a lot of Stutzman hive has really been coming out in droves for Danny Stutzman. Remember, we do have a good amount of Oklahoma fans that have watched ever since Baker Mayfield came through. So that makes a ton of sense. Tackling machine. Jeffrey Bassa, that's probably, Willy Wonka's golden ticket right there. We've all talked about Jeffrey Bassa. He was in pretty much like every
the best bet, right?
Pewter Report. Yeah, best bet. He was in pretty much every Pewter Report mock draft, Bucs battle plan mock draft.
We all came away from at the Senior Bowl. All of us, I think, almost even separately watched him. We're like, that guy feels like he could be a Bucs target, and talked about him forever since. So we'll see if that comes to fruition. If it was somebody that we had our eyes on early, maybe the Bucs did as well.
Jack Kaiser, that would be an interesting one as well. We talked yesterday about pairing teammates together. We thought maybe it would be Xavier Watts. Didn't end up being the case, but we saw the Texans drafted both Iowa State players. The Saints as well doubled up on the same team. Kobe King, I think he could be a 5th round guy. The Bucs don't have a 6th round pick, but I'm a fan of Kobe King. I worry about his speed a little bit, but as far as like being a sure tackler, he wraps up. Nobody wraps up today when they tackle, but Kobe King, he's one of those guys. He has an absolute thudding type of hit when he goes after the ball carrier.
Georgia's Smile Mondon, I think, is another one that a lot of people have talked about being one of the best guys remaining. Eugene Asante from Auburn, a little interesting. Barrett Carter, Clemson. We'll see. We'll see what they can do here, and obviously they're picking 19th in the 4th round, so still a ways to go. Still see who comes off the board here. I'm curious to see it. It'll kind of come down to obviously to needs, but when you look at the overall board and the teams picking in front of the Bucs, there are a lot of really good skill players left that the Bucs probably aren't going to be in on because of the way their offense is already set up.
Right.
You've got some running backs, Cam Scatterbo being one of them, Dylan Sampson from Tennessee, another one, Devin Neal from Kansas, DJ Giddens from Kansas State. So, then you got some of the quarterbacks, obviously Shador, Will Howard's another one. So I wonder how quickly some of these guys go in the next, say, 18 picks, and if the board will set up for the Bucs to kind of have their pick of whatever defender they want, and maybe defensive line, maybe on the defensive tackle. It's one of those that's kind of in the background of possibilities. If they have a defensive tackle ranked higher than the remaining linebackers or remaining edge rushers, maybe they go that route.
Yeah, I would not rule that out at all. I trust Jason Light's judgment. You'll hear me say that maybe 1,000 times throughout the show. Let's take a look at the NFC South, shall we? We talked a lot about the Bucs, but just a reminder for everybody, their first-round pick, 19th overall, was Emeka Egbuka from the Ohio State University. I love when who's the Fox announcer that does like the big noon games?
Gus Johnson.
Yeah, Gus Johnson. He's like the Ohio State University. Anyway, shout out to him. And then Benjamin Morrison, round 2, followed by Jacob Parrish, round 3. We'll go to the Panthers next. We'll kind of go in order of how they were drafted in the first round, but look at the whole team. I gotta say, I like what the Carolina Panthers have done so far. They went with Tet McMillan in round 1, the wide receiver from Arizona. Nick Scorton, someone we talked about a lot. A lot of edges coming to the NFC South because Nick Scorton in round 2, and then he's from Texas A&M, and then from Ole Miss, Princely, Umana Malian.
Yeah.
That's probably the best I ever pronounced it. I still didn't get it 100% right, but yeah, Princely, Umana Malian with their third-round pick. So, I mean, we can kind of compare the edge rushers from the Panthers and the Falcons. I don't hate the value for where the Panthers got these two edge rushers.
Right. And I think that was the thing. And again, it's probably a similar situation. Obviously, it was different considering how many needs the Panthers have all over the roster. But going into round 1, it was kind of, are they going to take Jalen Walker at 8? Are they going to take, another one of these edge rushers at 8? And when they didn't, they went with Tet McMillan, which I think is a great pick, obviously, for Bryce Young and for that offense. They needed more on that side of the ball anyway. But it was kind of like, they needed it. They should have probably gone defense there. There is round 2 and 3, like the Bucs kind of they just proved, and getting Nick Scorton where they did, and then Princely Malian, I think that's very, very good. First 3 picks by the Panthers, and they kind of continue to build, and I think the arrow's pointing up for them.
And they have a boatload of picks in today. They have 2 in round 4, another 2 in round 5, 1 in round 6, none in round 7, but. As we've seen with the Bucs in the past, they kind of hate drafting in the 7th round. I know they did last year with Devin Culp. They usually try to trade out of the 7th round and get the party started a little bit earlier.
So they go 114, the Bucs pick at 121, and then the Panthers are on the clock right after them at 122. So.
Oh boy, yeah, a little gamesmanship on that aspect. Moving over to the Saints. They also have a boatload of picks with 2 4th rounders, a 6th rounder, and 2 in the 7th. So, maybe we'll try to do some type of package deal with those 2 7th rounders. But they went with Kelvin Banks Jr. in the 1st round, then the very surprising Tyler Shuck, a Louisville quarterback, in round 2. Vernon Broughton, the defensive tackle, in round 3. Jonas Sanker, safety, I believe from Virginia, also in round 3. And like I said, 2 picks coming up in round 4, coming up in about half an hour. Pretty good value with Sanker, I would say. He's a guy we've had on our radar for a little bit. I will say defensive tackle as an entire unit, I've been a little surprised of how the board really has broken at that position.
Yeah, I would say the same. And I think there's still, this was being one of the big positions.
The deepest positions, too.
Josh Farmer, the Florida State defensive tackle, probably the best one available still. I kind of thought he might have gone in the 3rd round.
He wasn't bad at the Senior Bowl.
No, it wasn't. So another guy I like a lot, and we don't have to get into it now, but Ty Robinson from Nebraska. I think another really good D lineman. But yeah, Vernon Broughton. This isn't a sexy draft for the Saints. I don't think. I know it's weird to say that with drafting a quarterback, but I don't think Tyler Shuck is the glitz and glamour quarterback pick that anyone would really thought was going to happen. We'll see how that works out. It's a weird quarterback room they have there now, with obviously Derek Carr and his injury, but Spencer Rattler, Jake Hayner's still there, and now Tyler Shuck. I think my favorite pick of theirs so far. I mean, Kelvin Banks is a good one, obviously needing the offensive line help with Ryan Ramczyk just retiring and all that. But Jonas Sanker, I think, is my favorite pick of theirs so far.
Yeah, I would agree. I think that's because round one, it is the meat and potatoes pick, but it's not the most ideal. Would you describe the Bucs as a sexy draft?
Probably sexier, just because you're getting a playmaker and a
it's just a sexy draft. Sexy draft.
And then it's funny because I can say that, and then also say it feels like it has been a little bit of a safe draft. We talked about Ibuka being the safe pick at 19 because it's just that's the type of player he's going to be. He is going to be a reliable receiver, someone who could have a very long career. And then turning around and picking back-to-back corners, I know the Morrison pick is, I guess there's some risk involved with that given his injury history and the fact that they're looking for health at corner, and they just drafted a guy who's had 2 hip injuries, a shoulder injury, and dealt with that kind of stuff. So I think I'd call it a sexier draft.
Yeah.
Maybe not the most, but I think the Ibuka pick probably, elevates that a bit.
Yeah, for sure. Love this comment from CGB who says, Saints wasting a second is music to my ears.
It's been weird in the last 2 years. I don't know if the Panthers are going to do it next year because they've got Bryce Young, but we'll see how that works out this year for them. But it's been 2 years in a row now. The NFC South, teams have done something weird at quarterback. I know I think Penix can be very good for the Falcons, but just considering what they had already done that last offseason with Kirk Cousins, not even that big deal. And then with the first-round pick, when they badly needed an edge rusher, going with Michael Penix Jr., and it was the shock of night one last year, I think the Saints took their turn this year of picking Tyler Shuck and kind of having the rest of the NFC South fans go, what are they doing? Look at them. What are they doing? So we'll see.
Yeah, that's super interesting when you think about it, because the Bucs kind of started the trend in 2021 with Kyle Trask.
Yeah,
and
then,
and then all the other teams have done it. Let's look at the Falcons draft class. Such an oddball in general, because you traded back into the first. You had no picks to begin with, and you had even less now, after some of these moves. So they go with Georgia edge rusher, 15th overall with Jalen Walker. Then they stay with edge rusher, Tennessee's James Pierce Jr., who had a lot of character issues. And then third, Xavier Watts. So it's interesting, right? The Walker one, while I wasn't the biggest fan, I understand the pick, and I'm not like, are you crazy, Jalen Walker? Like, it makes a lot of sense. A lot of people had very high value in Jalen Walker. The Pierce one, to me, is absurd with Donovan Ezeraku available. Yeah. And pretty much every edge rusher was available besides some of the top guys.
Even before you get to the pick of Pierce, starting with moving back in, and giving up, what was it, a first next year, right?
Yeah, and one part of it was, first next year.
I think when you look at this trio of players they've selected, it rivals the 3 guys the Bucs have drafted. I think these is a very good, 3 picks they've gotten here. But when you add the context of don't have a lot of picks left the rest of this, day 3, and then give up their first rounder next year to get one of these guys, that's where you get a little bit more into the questionable side of it. But I think these are 3 very good impact players that will help their defense a lot. Yeah,
I was going to say the Watts pick I'm a big fan of, and I thought that was a job well done by Atlanta. So a little bit of good, a little bit of what?
A long wait for them. The 118th pick, so just a few picks before the Bucs in the 4th round, and then 100 picks. So they again 218.
Yeah, what are they going to do that whole time? Maybe we'll tune into the Pewter Report live draft show. That would be a lot of fun. Yeah, right in the middle. Oh, so what'd you think of that? Let's get to a couple more super chats. Thank you, everybody, for your participation. The comments are continuing to roll in, and we appreciate that. We appreciate everybody joining us. Thanks to Cincy Kid for this $10 super chat, who says, thank you for the best Bucs coverage. The all-star crew covering the Bucs, styling and profiling. Woo! Appreciate it.
I wanted to do the Sting scream, but I didn't want to scream into the microphone. Just the
Ric Flair, shout out to him. Lives in Tampa now. The second most world heavyweight titles in wrestling history because John Cena's first at 17. Yeah, we've gotten some feedback from fans about when we would do the bodega and it like blows out the speakers when everybody's listening. So I'm trying to keep that in mind. But when you see a woo, you gotta woo. There's nothing you can do about the woo. Mark Alonso, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says beer money because y'all are great. Best Bucs draft coverage on the planet. Thank you so much. We'll be putting that to good use when the show is done. Maybe I'll make some live bets during the show as well. We can
I want to do that.
Yeah, all right, we'll do that. We got a little bit of time. What are we gonna bet on the Lightning to lose?
I don't even want to think about the Lightning today. I don't think.
Yeah. Yeah, but you know what they say: series doesn't start until the road team wins a game. Oh wait, the Lightning were home. Lord Licorice. I like the name, like the photos. Well, because I think you're just beer. Lord Licorice, this is a standout photo.
Blow it up, make it
yeah, no, I approve. But thank you, Lord Licorice, my liege, for your $10 super chat. Who says thanks for the coverage, guys? Thank you so much. We appreciate all of you, especially with these great photos as well. Henry Gigante. Thank you for the $9.99 super chat. Says outstanding coverage as always from Pewter Report. Love this year's class so far. In light we trust. Thank you so much. We try to bring the best and most knowledgeable coverage out there across the ocean blue. We got fans all over in Tampa, which we love. The state of Florida, all of the United States. We got international fans as well. We have people from Ireland watching on day one. When we do a roll call on Monday shows, we've always had people from all over the place, the Philippines, the UK, you name it. We had Brazil at one point. So it's really cool to see how we just have fans from all over. What's up, Scott?
Gentlemen, for lunch, would you prefer the filet mignon? Would you prefer the airline chicken?
Ooh.
Those are the real options?
For real.
Oh, okay.
I'll probably do the filet mignon, please.
Filet
Yeah,
mignon?
I'll do that.
Filet
All right. We some steak boys up in here. If you guys heard that, we're getting some filet mignon. Big thank you to the Buccaneers as well. They've been providing food for us all week, and it has been delicious. Some of those turkey
Let us
sandwiches.
use this room.
Yes, and thank you for letting. Yes, what Bailey said for allowing us to use this room while we do our 3-day draft coverage. We've been in this room for other rooms.
The one, my first. Well, actually, not my first draft show, I guess, but
Beer clock says Mark Alonso. That's hilarious.
the first time I was here with you guys, just before I joined. You guys were in the room that kind of looked like a little.
Yeah, so they've
people
done.
were always joking about it kind of looking like a sauna because there was like the wood planks.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. That's true. Yeah, they did do some reconstruction of the media room and some of the other rooms. So, but yeah, we've been doing the live draft show from the Advent Health Training Center for quite a while now. The only time we didn't was COVID that one year. But yeah, been doing it for quite a while. We'll continue to get to some more of these super chats. Let's take an overall look as well as what is to come for round 4 of the NFL draft. That's the Buccaneers. So the Bucs have the 121st pick, the 157th pick, no pick in round 6, and then 235 in round 7. As far as the entire draft class, the Tennessee Titans will be on the clock at 103, followed by, then it's pretty much your regular draft order for how it started. So a couple of names still available there, Bailey.
Yeah, interesting looking at the first kind of 5 or so picks of this round. The Jags, Liam Cohen's Jaguars. 2 picks, the first 5 here in the 4th. They picked 104 and 107. And again, like I said a second ago, the top of the best available board right now, a lot of it is quarterbacks, receivers, tight ends, some running backs as well. So I'm curious to see how this kind of falls if there's a little bit of a run on those skill guys.
I was surprised yesterday about how many running backs were really taken. I mean, the Ohio State running backs were,
Off the board.
Yeah, it was no surprise when R.J. Harvey went off the board, of course. But yeah, it seemed like there was
stunned at all when he was the second.
Yeah,
I thought he was going to go in the 3rd round, but I'm thrilled that he was.
Yeah, it seemed like that there was a pretty, no pun intended, like pretty big run on running backs yesterday. But Cam Scatterbo still there According to PFF, the highest ranked running back. Now, obviously, all these rankings are subjective, and beauty is in the eye of the beholder, as we've learned in this year's draft. We had a little bit of a conversation yesterday about Scatabo to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. What is your opinion on that and the thought of the Bucs just adding a running back, whether it's via the draft or an undrafted free agent after?
I think undrafted free agent is the route. I don't want to be the one to destroy a bit, but I think Scott was doing a bit. We're talking about Kim Scatabo and trading Rachaad White and bringing in Cam, but I think you probably want to maybe add one in undrafted free agency, maybe the 7th round if there's still one out there that you like, and you don't want to risk him for not becoming an undrafted free agent. But yeah, I think with the way the room's set up, we talked about it, I believe, Thursday a little bit, or at least you guys did, with Sean Tucker. He's obviously their number 3 running back, and you already kind of want to get him a little bit more involved this season. Obviously, you've got Bucky, you've got Rashad. So I don't think, you really want, given the needs on defense and the depth they need on defense, I don't think you want to add another running back when you can use one of those picks on one of those positions.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think it would have to be 7th round or bust. Yeah. And considering that Scatabo is the top running back available, I doubt he gets to the 7th round. I don't think he's a 4th rounder by any means, but I think like 5th or 6th round, I could see a team taking a swipe at him. Other best available, the Stanford wide receiver, whose last name I continuously butcher.
Umanor?
Yeah, Alik Umanor. That was great, Bailey. Sure. A+. A for a Umanor plus. Shedeur Sanders, of course, the most polarizing figure. Braden Swinson, the LSU edge rusher. We mentioned Scatabo. Dylan, I want to talk to Samson, fly to the moon from Tennessee. You know that reference?
No.
You ever see, what's the name of the movie? Half-Baked? No. Oh, damn, it's good. Dave Chappelle, Jim Brewer. I want to talk to Samson. Jalen Royals from Utah State, wide receiver. Jared Ivey, CJ West. Xavier Restrepo, the Miami wide receiver. Shorter guy, certainly a slot receiver. I know like sometimes we're like, oh, well, he can play in the slot, but he can go other places as well. I'm very intrigued where he will end up. He had a very slow 40, but he's quick and shifty.
He's smaller, he's slow. So when you watch the tape, it doesn't seem to matter.
Yeah, he's quick and shifty on tape.
He gets open and he's productive. So yeah, I think it's one of those things where you kind of you look at all the numbers as far as testing and I guess measurables, and you're just kind of like, ugh. But then you watch the tape and he's great.
Yeah, so, for real.
I like him a lot, honestly.
It's not exactly the same. Blake Johnson, I see your comments. I'm not going to put them up live. But Jeff the Champ says, great half-baked reference, top 5 comedy. Damn, I just lost my train of thought. Oh, yeah, so Xavier Restrepo. So it reminds me, it's different positions, so it's not like a direct parallel. But Azariah Thomas, who went to the New York Football Jets, part of the reason why we didn't like him, well, not that we didn't like him. I loved him. One-handed catch at the Senior Bowl. But part of the reason why people weren't fans of his is because he had a very slow 40 time, like dirt slow, like you and I had a faster 40 than he did. But talking to Aaron Glenn, who as soon as the Jets win a game, I'm tweeting out Glenny on the Jets. Well, if it's a winning record. Aaron Glenn was like, I don't give a damn about the 40-yard dash. I saw the tape, and he looks fast on tape, and that's what I'm going with. So I think that kind of will be the tape with the case a little bit with the tape of Xavier Restrepo, who gets open. He's shifty. I thought he had a pretty good Senior Bowl. I wouldn't say he was the best receiver at the Senior Bowl. I think that may have went to Tez Johnson out of Oregon, who was still Jack Besh as well, who did get drafted. Steve Smith is a big fan of his. I saw him talking about him yesterday, so hopefully Jack Besh doesn't. Actually, no, never mind.
It's funny, you talk about Glenn. It's kind of almost echoing what Todd Bowles said at the Combine when we talked to him. It's weird because I know he said then, I think it maybe might have been at the annual meeting or it might have even been at the Combine. He said that he does pay attention to the 40 times a little bit more, I think, for corners. So that's not.
Yeah, I think certain positions are.
But he did say, he said, for me, a lot of the stuff at the Combine, the testing is like, I'll see it and then compare it to the tape. He said the tape, it takes precedence. Like they'll watch the tape and then maybe they see a guy test and they'll say, okay, well, let's go back to the tape and see, does he play this fast on tape? Does this show up on tape? Or a guy maybe they don't love his tape, but then he tests really well. They say, okay, let's go back to the tape and see did we miss anything the first time. So it's kind of they use it in conjunction, but it's interesting to hear Glenn just be like, I don't care.
I think because I saw like other people tweeting about it, so I didn't actually see his words or in a video, but I think essentially what he said too was like, yeah, my 40-yard dash sucked, but I could cover, and my tape spoke for itself. So yeah, he's going by that judgment and thought process. Rustaman, thank you for the $1.99 super chat. Big fan of your picture as well. Not that anyone has a bad picture, but some really take the cake. It's this skeleton and everything, wearing the Bucs hat, which I thought was cool. Says Bucs Wire seems to want us to draft Shador. Well, good for Bucs Wire. I'm just joking. I mean, this got brought up yesterday. I don't understand the upside with Shador to the Bucs specifically.
Yeah.
I don't mean like just in general as a player. The thought process was, well, if Baker's in the second year of his 3-year deal, he may become too expensive. And to that, I would say, well, if he becomes quote unquote too expensive, it's because he's balling out and having a fantastic year. And if he's balling out and having a fantastic year, I mean, we saw what happened with Joe Burrow and the Bengals, but I don't think the Bucs defense has dropped off from that much, especially with what they want to do with the players that they drafted on day 2. So you bring in Shador, and what? I mean, you're not going to waste a 4th-round pick on him. That would be asinine. You had Michael Pratt, who's the developmental project, and yeah, Kyle Trask is on a 1-year deal, but it's the circus around Shador. Even whether or not it was just media-driven, whether Shador kind of did it to himself, it's an unneeded distraction for a team that doesn't need a quarterback in the first place. So even if he's there in the 7th round, what good does that do the Bucs?
Yeah, because it's going to be so weird to see when he finally does go off the board, because as much as everybody said, and I don't disagree, there was this media circus around him, kind of similar like we talked about last night with Tim Tebow and all that back in the day, but there already was that kind of thing, especially just because of his dad and Dion and all the Amazon Prime stuff and whatever things that went at Colorado. I feel like it's almost even going to be more so because of what's happened on draft weekend. Like I feel like whenever he finally does get drafted in the 4th or the 5th round, whenever it's going to be, then it kind of adds to the media around it. Is like, all right, well now, like, are they going to regret not taking him in the first 4 rounds?
Yeah.
And like, it's going to become an even bigger story, or he's going to become an even bigger focus. And for the most part, these teams have their quarterback situation largely figured out, or at least they know how they kind of want to go into the season and who they want to compete. So, and especially in the Bucs case, they obviously haven't figured out with Baker Mayfield. So it's like, do you want to add that extra bit of like, okay, well, what's Shador doing?
Yeah.
You've got a quarterback you already have in place as your starter.
I would really like for the Steelers to draft him because, one, I think Mike Tomlin can handle it. I mean, he had Antonio Brown, and he's currently dealing with George Pickens.
DK Metcalf, too.
And now DK Metcalf and potentially Aaron Rodgers. But part like
so much fun.
But like a side story of Mike Tomlin, who was on the coaching staff with the Bucs back in the day, is he always says like a lot of weird things at the podium and stuff like that, like during the week. So I would love for him to do the press conference. Shador's there. And he's just like, yeah, he is a player who has a father. There are plenty of other players on this team that have a father. Or just something so random. We are asking him to throw the football. I don't want him to be a Buffalo, even though he played for the Buffaloes. I want him to be a Steeler and steal the hearts of America by winning the starting job. Like something just so random or Mike Tomlin-esque. And I feel like we can get something good with the Shador pick.
Yeah, it's weird because they've passed on him several times already, but if he gets down to them at 123, do they pass on him again? Because I feel like they're the team right now.
It's like them and the Raiders.
Yeah, I guess. Well, because the Raiders, at least the Raiders have Geno for this year.
Yes.
Right? For this year, maybe beyond. But right now, the Steelers are kind of just waiting around still on Aaron Rodgers. And other than that, who's even on their roster right now? They have one quarterback on the roster. Right?
Yeah. So they didn't have a 2nd-round pick, and then they went with a running back on
Caleb Johnson. That's right.
Yeah.
Mason Rudolph and Skylar Thompson are the only 2 quarterbacks listed right here on the Steelers roster.
They got Skylar Thompson. Wow.
Yeah, I didn't even know that.
Yeah. Former Kansas State Wildcat.
But like, it's weird. I think they maybe have to be holding out hope for Aaron Rodgers at this point, because when you look at their offense, assuming they hold on to Pickens, but DK Metcalf, George Pickens is your wide receivers. Your running back room is Jalen Warren, Caleb Johnson. They've also got Kenneth Gainwell, Cordarrelle Patterson.
It's not like the worst situation to go to.
It's not.
And then they've always been predicated on defense, like since Terry Bradshaw's been there.
They've got a great defense, and a lot of talent on defense, and they've got a lot of pieces on offense.
Yeah.
It's just, do they have the coordinator now? And
I don't get why Aaron Rodgers doesn't want to go there.
Does he not?
I don't know. He's like, I'm in a relationship, and this is a huge decision, and all these things.
I can't even pay attention anymore to what he said.
I know.
Yeah, I don't know. It's weird because it does seem like a pretty good situation. You've got a coach who, I like Mike Tomlin a lot, but yeah, it feels like that's kind of the only real spot right now for Shador where he would go in and, maybe they draft him, or maybe they find out for whatever reason, Aaron Rodgers is retiring, he's going somewhere else. That's not a bad spot.
Right. At this point, you draft Shador
around him as a 4th-round pick.
Yeah.
Why not?
It was funny. I read that Spytech was asked, have you looked into drafting a quarterback, considered drafting a quarterback? And he just said, sure. So, don't know how invested he is, but, maybe Tom Brady will get on the horn and, do something else.
Telling it all that I know, like you trained with Brady a little bit. I think Brady signed him back when he had the Brady brand and all that.
Yeah,
but
noble.
They've passed on him a couple times. And I know Brady's not making all the decisions, but they've passed on him a couple times already. I wonder if
I think Brady posted on Instagram yesterday. I mean, there was the good luck to every prospect and believe in yourself, and you can do it too. Which is a good message, but I'm just a bad person. I thought he had posted something. Never mind. He posted some brand stuff, but I thought he had posted chilling in Miami or something like that. And I thought it was very hey, I'm hands off. I'm not involved or whatever. Paul Bowen, thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Appreciate it very much. Who says, I'm loving the coverage. You guys are great. I'll be watching y'all while I play the new Elder Scrolls Oblivion remake. Y'all should try it. Great game. I'm assuming it's a video game. I've heard the name Elder, for video games, not for older people. Elder Scrolls. So thank you so much for your support, Paul. Really appreciate that. Have fun playing the game. I have a buddy that actually used to work in the video game department for Sony, and he helped create the first, not like the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man, but the first Spider-Man video game that came out 6 or 7 years ago. Not the Miles Morales version, which is, I haven't played that one yet, but I really want to. But anyway, that's really cool. And I've also been toying with the idea, I'd love to get the chat's thoughts on this, of doing live streams on our YouTube channel of either playing Madden or playing college football. And I can either do seasons, play with, the college football teams of current Bucs players, do a franchise, do a Madden thing, play with the Bucs, maybe play with some Pewter Report YouTube channel members, or go one-on-one with, other media people or people at Pewter Report. Something I've been thinking about, but curious if people would be interested in it, if you'd want to participate in it. Let me know in the comments. I mean, no better way to get feedback than right now and live on the show. But
got about 6 hours. So.
Yeah, exactly. So, feel free to give me your opinion on that, whether you'd like it, whether you'd hate it. Either way, just kind of open to the your opinions and thoughts about it. So,
speaking of opinions and thoughts, I know this might. We got 6 minutes till day 3 of the draft starts. This is an opinion and thought that I put out there.
Okay.
On Thursday night when the Titans drafted Cam Ward, they got to do something about those uniforms. I know it's maybe a little early for uniform and miscellaneous talk, but I hate them.
You hate them.
Look at this. I don't know. I don't like it.
It's a little, dare I say, Bucs alarm clock jersey-ish.
Yeah, a little bit.
The numbers.
I just like their old stuff.
They're old.
Part of it, I'm partial. It's growing up when I played Pop Warner, I was playing for the South Tampa Titans, and a lot of our stuff was obviously very much modeled after the Titans. And we had the T on the helmet, and I don't know. I don't think I like the Navy helmet. I don't like the way they call them the jerseys. This is really off topic here, but yeah, it's just something I was I need to get off my chest.
I appreciate that. I think part of the issue with all these teams is like we would almost have to start a list, and we do have 6 hours, so maybe we could. It seems like every team in almost every sport, it's like, oh, their jersey in the 90s or their jersey back in the day is better than their current jersey right now. A great example in the NBA is the Toronto Raptors. Their current jersey sucks. It absolutely sucks. It's abysmal. Their jerseys, again, like early 2000s, awesome. Titans is a great example. The Eagles, everybody goes crazy about the Kelly Green jerseys back in the day. Bucs fans, the creamsicle is certainly a hot button issue. It looks great, but they never win in them. And
another different sport is like every time the Rays wear their Devil Rays throwbacks,
yes,
like they just need to go back to these full time.
Yeah,
like, I mean, yeah, that's a big topic, but
yeah, we may have to make a list, later on. I'm trying to think who else. Well, like the Chargers, they had the powder blue, and then they made it there.
Yeah,
but that's to take away from the mystique of the.
I like the LaDainian Tomlinson era, like the colors are very more the navy. Every once in a while, they wear the powder blue.
Yeah. No, I agree.
I think we'll veer back to uniform talk a little later. But.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. Let's get to some more super chats. Thank you, everybody. Y'all are the best. We just got to Paul. Elaine Abraham, thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Linebacker should be priority over edge, in my opinion. But what if Sanders is available in round 7? Troll pick? Laughing, crying emoji. Jason Light likes to do his trolling on X.
Yeah.
He certainly will troll. I don't think he would do that with a player whose life is on the line. Yeah,
that, and he loves his draft picks too much to use one on a troll pick, I think.
But to that first part, Bailey, linebacker over edge, your thoughts on, at least from a priority standpoint?
I see it, and I think part of it is the way the board has fallen right now. When you look at the overall best available, it's looking even though like Pupal is the best inside linebacker available, it looks like, but he's still like 20th as far as the overall ranking. So he might still be around when the Bucs pick. I think you've got a little bit more options at inside linebacker right now. And when you look at the state of the roster, I think I'm kind of thinking about this over the last couple of days and what Jason Light has said about the edge position and what they have. They obviously think highly of Hassan Reddick. They wouldn't have signed him to the deal they signed him to, even though it's 1 year, if they didn't think he was going to bounce back. But they feel like they've got Yaya on one side, and then even if you take it at probably the most pessimistic view, you just need one of two things to work out. You need Hassan Reddick to play to the level that he played to before,
right? Or
you need Chris Braswell to develop into the guy you're saying you think he's going to develop into in year 2. Because beyond that, like as long as you've got those two guys, the third guy at least is going to be playing at a level enough for your outside linebacker 3. You've got Anthony Nelson, who what you're going to get from him, a steady Eddie, as Todd Bowles will call him. So you've got, like, as much as it feels like they need still that really high-end edge rusher, I don't know that there really are a lot of high-end edge rushers available and left. It's a little more questionable at the inside linebacker position because you've got, Levante David, team legend, future Ring of Honor member, should be a Hall of Famer, but he's going to be 34 this year. He is 34. Yeah. He's going to be 34 this season. We saw, I think, his coverage, take a step back a little bit last year, can still play the run really well. And so I going into the draft, I would have loved to have seen like an earlier pick on an inside linebacker if the board had worked out that way so that they could give themselves an opportunity to say, all right, we've got this guy starting, and he's starting next to Levante. Maybe you platoon Levante and Servassier because, Servassier's had the injury issues. He's better in terms of coverage. You kind of keep Levante fresher, play him on the early rundowns. That's how I would look at that inside linebacker position. I think they feel better about the outside linebacker position right now than they would the inside linebacker. So I agree. Yeah, I think inside would probably be the priority right now going into round 4.
I think it has to be because, first of all, shout out Levante David was with Will Compton the other day. So shout out to the boys. Yeah, they were doing some like Nebraska promo and something like that. But regardless of how you feel about like Servassier Dennis, and I'm with you about Levante in terms of scale back his reps a little bit just for the fact that you can keep him healthy and preserve him and let him be the best version of Levante David on first and second down. And then whatever you need to do on third down, you can go and do that, on third down. Chris Braswell is such a huge part of this entire operation right now, especially, and we'll see what happens in round 4, but especially since Tampa Bay has not gone with an edge rusher just yet. Because you're kind of relying a lot on Hassan Reddick and Yaya Diaby to get the job done. And then you're kind of back to where you were last year of like, well, we only got 2 guys to really go and do it. Do we have anyone else? I mean, sure, Anthony Nelson, but I think he's better as that kind of Johnny on the spot type of guy. He'll make a clutch play, but it needs to happen, on the right time and on his own terms. There's not exactly, the proper way to go about it. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, it is now 12 o'clock. It's technically 12:01, so that means day 3 of the draft is underway. That's right. That means the Tennessee Titans are on the clock to start the 4th round of the 2025 NFL Draft. The Bucs will be picking a little bit later. In fact, they are pick number 121 in round 4. So still got a little bit of a ways to go, but we will react to every single pick that is made here in the NFL Draft in rounds 4 through 7 today. Very excited to be on with chatting with everybody. Bailey Adams, Matt Matera, here for the Pewter Report live draft show, presented by Walk-Ons as well. Just going to tweet it out for everybody, get that link going, and we are all super, super pumped for day 3.
I think day 3 can be like, I don't know. It feels sometimes like it's the most fun, at least for the draft show, because it's such a marathon, because it's so long, it can get a little delirious at times. We'll have some laughs. We'll have some cries. I don't know if we'll have any cries. But
maybe. Who knows?
Yeah, who knows? You never know what you're going to get on day 3.
Yeah, I mean, let's just watch the Benjamin Morrison video on Lou.
And then Todd Bowles will pop his head in here and say, calm down. You're all right. Tell your dad I said hi. He doesn't know my dad.
Yeah. We just FaceTime our dads. Be like, Dad, Todd says hi. And my dad was like, what the hell happened with the Jets? Oh, that would be fun. Well, not for Todd, but yeah. Join us for the
Greg Allman with a very funny tweet. So I guess Sean Payton was asked about Shador Sanders. Obviously, they have Bo Nix, but Sean Payton says, we are all surprised, and listen, the talent, holy cow, there'll be this chip on their shoulder, and beware, because this guy's going to play in this league. Talking about Shador Sanders. And Greg says, this is a good quote from a coach who has politely passed on drafting Sanders 3 times already with Jarrett Stidham as his backup quarterback.
Yeah.
So it is, I think, easier to say if you're in that position where, you've got your quarterback, and I get it. I mean, the Broncos, I don't think drafting Shador, I think, would be counterproductive considering it just drafted Bo Nix. Don't think you want Shador breathing down his neck, but it is funny because all of these teams have passed on Shador 3 times now, at least. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
Let's get to another super chat. Y'all have been great with these super chats, and we're barely an hour in. Jeff Vihanik says, and thank you for the $1.99 super chat. What about Jared Ivey for us? Plays the
plays up and down the line. I think he plays all over the defensive line.
Yeah.
Different roles in Ole Miss's defense. It's an interesting one. I think he's Dane Brugler has a 5th round grade on him. He's got the frame you're looking for. He is, he's got the length. I think he's got a little bit of juice to his game. The versatility I think you have to like, considering he primarily played on the edge, but he's played inside and outside the year before. So maybe an option, maybe somebody the Bucs look at, whether it's in the 4th or 5th.
Yeah, they like that versatility. There's no question about that aspect of what they do. Tall Florida guy, thank you for the $4.99 super chat, who says, thanks for draft coverage, guys. Appreciate that. Second day targets. Let's actually look at some of the targets that we have seen for the Buccaneers. First of all, here are the remaining Bucs best bets. Get that out of the way. So some have already been taken like Jalen Noel and, Dylan Gabriel. I don't know that we expected that. But Jeffrey Boss is still there at inside linebacker. He is certainly a target for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Pooh Paul as well at inside linebacker.
I think those are the two that I'm looking at in the fourth round.
Yeah.
One of those two.
Yeah, no, I agree there. If the Bucs do go trenches, I think Jackson Slater would be a pick there. He actually gave a shout out to the Rays when we spoke to him at the combine.
Based on that alone, I was like, I love this guy.
Yeah. David Walker as well from Central Arkansas. I think someone that could be on the radar for sure. As far as immediate targets, I really think inside linebacker, maybe edge, but yeah, Jeffrey Bossa, Pooh Pauls really seem like the answers.
Yeah, I think obviously Tonka Hemingway at defensive tackle is another guy that we have our eye on here as a Bucs best bet. I think they do, and I don't know. I kind of got this wrong yesterday. I think I went into yesterday thinking they'd get a corner and an inside linebacker. So gonna try to not be wrong this time. But today with 3 picks, I almost think it's all defense. I think there's an inside linebacker. I think there's maybe an edge rusher late and a defensive tackle. I think that's what they kind of go with here. Whether it's Hemingway, I don't know if they'll go defensive tackle this early, but a guy like I mentioned earlier, Ty Robinson, the Nebraska connection with Jason Light, obviously. A guy that I kind of just did a little bit of research on. I think it was during the Bucs battle plans that we did, but he's a guy in a sense feels like Will Golston in terms of never going to be a real star, but I think he might play for a really long time. I think he's going to be that kind of rotational role guy, a guy like Anthony Nelson too, that you need. Obviously, somebody that I think could be a really good depth piece for the Bucs if they go that direction. But again, this is a deep defensive tackle class, and there are still several guys that I like on the board. I don't know if they'll go that way in the 4th round, but they could. I wouldn't be overly surprised.
What position, if you're Jason Light, are you like, I have to have this position within the next 2 rounds?
Inside linebacker.
Yeah.
I think especially with the way the board looks, like I said, with Chris Pooh Paul still available, Jeffrey Bossa on the board, and even, Smile Mondon from Georgia, Kobe King from Penn State. I think, with the group that's still available, I think inside linebacker is probably the room that needs another guy.
Because I think a big part of this too, and we've already talked about it a little bit, but nobody's under contract next season except for Sarasi Dennis.
Yeah.
So you're looking at
his last year of his contract.
Yeah, and it will be the last year, like next season. So you can always like draft an inside linebacker next year, and there's free agency and all that stuff. But you wanted someone that's going to be like a staple of this team, a foundation of this team, because I spoke about this on a podcast a couple of weeks ago on a Pewter Report podcast. Like, subscribe, all that stuff. There are certain teams that, there's like a legacy that comes with like their positions, like the Packers with their quarterbacks, whether it was, Bart Starr back or was he a Cowboy? No, Bart Starr was the Packers, and then Brett Favre and Aaron Rodgers, the Vikings, you had Chris Carter and Randy Moss, and now Justin Jefferson. The Colts, you have some great wide receivers with Marvin Harrison and then Reggie Wayne. For the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and you can talk about like the Steelers and their defense and even their quarterbacks, and the Cowboys with Roger Staubach and Aikman. For the Bucs, but anyway, screw the Cowboys. Some teams have running backs. Lions have it with Barry Sanders, now Jahmyr Gibbs. But for the Bucs, their staple is inside linebacker. You had Derek Brooks, and then you had Levante David. Like, that is a staple of their team. They need to find out who's going to be their next inside linebacker. Not everybody can, be the next Levante David, but they need a solid player to, man the middle.
Yeah, you think about that, like Derek Brooks, Levante David, going back, Hardy Nickerson, Shelton Quarles, like some of these guys, it's weird to be in the position they are right now with the roster. Obviously, they still have Levante, but it's like, the future of that room being as uncertain as it is right now feels unfamiliar. Obviously,
yeah.
Levante's been here since, was it 2012 when he was drafted. He pretty immediately became, a key player in this defense. But I think when you look at the state of the roster, the state of the linebacker room, they've got Anthony Walker Jr., who they signed. They've got Levante. They've got Sarasi Dennis. Right now, your linebacker 4 is J.J. Russell.
Yeah, right.
Maybe Deion Jones. You've got those 2 guys who done a decent job for the Bucs in the past, but I think you draft a inside linebacker here in the 4th round, and that's immediately your linebacker 4. I don't know. I mean, obviously they will compete with J.J. Russell. They'll compete with Deion Jones, but I think you'd feel pretty comfortable saying that's going to be if they carry 4 inside linebackers at a 4th round pick, like a Pooh-Paul, like Jeffrey Bassa, whoever it may end up being, could be that guy. And I think that room needs one more. And when I look at the depth chart right now too, and obviously not official, but looking at the defensive tackle position, like I think they actually do. Is it a hot take to say they need depth at defensive tackle right now, considering the way the board is, more than they need another edge rusher? Because right now, the guy you draft,
this is a little spicy. I like this.
Right now, the guy you draft on day 3 is probably going to be maybe a little bit of a project, maybe going to be a developmental guy as your number 5 outside linebacker. You look at the defensive tackle position. You've got Vita Vea obviously starting.
Yeah.
You've got Kalijah Kancey. You've got Logan Hall. Behind them, you've got Mike Green, Greg Gaines, Adam Gotsis. There's not a lot there because they haven't re-signed Will Golston. I don't know that they will. I don't know if Golston's going to retire.
I feel bad. I feel icky even saying that in the Bucs facility.
And even if they do, he's not going to be
he's a reserve player.
Yeah, he's not going to be the first guy off the bench, and he's probably be the second or third guy off the bench at this stage of his career. So, yeah, do they need depth there, especially given this class, more than they need a 5th outside linebacker right now? Because it seems they feel pretty comfortable with the top of the group they have right now.
That is a spicy take, Bailey. I like that.
I might be getting flamed in the chat right
I like that. Yeah, let's see. I like that take, though. So you're saying more important defensive tackle, more important than edge rusher, or okay, edge rusher.
Yeah. Shimray DK, the first player off the board, wide receiver from Florida, by the way, to the Titans on day 3.
It looks like the Jags have their pick in as well. I think now that we are in the position we are at on day 3, I think you're onto something. I legitimately think you're onto something, saying that a defensive tackle maybe in round 5 might be a little bit more valuable for the Bucs right now, given their depth at defensive tackle, than a 5th round edge rusher that's not really going to see the field, especially where, I don't know, I'm kind of at the last straw with Jose Ramirez and Marquise Watts. Like, either do enough to make the active roster. I know Marquise Watts got hurt. Do enough to make the active roster, or part ways with them and let them try to find a spot on another team. Because at this point, we're just kind of dragging them along. That's what it feels like, in my opinion. I mean, they elected not to bring up Jose Ramirez and to sign Shaq Barrett at the end of the year when there's injuries and just not getting production from outside linebacker. I think that says a lot about Jose Ramirez and just that room up until Hassan Reddick and everything that went on.
I want to get your thought on that, because Adam and I talked about this on, I want to say it might have even been Thursday night, or it might have been last night. But with the way the board is, with the way the needs are, and the fact that he's still unsigned, after the draft, if they don't get another edge rusher that they really like, or if they get maybe a developmental guy, do you think they get Shaq Barrett and bring him back for training camp and see, like, okay, if Shaq's looking better than Marquise, or he's looking better than Jose Ramirez, or better than this developmental pick that we made in the 7th round, or an undrafted free agent, maybe he's your 5th guy. I'm curious what your thoughts are on bringing him back. Obviously, this stage of his career is not the same.
Right. Yeah, you're not expecting a double-digit sack.
He's not your starter. He's not going to start. He's not going to play the number of snaps that he's been playing, the whole, his whole career. Facial too.
Yeah, we were talking about him yesterday.
Yeah, very quick to the Jaguars.
Yeah. So Jason said, he gets asked about Shaq every event that we go to. He said at the combine, he said pretty much the same thing at the NFL annual meeting. They'll never close the door on Shaq. Yeah, I mean, who doesn't love Shaq? I mean, he's one of the most lovable Bucs of the last. Well, really ever, but of the last decade specifically. I don't mind like a training camp invitation. Like I want Shaq to get signed by any team and still be playing in the NFL. Realistically, I don't see him getting signed until a couple weeks before training camp.
Like Golston did a couple seasons ago.
Yeah, exactly. So if they don't go edge rusher, I'm open to a training camp invitation and let him duke it out with some of the younger guys. I'm all for that, because I think Shaq understands his place. If he comes to the Bucs, he understands his place on this team. He's not coming in as a starter. He's really just coming in as like a mentor.
And he has the right, I think, personality and mentality to do that. Because he's obviously going to want to compete. He's obviously going to want to, the snaps that he does get, he's going to give it everything. And other than that, I think he's maybe a good guy that could mentor Chris Braswell. And again, the other guy is still in the room. And like you said, like they've asked, we've heard Jason Light asked about Shaq a couple times this offseason, and even then, like I kind of rolled my eyes. I was like, all right, because again, I thought they might have taken an edge rusher in the first round. I thought they were going to beef up the room a little bit more, but now that they really haven't, other than the signing of Hassan Reddick, and even if they do one on day 3 here, I'm kind of like, okay, well maybe I shouldn't have rolled my eyes. Maybe that's something that they should kind of float some out there and see if Shaq kind of has that. I think he still does have the itch. He said when he came back last year, which was surprising to see him come out of retirement as quickly as he did, said he wanted to play for 2 to 3 more years. Like he was wanting to.
It wasn't just like a one-off.
Yeah,
it wasn't like a one and done.
Good, so we will see.
And Bailey, we have to factor in like the Scatterbo went to the Giants.
Good for the Giants.
Okay, I like that. I actually love that for them.
Yeah,
Tyrone Tracy.
Yeah,
that's actually
pretty sweet. And Jackson Dart. So there have been other wide receivers. There have been other. Don't want to hit that one. Older edge rushers that end up still having a good career of just understanding. Okay, we are a situational edge rusher, and I'm gonna play 15 snaps a game, but I'm gonna make it count on third down. And maybe there's a role for Shaq in that situation. And again, it would have to be very situational because you still, in a weird way, it'd almost be better to have Shaq like on first down and then you let Yaya do his thing on third down, or even Hassan Reddick do his thing on third down. I think there is a world where Shaq could be on this team, but it's not. I'm not chomping at the bit for it, if you will.
Yeah, no, I get that. I just think it's something that there's been probably you could say 2 to 3 waves of free agency already, and he's out there.
Yeah.
And after the draft, or maybe even more, closer to training camp or closer to mini camp, there is maybe not even another wave, just a little. I don't even know what you call it. A little wave. But
yeah,
there's could be some more signings, around the league, and maybe Shaq does end up back in the mix.
Tom Bucs fan says Scatterbo is gone. Supply and demand says, what the hell? What the helly? I don't know why that made me laugh, but Jeff F. not happy about it. Mark Alonso says Shaq on the practice squad. Maybe, potentially. I'm not against it. I'm not against it by any means. Bill Vincent with a $30 super chat. Thank you very much, Bill says. Thanks for the distraction. Your coverage is always the best. Yeah, you are recovering from surgery. Hope you are doing okay, Bill. And thank you for watching. Hopefully we can help get you through the recovery. But we appreciate that. Thank you so much for the very kind super chat. Mark Alonso says, do y'all think we do edge or defensive tackle next pick? Any guesses where or when Sanders might go? So we kind of just talked about defensive tackle. Sorry we didn't get to this beforehand. Mark Alonso. Alonso with a Z. No relation to Tampa's favorite son, Pete Alonso. I mean, I think we're kind of both in agreement. We think linebacker is probably the pick, especially since one hasn't been selected yet, just in the 4th round. It's very early on, and the Patriots are on the clock. But I think it would be linebacker, and then followed after that, maybe. The more we talk about defensive tackle, the more I'm kind of leaning defensive tackle, just based, again, on the talent pool and what's kind of there at edge rusher. I think you're kind of more inclined to go with a defensive tackle than an edge rusher.
Feeling that way. Patriots pick is in. Waiting to see who it is. Let's see.
By the way, we have someone watching from Thailand. Curious what you thought about the White Lotus this most recent season. But thank you to TB1009BT, who says, great show, guys. Thank you from Thailand. That's so cool. We had someone watching from Thailand. Really appreciate your support. Thank you for watching. And hopefully we are putting on a show for y'all.
It's always a wow moment for me whenever I just hear that Pewter Report's going international.
Yeah.
We have people all over, especially you guys do the poll call and stuff. Got people all over, and it's so awesome to see.
Sometimes I think all right, who's lying? But I'll take everyone's word for it. So thank you so much. Shout out to Thailand. Really appreciate the comment and the nice words.
Thank you to Mike Wells for the $5 super chat. You guys have been awesome the last few days. Really hoping for Bassa, Swinson, or Paul Jr. in round 4. Thank you so much, Mike, for the very, very kind words. I'd be down with Jeffrey Bassa.
Bassa feels like a Buck
in the 4th round.
He's felt like a Buck, I think, ever since we saw him in Mobile, and wouldn't be surprised.
And Oregon players in Tampa weren't.
Yeah. Curious to see how that goes, because speaking of another Oregon player and very close to Bucky Irving is Jordan James, the Oregon running back this year, who took over for Bucky. Obviously played with him and then took over at 1,000 yards. Talked to him at the combine. Obviously, I don't think the Bucs would go running back here in the 4th round, but he could be going here. He's ESPN's 21st best available player, so could be going here in the next round or so, and I'm sure Bucky will be happy for his former backfield mate.
Patriots went with Cal safety Craig Woodson. So at this point, I'm kind of just rooting for no linebackers to get drafted until the Bucs pick at 121. Still a little bit of a ways to go at 121, but the Jaguars are once again back on the clock, and who knows what they're going to do, because it's been – let's see who the Jaguars and Liam Cohen have taken, but it seems like it's been kind of – well, yeah, Travis Hunter, obviously, but Caleb Ransaw in round 3, Wyatt Millam also in round 3, the West Virginia tackle, and then Tootin a couple picks ago. So, yeah, they've got a good – they've
gone all over the –
yeah, they've got a good mix. I mean, obviously Travis Hunter does everything, wide receiver and corner. Then they went safety and then have handled the offensive side. So could be anything right now. Maybe another wide receiver in the mix, because Travis Hunter, I know he wants to play both sides, and I'm very curious how that's going to go. Like, I know he's saying he wants to do everything like that, but we saw him get injured at Colorado, and some people were like, it's because of fatigue. It's because of fatigue. And especially like playing in Jack. Like, how's he going to do that in training camp?
We were talking about that in the media room last night, actually. I think it was Greg Allman who was saying, like, when you think about it, like, defense and offense are going to be split up during training camp. You know, the difference was, what is he doing? Does he go play? And I'm sure there's the case was the same, you know, at
that's
Texas
true.
State, but like also
not his first time playing football.
But it's just funny to think, like, multiple fields, that he's going to have to run across, you know, to another field and take part in one drill and go back to the other one. I don't know that the Bucs will be doing joint training camp practices with the Jags.
I wish.
It would be fun to see, just for that alone.
Jack Kaiser, the Notre Dame linebacker, going to the Jacksonville Liam Cohen's. So he is there.
Surprised a little bit that he would go before some of the other linebackers.
Yeah, right. Very interesting. All right, so we are a couple of picks into this 4th round pick. Fourth round. Anyone that's getting drafted, especially on day 3, you know they're going to be very, very hungry to prove themselves in the NFL. And I'm getting very, very hungry every time we talk about walk-ons.
Yeah, so what happened out there tonight?
We struck out at home with leftovers, then we remembered walk-ons.
What effect did the situation have?
Spirit soared. Nick took on a burger. Jen obliterated her ribeye po' boy. And speaking of spirits, Laura even scored a real tasty cocktail. She needed that.
Any lessons learned today?
Yeah. Head straight to walk-ons.
Scratch-made dishes, wall-to-wall TVs, craft beers, and cocktails. Walk-ons for the win.
Man, oh man, I can't wait to get to walk-ons and enjoy some of their delicious meals and also their fantastic drinks as well. And luckily, I have 3 options to go to in the Tampa Bay area. There's one over in Lakeland, another in Wesley Chapel, and the one you'll most likely find me at is the Midtown Tampa location, not far from Raymond James Stadium, not far from where I live as well. I don't live in Raymond James Stadium, but not far from Midtown Tampa. Eat like a winner over at Walk-Ons.
And I'm Scott Reynolds joining the program, and I'm going to tell you about the home field advantage that you can get at Walk-Ons with their catering. So whether it's a graduation party, whether you want to have some friends over and watch some NHL or NBA playoffs, or any type of event, you can get the fresh, amazing food from Walk-Ons delivered right to your house. So let them cater your next event for that home field advantage. Again, as Matt said, 3 Tampa Bay area locations: Wesley Chapel, Midtown Tampa, and Lakeland. We thank Walk-Ons for being the presenting sponsor of our draft coverage this entire offseason. So, Matt? We've got some more defensive players to get for these Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
That is right. Yeah, I think linebacker has to be the pick in the 4th round, just based on the talent that's still available, the edge rushers that have come off the board, and the fact that while defensive tackle is a need, there's no doubt about it.
Yeah.
Or they could use another backup, but that seems like more of a 5th round pick to me than necessarily a 4th rounder.
I think you're right. And when you look at that depth chart at defensive tackle, Vita Vea, Kalijah Cansey, they're your starters.
Yep.
Logan Hall in a contract year, you're going to get the best version of Logan Hall this year. He's got 5.5 sacks coming off, I think, one of his best games as a pro. 7 tackles, played really well against the Commanders in that playoff loss, and in a contract year. So he's highly motivated to have an even better season. I think he's got some big-time confidence heading into this year. Then they re-signed Greg Gaines, who's good friends with Vita Vea, dating all the way back to their Washington Huskies days. So right now, that's your first and second wave, right? And so from a depth standpoint, is Will Golston going to retire? Is he going to return for age 34? Yeah, I don't know. But he's a player that you probably want to find his replacement sooner rather than later. But Will Golston's number 5 on the depth chart.
At best.
At best. Then you've got players that have kind of rotated in, Mike Green, C.J. Brewer, right? Those kind of guys that are really kind of expendable, practice squad guys, really. That's defensive tackle number 6. So if you get a day 3 defensive tackle, you're essentially getting defensive tackle 5 on the depth chart to replace Will Golston. If Will comes back, maybe Will's number 6 on the depth chart. But linebacker is a different story because you have Levante David and you have Servassier Dennis as the 2 starters right now. When you get a linebacker on day 3, now all of a sudden that player is inside linebacker number 2 behind Servassier or behind Levante David. That's a much more premium position because they're much closer to being on the field. Mike Beal talked about this last night. Day 3 is special teams. So you're looking for a guy that can help out in special teams. Linebackers, that's a special teams body. You think punt team, think kick return, kick coverage. That's where you can really get an impact player, not just with your linebacking core, but also special teams as well. So I'm totally agreement with you. I think linebacker really needs to happen sooner rather than later for this team.
Yeah, and they just need an influx of youth in there, with and speed, because you have the slow plotting, KJ Britt last season, Servassier Dennis, while could provide that a little bit, wasn't really available. And then you have some older guys like Levante and Deion Jones as well. And JJ Russell, he's good as like a 5th inside linebacker. He's not
even on the team anymore.
Right,
they got rid of him. And the thing is when you look at Walker, he'll be 30 by the time the season starts.
Yeah.
Deion Jones is already 30. Levante's 35. So you're right. They need a young player to come in. And Servassier Dennis, we'll see how he plays this year, but he'll be in a contract year next year. So it's vital that this
team went so fast too.
Yes.
Servassier Dennis. That went extreme. Maybe because we haven't seen him that much, but it feels like he just got here yesterday.
I know. And we'll have an opportunity to see him. Right now, I think he's penciled in as the starter, but you want to get some competition for him as well. He has 3 years in this system, but mostly just in the film room and behind the scenes due to injury. He has not played much on defense.
Mike Wells, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, really love the Benjamin Morrison and Jacob Parrish picks just because they seem like they seem just like super fiery, high energy guys, and feel like that was a major lacking on the defense last year.
Yeah, I mean, both these guys are really high IQ, cerebral types. They do have a little bit of fire on the field. Parrish is kind of an excitable guy on the field. Off the field, he's kind of like a church mouse. Very quiet. I had an interview with him at the Senior Bowl. Got first chance to meet him. I'm obviously a Kansas Stater. I've watched him for 3 years. He was a starter as a true freshman. I think that's the other common denominator when you look at Morrison and you look at Jacob Parrish. These guys started as freshmen. That tells you the game's not too big for them. The coaches quickly had the trust placed in these players because they earned the trust early in camp. And then they have the football IQ to figure it out, to not let the moment get too big, and to play really, really well as true freshmen. So I think that's another interesting caveat here is not just the fact these guys are ball hawks, not just the fact that they're really good athletes, but these players come with the football IQ, the football demeanor, Both of them, I think, are kind of cool as a cucumber types. They're not mercurial personalities where you have the highs and the lows and all of that. That's the one thing I'll say is Jacob Parrish was beaten at K-State. He just shrugged it off on the next play.
Yeah.
That's what you want. You want that very short-term memory, almost that amnesia playing cornerback.
You certainly do need it, and you also need cornerbacks that are passionate. And I think we saw that a lot with Benjamin Morrison yesterday with that phone call that was out on social media talking to Jason Light and Todd Bowles, and somebody that I don't want to say has a chip on their shoulder. I guess Morrison might just because of the injury and trying to prove everybody wrong, but you kind of need a little bit more of an attitude at corner than I'd say some of the other positions. Really, if you're playing defense, you definitely need an attitude, but you also need that fire and passion and the will to get the job done. I think you see that in both of these players. Morrison, again, just wanting to go up against Marvin Harrison Jr. when Notre Dame was playing against Ohio State and, getting the better of him. And Parrish being kind of a smaller guy, using his physicality to get the job done, making a tackle, whatever the case may be. So 2 Jason-like guys for sure. I think we're seeing a theme even with Ibuka, the first-round pick. This year, they're obviously drafting for needs for the future as well, certainly with Ibuka. But it also feels like they are drafting the character and the person as much as what this person is going to, provide for them on the field this season.
Yeah, and it's just so important because the best kind of ability is availability.
Yeah.
And I can't remember the last time any Buccaneer player was really in trouble with the law. Jason Light has told me before, he loves to sleep at night, especially on Friday and Saturday nights. He likes to have a good night's sleep, right? You work all week. You want to be able to sleep in the next morning. And you don't want those phone calls from Duke Preston, who's in charge of the player development at 2:30 in the morning saying, hey, Jason, we got a problem. We got one of our guys, at the Hillsborough County lockup, and that doesn't happen here in Tampa. And there's really no infighting in the locker room. There's no warring factions. Everybody gets along. And this is the crazy thing. Matt and I are in the locker room during the season, on a weekly basis. And Matt, we've kind of gone to some of our guys and probed the locker room, not trying to dig up dirt, not trying to do any muckraking or anything like that. But in back-to-back seasons, this team has had a 4-game slide that has derailed a really good start. And the team's record has fallen behind 500. When we go to these players off the record, we have their trust. You see some of these players come on our Pewter Report podcast, and we're like, hey, what's going on? Like, you guys have lost 3 in a row now. What's happening? Is the coach's messages falling on deaf ears? What's happening? And it's just, we got to play better, man.
Right.
You won't find anybody throwing their teammates under the bus, the coaching staff under the bus. They are all in the ship together, rowing in the same direction all the time, win or lose. This team is the same. This locker room is the same, whether they win 3 in a row, whether they lose 3 in a row. And honestly, I think that's a tribute to Todd Bowles because he is the ultimate steady Eddie. He doesn't get too high. He doesn't get too low. Sometimes it's like you see in the locker room, he'll let out the,
yeah.
But he comes to the podium. He might have a smile after a win, but he's not jumping for joy or whatever, nor is the world coming to an end after a loss, even a crushing playoff loss where the fans are ripping their hair out and screaming at the TV and all that. And he's just like, it's disappointing we lost. And, we have to go back and correct things and be better, coach better, play better. And it sounds kind of trite. And I know fans love the John Gruden and the Bruce Arians, the fire and the brimstone. Yep. And that does work. Like that's a successful coaching style. There's no doubt about it. But so is the Tony Dungy coaching style. He won the Super Bowl in Indianapolis. He turned around the Tampa Bay Buccaneers here. I was here to witness it firsthand when he walked in the door in 1996. So you can have kind of a cool, calm demeanor in your coaching style. And one of the things that I really reflect on in my 30 years doing this, Matt, is Tony Dungy and Todd Bowles have that calmness where if the season is getting derailed, and we saw this a couple times with Dungy at the end of his Tampa Bay tenure, they can get the season back on track. With John Gruden, it was like, 11-5 or 5-11.
Right. Yeah.
It was 12-4 or 4-12.
Yeah.
Once the train,
The fire can't be condensed.
yes, once the train jumped off the track with Gruden, and I love him, one of my absolute favorites. Once the train jumped off the track, it wasn't getting back on.
Mhm.
And I think that's something we've seen Todd Bowles be able to do and Tony Dungy be able to do because they practice calm, they preach calm to the players, and it kind of gives them that confidence. With Gruden, he's yelling and screaming even more and cursing even more when the team's losing. And then it just kind of like sets the tone for this dark cloud a little bit.
Yeah. But when it's good, it's good. Like
But when
Gruden won a
it's-
Super Bowl, Bruce Arians won a Super Bowl.
Yeah, when it's good, it's great. But when
Yeah.
it's bad, it can be off.
I just think there's a lot of self-accountability from the coaches to
Yeah.
the players, and the players kind of policing themselves. And, Jason Light spoke about that a couple of weeks ago when he had his pre-draft press conference talking about we'd be okay drafting like an immature player because we know that the locker room will hold everybody accountable and not like put people in their place, but if
Right.
they have to, they certainly will. And the big thing that players have said before is they don't point the finger.
Yep.
And they didn't specify middle finger or pointer finger or whatever the case, but they're not pointing fingers at each other, I guess what I should say.
Yeah.
No side blames the other side because there's been years the defense I think can be like, hey, what the heck, offense?
right.
Like you're not doing anything. Even like Tom Brady's last year,
For sure.
the beginning part of Dave Canales and his era in Tampa.
Even some of the Jameis Winston years when he was throwing
Yeah,
interceptions
yeah.
to lose games,
But then certainly the offense last season
Right.
could have been like, what the F?
Yeah.
Defense, you're getting no turnovers. You're not bailing us out. We have to do everything on the offensive side. And yeah, we're a great offense, but throw us a bone here and there.
That's
so, team unity is big. It's not always going to lead to victory, but it certainly helps a lot more than a dysfunctional locker room.
Yeah, we've had a couple picks here. The New Orleans Saints are on the clock right now with the 112th selection here in the fourth round. A couple picks have gone up the board. Jack Kaiser, I think, was the last one that I heard from you guys. Jacksonville Jaguars, Notre Dame linebacker. Dante Thornton Jr., big, fast wide receiver going out there to Las Vegas. The big receiver out of Tennessee, kind of a player that really, once he blazed a fast time at the combine, his size really elevated his stock a bit. Deion Walker, the massive defensive tackle from the Kentucky Wildcats, goes to the Buffalo Bills. Arian Smith, a guy that needs to work on his hands. He's a good receiver when he catches it. It sounds funny. He's fast, good player. Who did the Saints get?
Danny Stutzman, the
Danny
Oklahoma
Stutzman, yep.
inside
Oklahoma.
linebacker coming to the division, a tackling machine. Tackling
Danny Stutzman
machine.
to the Saints. They need a younger linebacker because as much as I love Davis,
Demario Davis, yep.
a great player, one of my absolute favorite players.
Me too.
Insane. He's in the twilight of his career.
Yeah.
He's like their version of Levante David. Then Ty Robinson. I know some folks had penciled in Ty Robinson, the defensive tackle out of Nebraska, to Tampa Bay because of the Jason Light Nebraska connection, but I don't think that was meant to be. But he goes to the Eagles. And then, as Matt just said, Danny Stutzman, the Oklahoma linebacker, tackling machine, goes to the Saints. 49ers on the clock. And then Carolina Panthers are on the board. So we've got a couple of NFC South selections to get to. The Arizona Cardinals, followed by the Miami Dolphins, then the Colts, then the Atlanta Falcons. And then we're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We're 9 picks away from your Tampa Bay Buccaneers making a fourth-round pick. It's going to be a linebacker. We'll see. Is it going to be a defensive lineman? Could they go cornerback, and get someone like Kobe Bryant?
I was going to say, my guy Kobe Bryant's still out there. Oh, man. That would light the Twitter/X Buccaneers community ablaze.
Here's the thing, and I've gone on record saying this, and no disrespect towards my Kansas State brethren, Jacob Parrish. I like Jacob Parrish. I think this is a great pick. I love players with personality. I love alphas. You give me Hardy Nickerson, Warren Sapp, John Lynch was a bit of an alpha with his personality, and Ndamukong Suh, Jason Pierre-Paul. I love the fire starters, guys that will ignite the defense. And This guy's an igniter, man. Kobe Bryant, KU.
Yeah.
Even though I absolutely hate the Jayhawks with a passion, this guy's a hell of a player, and I wouldn't mind seeing him. Just really good ball skills. You talked about ball hawk. This guy can absolutely pick off passes. Tough nut too, man. He's a tough nut to crack. 180 pounds. He plays like he's 200 pounds.
Right. Yeah. He's all about the dog in him and not necessarily worrying about his size. And he was very self-aware at the combine too. He's like, I recognize I have to put on weight before the start of the season. I do wonder, though, we talked a lot about linebacker, defensive tackle. Like, where does safety come into the mix for this team? I know, obviously, with Tyke Smith presumably moving to, strong safety, you have Merriweather back there. Christian Izien can kind of be a hybrid floating from, one spot to the next. But I don't know if they have a true blue, legitimate backup safety with, after Tyke Smith and Antoine Winfield Jr.
Yeah, Matt, I think when you look at the safety position, they have a couple guys on the practice squad that they liked enough to keep them on the practice squad all year long. Now, having said that, when this team needed a safety, they didn't turn to either one of these guys. They re-signed Ryan Neal.
Yeah, exactly.
They went ahead and got Mike Edwards off of waivers, right? So there is that to be said. But they do like Christian Izien. He's one of Todd Bowles' favorite players. You can just tell that by the way that he talks about him. And he also likes Kayvon Merriweather. He was one of the first players when you talk about the offseason. He mentions him. Mm-hmm. So maybe right now they're thinking, we'll add another safety to the mix, but it's going to be later in this draft, maybe 5th or 7th round, because we like Izien and we also like Merriweather.
Yeah, that could be true. We actually had this super chat from Keyboard Warrior Assassin. Thanks for the 249. I think that's a euro, but said, what about safety? Hell, another cornerback depth. So, yeah, I mean, I hadn't really thought about them going cornerback again. It just seems, not insane, but it would just be very surprising to go 3 cornerbacks in a row. But we've seen Jason Light, again, continuously flood that overall position. So, could be on the board. I mean, they're all about best player available. They're not just going to draft a linebacker because they need a linebacker if they don't believe in the one they have. So still a good amount of linebackers available.
Yeah, here's a wild card. Here's a wild card I'll throw out there. If you look at the guard center, Jackson Slater out of Sacramento State.
Yeah, we talked about him before a little bit.
He's a player that Jason Light might not be able to help himself.
Yeah.
And they lost Robert Hainsey, right? They re-signed Ben Bredesen, but you lose Robert Hainsey, and so you are one injury away, right? Because you have Elijah Klein.
Yes.
So let's say Cody Mount goes out for a 4-game stretch. So you put Elijah Klein in there. Now who's your backup? Who's your interior backup? I need better ball security out of you today, Bailey. I've already punched the ball out once. Bailey's walking around.
Oh man,
like he's watched the program. Where he's the running back carrying the ball around, and he walks in the building, and I peanut punched it right out.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
Oh, Bailey, come on, man.
It wasn't on.
Okay. So, anyways, Jackson Slater out of Sacramento State is a player that was at the Senior Bowl. Thought he played really well. The Bucs had him in for a formal interview.
Small school, right up the alley of Jason Light.
He took some center snaps at the Senior Bowl, as well as being a rock-solid guard. So, would not be surprised to see him in the 4th or 5th round. Just because, Jason Light,
why not?
Offensive lineman, small school.
Don't want to skip over this super chat either.
Thank you to Deep Blue S550 for the $1.99 super chat. Braden Swinson would be a steal in this round, the LSU edge rusher.
Yeah, I like him. I think he would be a really good player. You look at the pass rush win rate. I wanted him to close a little bit more and actually maybe produce more sacks. The pass rush win rate was really good. And I think that's why you're seeing him now available on day 4. Talented player, there's no doubt about it. Dane Brugler has him as a 3rd-round pick, 5th-year senior, 6'3", 255. Interesting that Savion Jones went ahead of Swinson in the draft. But he is a 6'4", 255-pound guy. Didn't run a 40-yard dash time. Long arms, 81-inch wingspan, 33-inch arms. The production, though, when you look at LSU, he was a former Oregon player. He did have 8.5 sacks with 13 tackles for loss. So he had his best year as a pass rusher last year. 2 forced fumbles, 3 passes defense, 58 tackles. Certainly his best season. 3 years at Oregon, then transfers to LSU. Came to LSU and had 2 sacks the previous year. Then the breakout season last year with 8.5. Led the team in sacks. Second team All SEC player. Wouldn't mind having Braden Swinson at all. The other player I think that could be in the mix if we're talking edge rusher in the 4th round for Tampa Bay would be David Walker. And he is a player that I was a little bit late on, but really liked what he did at the Senior Bowl. Proved that he belonged coming out of Central Arkansas. That was not too big of a stage for him whatsoever. And when you look at his grade, he is a 4th round pick according to Dane Brugler. Smaller player in terms of his size, 6 foot, Matt, but 263 pounds. So think of like Shaq Barrett with a little bit more weight.
Yeah, a little more.
Yeah.
In the truck.
Older player, almost 25. He was a 6th-year senior and did pretty good at the combine, though. Really helped his draft stock as well. 4.69 speed with a 1.65 10-yard split. He's not a great athlete, which is why you see him as a day 3 selection. But the thing is, neither was Shaq Barrett. Shaq Barrett was an undrafted player out of Colorado State because he wasn't that great of an athlete. But he had that short, quick burst that I think David Walker possesses. And he's got violent hands. This guy dominated at the small school FCS level.
He did.
And that's what you want.
12 sacks in 2022, 8.5 in 2023, but then got back up to double digits with 10.5 in 2024, along with 4 forced fumbles. I mean, that's a ball hawking category.
And the other thing, too, 6 passes defense. He can drop into coverage, but that's one thing Jason Light really values is, guys, if you're at the defensive line and you can't get to the quarterback, if you can't affect the throw with a hurry, with a quarterback hit or a sack, do you have the awareness to realize the ball's coming out, get your hands up, right, and knock the pass down at the line of scrimmage? Because you know when that comes into play? 3rd downs.
Yes.
When it's 3rd and 7, and all of a sudden you're batting the ball down, it's an incompletion at the line of scrimmage. Now you're forcing a punt. That's just like a sack, really. So he had 6 passes defense last year at Central Arkansas. So in the last 4 years he's played, 39 sacks, 82.5 tackles for loss, 244 tackles, 6 forced fumbles, 8 pass breakups. This is a guy that I really like, and whether it's Swinson or David Walker, I would be happy, thrilled, really, with either one of these pass rushers.
And again, bring something different to the outside linebacker room, not a carbon copy of like really anyone that they currently have at the moment. By the way, some draft pick updates. The 49ers went with Indiana defensive lineman CJ West, and then something the Bucs will be paying attention to, the Carolina Panthers pick 114 went with Georgia running back Trevor Etienne, obviously the brother of Travis Etienne, but Trevor Etienne. So 2 Trevors in Charlotte, North Carolina right now. Trevor Sikkema and Trevor Etienne, the newest running back for the Panthers.
Speaking of Trevor Sikkema, he'll be joining us this week on the Pewter Report podcast on Monday. Matt and I are going to be talking about how the Bucs have bolstered their defense. We're expecting a couple more defensive players, but we've already got 2 in the books with Benjamin Morrison and Jacob Parrish yesterday. And that's at 4 o'clock on Monday. We are going to do roll call at 4:20, so be present for that. And then on Tuesday, Bucs draft analysis with Pro Football Focus's Trevor Sikkema. We'll get the PFF DraftKings analysis, former Pewter reporter, friend of the program, to give his thoughts on all of the Buccaneer selections. And we'll ask him, too, about those Panthers and about the Falcons and the Saints as well. Kind of get like a little bit of an NFC South draft summary as well.
Yeah, for sure. It was exciting having Trevor on. He was on a couple of weeks ago, too. But, you know, he's the best when it comes to the NFL draft. So we'll have him on. A lot of content coming up. And another linebacker's off the board, Cody Simon from Ohio State, going to the Arizona Cardinals. So Bucs getting a little bit closer. Miami is on the clock now at 116, followed by the Colts, Falcons, Bengals, Titans, and then your Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Speaking of Tampa Bay, we do business, and we have an official print partner with 72-hour printing. They made this fantastic 10-foot. This is just a small little size of it here. It's a massive banner for us. 10 foot by 8 foot fabric banner. easy to assemble, high quality material. That's what you're going to find with the promotional products that they develop. They do everything from shirts and apparel for your business to, well, I'm going to tell you everything they do, and I'll let James from 72 Hour Print tell you about that as well.
At 72hourprint.com, we don't send to China. We manufacture sublimated uniforms in-house, right here in the Bay Area. Precision, speed, and craftsmanship come together to create super high-quality shirts that are lightweight and breathable and will never fade, crack, or peel. We design, print, press, cut, and sew from beginning to end, and we have no minimums and fast turnaround times. Looking to upgrade your uniforms? Check us out at 72hourprint.com. That's 72HRPRINT.com.
72 Hour Print, locally owned by James and his wife. Family run, Tampa Bay business, been in business for 21 years now. And 72 Hour Print can do anything that your business needs. Visit them on the web at 72hourprint.com. Custom backdrops, tablecloths, outdoor tents, trade show graphics, banner stands, to sublimated uniforms, custom shirts, shorts, pants. They could even put your logo on shoes, business cards, flyers, brochures, mailers, pocket folders, anything that your business needs for promotional consideration. Floor graphics, wall graphics, vehicle wraps, yard signs, billboards, screen printing, sublimation, embroidery. These guys can do it all. 72hourprint.com is the website. In business here in the Tampa Bay area for 21 years. Give them a call, and here's what they're going to do for you. If you mention the Pewter Report podcast, you're going to get 25% off of your first order. So if you own a business, you run a business, if you're in charge of uniforms or materials, promotional materials, marketing materials for your business, get all of the printing needs and all of your promotional needs done with 72 Hour Print. Visit them on the web, 72hourprint.com.
There was a trade that just happened. Miami was going to be on the clock, but they traded with the Houston Texans. So the Texans are now on the clock.
Texans making some moves. Let's see. Let's go to. Let me update the Bucs best bets. We have Cam Scatabo off the board now. Did not think he was going to be in Tampa. We have to do a Bucs best bet for every position.
Right, like quarterback,
Yeah. Exactly.
Someone's like, you didn't have Shador as a Bucs best bet for rounds 4 through 7?
No, I don't think anybody had Shador as a player that would last to day 3. But yet here we are. And here Shador is. So let's take a look at the Bucs best bets so far that are remaining. A lot of these are on the offensive side.
Yeah.
And quite frankly, Tampa Bay might be done.
Jaquavius Marks goes to the Texans, the USC running back.
Yep. That's a player the Buccaneers had an informal visit with. I don't think that they're going to go running back. And if they do, it's probably going to be in the 7th round is my guess.
Yeah. That or UDFA.
Yeah. But any of these names kind of stand out to you? We've got Tonka Hemingway. There might be a safety for you right there, Matt. J.J. Roberts, Jeffrey Bassa, David Walker. Those are some of the names we talked about. I would not rule out maybe a 7th round wide receiver, Jalen Lane, if he's still available, just because of the kick return ability. You think special teams on day 3?
Yeah, I mean, Bassa is obviously the big ticket item that we spent a lot of time talking about. He's been in a lot of Bucs battle plan mock drafts. We absolutely adored him at the Senior Bowl. More of a coverage linebacker that could fit well in this defense. They obviously need a ton of help with their linebackers in pass coverage. So to me, that's the big name. Jackson Slater, you talked about him before.
Yeah.
I like his game. I enjoyed talking to him at the Combine. I think that could be a late round option as well, along with Tonka Hemingway, the South Carolina defensive tackle. But Bossa certainly, to me, is the guy if he's still there when the Bucs pick in a little bit. I wouldn't hate David Walker either.
Yeah. Especially
you just talking about him as a little bit more convincing, that Shaq Barrett type of style, which they currently don't have because Shaq Barrett's not on the team. But Bossa really, and I think Slater are the two that in particular I have my eye on. I'd love for Bossa to come here. I was telling Bailey before we were talking about how drafting Oregon players has worked for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and they really enjoy drafting these West Coast guys, whether it's the Washington pipeline, which they've had for several years now. Even Emeka Ibuka being from Washington, McMillan last year, Ibuka this year, in their relationship. So why not go with another West Coast guy and Jeffrey Boss at inside linebacker?
Yeah, the Panthers will have another pick at 122. That'll be right after Tampa Bay's selection.
Yeah.
The Falcons are getting ready to have their fourth pick. And, Matt, after this fourth pick, they have a seventh round pick, and they're done.
Yeah, and that's it. We kind of laughed about that before. By the way, the Rams just traded into spot 117, so they just traded with the Colts. Wow, the Texans have made 6 trades today, or 6 trades in this draft.
Yeah.
Wow.
So when you look at the Panthers, they'll have another selection in the fourth round. So will the Saints at 131. And the Buccaneers have their own selection in the fourth round coming up at 121. And the Falcons are going to be on the clock after the Rams make their pick. So it'll be interesting to see how these NFC South teams will attack day 3. We've already seen the Panthers come away with Trevor Etienne, the running back, and
okay, Jarquez Hunter going to L.A. That means we're 4 picks away from the Bucs making their 4th round pick. Wow, what the heck?
Raheem not wasting any time.
Yeah, right. A lot of running backs this round.
Yeah, for sure. Folks, this might be a good time to remind you to subscribe to Pewter Report TV, our YouTube channel. We're over 18,100. We have had the best 1 and 2 day start to our draft.
We have.
Between YouTube, Facebook, and X, we have over 13,000 viewers. I think almost 14,000 for the day 1 show. The day 2 show is in that neighborhood as well, well over 12,000. So we can't thank you enough for tuning in. Our sponsors appreciate it. Walk On, 72-hour print, and we do as well. It's so much fun to do. We love the comments. We love the passion you guys bring to it. And I was reading some of these comments too. I know that Bailey and Matt started the show, but for some of you old timers like Jason, where you say you started as a subscriber back in the 1990s. That's awesome. I started in 1995, so you've been an OG when it comes to this, and we just can't thank you enough. We enjoy the draft. It's something that we do because foundationally, go back to that first Super Bowl team, you old timers. On the offensive side, Mike Allstott. On the defensive side, Warren Sapp, Derek Brooks, John Lynch, Rondé Barber, Brian Kelly. Those are homegrown players drafted by this organization that helped win a Super Bowl. Even on the offensive line, Cozy Coleman, Kenyatta Walker were high picks as well. And then this most recent Super Bowl, starts with Mike Evans, Lavonte David, Chris Godwin, and then you got the Vita Veas, you got Devin White,
everyone in the secondary,
Junior, Tristan Wirfs, the whole secondary. So the draft is such a huge part to becoming a championship team, and I think that's something that the New Orleans Saints just have not mastered, and that is why we have seen really since Drew Brees was retired by the Buccaneers. We have seen the downfall of the Saints. They have not won a division since, and we have seen the rise of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers because of this moment, the draft each year.
Billy Bowman Jr., the Oklahoma safety, going to the Atlanta Falcons. So they went, they went Xavier Watts, and then now Billy Bowman. A lot of Oklahoma. Say that again, Bailey.
Back-to-back edges in the first round and back-to-back safeties.
Yeah. Falcons really doubling up, and a lot of Oklahoma here in the NFC South.
Danny Stutzman and then his teammate, they'll be playing against each other for sure.
Yeah. And they're all going to be trying to go after Baker Mayfield.
That's right.
So now 3 picks away for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Bengals are up next, followed by the Titans. Let's see. The Bengals have gone Shamar Stewart, Demetrius Knight, so they're probably not picking a line. Well, I mean, who knows? At this point, anybody can double up. Went Dylan Fairchild in the 3rd round. So 2 defense. They've gone pretty trench heavy overall, also with Demetrius Knight in the mix. So they could go with linebacker again if they wanted to, but it seems like they may skip over that. And then the Titans, obviously, started off with Cam Ward. They went with Femi Oladejo in the 2nd round, Kevin Winston Jr. in the 3rd round. and went with Chimere Dike in round 4, wide receiver. So not crazy familiar with their defensive room, but
Well, when you look at the Falcons, and the last time we saw Atlanta on the field, they lost in a shootout to the Carolina Panthers.
They did.
To the Fighting Dave Canales. And that cost Jimmy Lake his job. He was the defensive coordinator, good friends with Raheem Morris. So that was a painful decision right there, but it was probably the right decision after what happened. And so it's no surprise that you see they're trying to affect the quarterback in Atlanta with 2 edge rushers, Jalen Walker out of Georgia, James Pierce Jr. out of Tennessee, and then safety Xavier Watts out of Notre Dame, Billy Bowman Jr., 2 ball hawks, by the way. These guys can pick off passes. And Billy Bowman out of Oklahoma. It's the Bucs are on the clock.
And Barrett Carter from Clemson, the linebacker, went to the Bengals. How are they on the clock? Isn't the Titans there?
The Titan pick is up.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
So the Bucs are on the clock.
I'd love to see an inside linebacker.
Yeah. Jeffrey Bassa, Chris Paul. Either one of those 2 would be a dynamite selection for the Buccaneers. Smile Mondon would also be, I think, a good choice.
Yeah.
The only thing with Mondon is he does have a tendency to get nicked up, but he does have that Georgia pedigree. Played an awful lot of football for Georgia.
I mean, who knows? The defensive tackle still very much in play. I mean, now that you floated out another corner, that could really be something.
What about this? Well, let's see. It could be Kobe Bryant. Maybe Marquise Siegel. Wonder if they go back to K-State and get a safety, Marquise Siegel.
That's true. We haven't talked a ton about the safety position as it pertains to Tampa Bay going today with safety. Interesting. All right, so a lot on the table. Tension is high.
I just got like a little tip that I'm going to like this pick. So that could mean a lot of different things. But it might be, I wonder if it's going to be Marquise Siegel, the K-State safety.
And doubling up on a team specifically.
Yeah. Very fast safety. I like him just as much as I like Jacob Parrish. But I also like Jeffrey Bassa too. There are certain people in the organization that know that I like Jeffrey Bassa. I would almost prefer Jeffrey Bassa.
Yeah, I'd be a fan of that. Plus a Bucs best bet. Got Bucs basement offer back. We're kidding, Bucs basement. We appreciate the support. Pick number 121 for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Oh man. Well, at least we know it's defense.
That's true. I'm going to guess Jeffrey Bassa or Marquise Siegel, the defensive back out of K-State, or Kobe Bryant.
Yeah, I'm down with Bassa or Bryant.
Yep.
Bryant would just be so surprising with 2 corners already taken, but hey, why not triple down?
As Ty Bowles once said, you can never have too many good cornerbacks.
That is true.
All right, let's see.
Oh, okay. So according to Scott Smith, the Bucs team writer, with the 4th round pick for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, they are drafting Central Arkansas edge rusher David Walker. So the Bucs finally address edge rusher.
Yes.
Going with a talented outside linebacker, a little bit more of a small school, but as we were talking about before, a player that has Shaq Barrett type of qualities, quick off of the football. going after the quarterback, two double-digit sack seasons while at Central Arkansas.
And
he knocks the football
Yes.
out of the hand of the quarterback, which is super, super important just as a football player, but specifically for this Bucs team that is starving for turnovers and starving for ball hawks. The Bucs just found one with David Walker, the Central Arkansas pass rusher.
I tell you, what I love about this guy here is the sack production, 39 sacks. He has had no fewer than 8 sacks in every single season. 8 sacks out of Southern Arkansas, 12 sacks out of Central Arkansas in his first season there, 2022. 2023, 8.5 sacks, 10.5 sacks, and there is your Bucs best bet, folks, right there. Matt, we talked about it at the end of the show. We felt like day 3 is going to be our day, and we already have a Bucs best bet on the board with David Walker.
Congratulations, SR. You finally, I shouldn't say you finally hit one, but
no,
you hit
it's
one.
fine. Yeah. Yep. And there's still other Bucs best bets that could be had, but I like this one a lot. He is a player that showed out at the Senior Bowl. We talked about him before this pick. I'll throw that picture up again. Big time performer at the Senior Bowl, proved that he belonged. 6 foot, 263 pounds, and he is going to bring some juice to that outside linebacker room. He's another guy into the mix that's going to put some pressure on Chris Braswell, right? And I like this. We talk about how Emeka Egbuka is going to be putting some pressure on Jalen McMillan.
Yes.
Iron sharpens iron. This is the same thing. They're expecting big things out of Chris Braswell. But with David Walker, you have another pass rusher in the mix that is going to put some oomph on Chris Braswell to truly develop. It's either, push him to greatness or push him to the bench. Not that he's going to be on the bench, but push him down the depth chart. I think this is a very interesting player here that I'm excited about. I'm excited that they got him.
And again, a different caliber of player than what they already have at edge rusher with what we were talking about before. A little bit more speed, able to knock the football out. They want that with Hassan Reddick for sure, but this is someone that they can develop and cultivate over the next couple of years. And there's going to be a lot of competition for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers this year, whether it's at corner and now at edge rusher specifically. It's going to make everybody elevate their game. And what did Todd Bowles say? They want to get better at the 4-man pass rush.
Yeah.
So we figured sooner or later they were going to add an edge rusher. They go with the small school guy. We've seen the Bucs have success with small school players. It's usually in the trenches on the offensive line, but we also got to think about Zion McCollum at corner, and now with this latest pick, they'll try to do it at edge rusher as well.
Yeah, I like this pick a lot. I prefer him over Braden Swinson, to be honest. And you look at the consistent production. If you're going to draft a player from an FCS school, you better have dominant film. You better be you better have the shine, the aura, the glow. You better jump off the screen when you're watching film. And I think that's exactly what this guy does over and over again. He's got a low center of gravity, 6 foot.
Yeah.
When you think Shaq Barrett, like 6'1", you already have that natural leverage. Low man wins going up against offensive tackles. And sometimes for bigger, taller players, even like Logan Hall, who's 6'6", Will Golston, who's 6'6", you love the length, right, when it comes to swatting down passes and all that. But it works against you in the trenches because low man does win. This is a guy like Shaq Barrett who already has that natural low center of gravity. When you go up against a 6'7" right tackle or left tackle, you already have an advantage because of that. He doesn't have the longest arms, but he's very active, very physical player.
Yeah.
And like I said, I got a tip from someone in the building that says, you're going to love this one. And I do love it. Right now, the Buccaneers are absolutely killing this draft, Matt. I mean, they really are.
Yeah, it gets better and better by each pick. And again, what I said the other day is some people weren't happy with the Egbuka pick in round 1. Just see all the other defensive picks that the Bucs make, and it'll make you feel better about their first round pick. A little bit more when it comes to David Walker, he is a quick reaction athlete. That's the write-up about him. Great speed, can really disrupt gaps, uses natural leverage to bend and dip underneath the reach of the blocker. That goes into the whole low man wins conversation. Can play past blockers with his eyes, flashes violence in his hands to punch and separate. Has that good hand placement, which is so important for edge rushers. You want to get ahead of it in that point of attack. And like I mentioned
Jack
before,
Sawyer to the Steelers. Wow, that's that's an interesting.
not
pick
Shador,
right there.
not Shador. So again, in 2022 had 12 sacks, 8.5 sacks in 2023, and then 10.5 sacks last season in 2024, to go with 4 forced fumbles and 6 pass breakups. And you talked about the pass breakups before. That's never easy with a smaller guy, because you gotta have the athleticism to do so and jump and time it right. But certainly one that's not going to be a household name by any means, but another opportunity for Jason Licht to prove that he finds all the best small school players and turns them into stars in Tampa Bay.
And I'd say, and Mike Beal too. Mike Beal, who got the well-deserved promotion to vice president of player personnel, he has been the engine of the draft for years, for well over a decade here. So it's like you talk about kind of hidden gems, kind of guys behind the scenes. It was great to see Mike Beal kind of get his due yesterday or last night at the podium, kind of taking the place of John Spytek, who would used to come in and talk about the day 2 selections. And he is the draft guy. He is the guy that really is the leader of setting the draft room, organizing all the scouts, getting all the reports in. And then you got Rob McCartney, who is on the pro personnel side. He is the new assistant general manager, deals with free agency, finds guys like Hassan Reddick, also finds guys like Shaq Barrett back in the day. We're talking about pass rushers. So whether it's the big name guys or the value players like the Baker Mayfields, the Shaq Barretts, that's Rob McCartney's realm. So it's a great 1-2 punch Jason Licht has on the personnel side. I know they lost John Spytek, but we're seeing, even though Spytek is gone, Buccaneers not missing a beat when it comes to this draft.
No, they are not. And, we talked about the players pushing everybody else. I'm sure the personnel in the Bucs front office, want to prove that, hey, we can scout just as well. Not that they don't need John Spytek, but that they could prove that they have a great draft based on their own merit. So let's get to some comments. See what the Pewter people, are thinking about with this pick. We'll scroll through a couple of comments. John V says they are having a good draft. Shaggy says, in Light we trust.
Yep.
Let's see. Sam with the $4.99 super chat says, good job on yet another best bet, fellas. Excited about this one. Congratulations. Yeah, once again, another Bucs best bet hit by the best in the game, SR, Scott Reynolds. Jeff Vahanic, thanks for the $4.99 super chat, says, so is Levante playing 100% of the snaps again?
Nope.
No.
They're still going to get a linebacker.
Still a lot of linebackers out there, and we'll see. I mean, the more that linebackers are not picked, I know some were picked in this round, but there's still a good amount of players remaining.
Let's not forget, Servassier Dennis, 5th-round pick. He's going to be starting this year.
Yeah.
Dre Greenlaw of Arkansas, former 5th-round pick. You don't have to be a 1st or 2nd-round player or pick to be a starter at linebacker. There are some starters around the league who are day 3 guys. Sometimes that's just how it goes. Same with running back. You see a lot of running backs from day 3 end up being good players.
Right.
Bucky Irving, the latest example, is a 4th-round pick.
Yeah, we're not talking about a 7th-round pick.
Right.
Yeez says Jason masterclass draft. So again, Jason has made his bread and butter with rounds 2, 3, and 4. And last year was a good example. I know Chris Pratt, well, maybe not so much, but 3 and certainly 4. Off to a good start here in the day 3 of the draft and round 4.
No doubt about it.
Supply and demand says inside linebacker will be there in round 5. Yeah, that's true. There could still be another player. Naruto 428 says defensive tackle next, please. Maybe we'll see. Aaron Lemaster says he is the Shaq replacement, not last year's version of Shaq, but yeah, Shaq Barrett type, says supply and demand. So Seems like people are mostly happy about it. I gotta say, I support the pick. I'm definitely in on it, and I'm willing to even move my grade was an 84. I'll officially move it to a B+ at this point.
Yeah, I think the thing too, when you look at Jack Sawyer, really good football player, great college player, but the athleticism is just not there. He doesn't have that top-notch athleticism. He has some intangibles. Don't get me wrong. He has the intangibles, but this is a player that, and David Walker, that I think is certainly the right pick at the right time for this team. I think he's going to fit in exceptionally well. Reminds me a lot of just a little bit of a bigger Shaq Barrett type, and this is a man. Like Matt, you said it. This draft kind of keeps getting better, and it's kind of like a, I think of like some of my favorite movies of all time, like Die Hard.
Yeah,
like Avengers Endgame.
Like the more you watch it,
but even like you kind of you're watching a movie. Mm-hmm. You're like, wow, this is a really good movie. Like I'm an hour in. I know this is a 2-hour movie. Halfway through, like, God, don't screw up the ending. This is a great movie, right? And then you watch it, and you're like, all right, this got 30 minutes left. It's kind of come to the crescendo. Holy smokes, this movie is like a classic. This is a blockbuster. This is fanatic. I mean, this is impossibly good. And then all of a sudden, it's like, you see Thanos and he's kicking the crap out of Thor, and and all of a sudden Captain America, puts his hand out and Mjolnir comes flying, and all of a sudden Captain America has Mjolnir, Thor's hammer, and starts going to town.
Yeah.
And you're just like, holy crap, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Look at this. This movie's crazy, right? And then what happens? All of a sudden Thanos kind of gets the edge, and you think it's all over, and then the portals start opening up, and then you hear Falcon say, Cap, on your right, and all of a sudden all of the Avengers and all of the superheroes come through those portals. Sorry, I'm geeking at him a little bit.
No, yeah, please
fanboy,
do. It was just the 6-year anniversary of Avengers Endgame. I want to say last week.
It was. And so this is kind of what this draft is like. It's like, wow, okay, Emeka Egbuka. Wow, all right, it's a good pick. The more and more I think about it and I watch it and I hear about it, I'm on board with this. It makes a lot of sense for a lot of reasons. And then, then they pick Benjamin Morrison. And you're like, oh, wow, okay, ball hawk corner. How's the hip? And then you hear from him what he told the team, which is, hey, this isn't really an injury. This is kind of a birth condition that I had to fix, And I had one done in high school, one hip, the other hip, and now that's all behind me. And you're like, okay, wow, this, I thought this was a good pick, Matt, but now Benjamin Morrison, this is a great pick, And it just kind of starts that way. It's like it's like a crescendo. You've got these players that that have gone 1 for the Buccaneers, Emeka Egbuka, 2 Benjamin Morrison, and then you're like, wow, okay, they got their corner, right? They got a ball hawk corner. Todd Bowles is happy. He's feeling pretty good about this, right? What's coming next? All right. Boom. Hello, Wildcat. You got Jacob Parrish. Fast guy that played a lot of outside corner, played some inside corner. He's a bit of a ball hawk too, at 4 picks as a junior, as a sophomore. Then last year as a junior, kind of like with Benjamin Morrison. They didn't target him a bunch because he was the number 1 corner. So he didn't have a lot of interceptions, only had 1 last year. Didn't have a lot of opportunities. So you're thinking, okay, this is kind of like Sean Murphy-Bunting and Jamel Dean. You're building that secondary like they did back in 2019, a couple foundational pieces for the Gravediggers that helped win a Super Bowl. Okay, I like this. Now we're seeing what's happening. How can this defense get any better? We've talked about edge rusher kind of ad nauseum. We felt it was a need just in case Hassan Reddick isn't that guy. Just in case Chris Braswell doesn't develop. If you want to rush 4, Todd Bowles, you want that 4-man pass rush, boom! David Walker, Central Arkansas, Senior Bowl standout, comes to play in the 4th round. And that's how a draft goes from good to really good to great. And we still have 2 more picks to go, Matt. We could end with a big, huge crescendo here.
I like that Jason hasn't been afraid to double up, maybe not necessarily together in this draft, even though he already did with corner, but not afraid to double up at positions that he even addressed last year, like what you were just talking about with Chris Braswell and having to get pushed this year. So they did that with David Walker. They're not just resting on, oh, well, we have Jalen McMillan. No, they went with Buka as well. They're trying to figure out the slot too. We're all caught up on our super chats with the exception of, actually, we just got a couple in the last couple seconds. Christopher Oxentine, thank you for the $5 super chat, says, this is the first pick I'm super hyped about. Also, Morrison is going to be an easy as hell dude to root for.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think that he is both these guys, really. I like the David Walker pick. I like the Benjamin Morrison pick a lot. He's a player that, truth be told, when Josh Capo and I were talking about corners, we were kind of going back and forth on Morrison, and really, we were just concerned about the hip. Right, because he had the surgery and all of that, and I think if he would have had a cleaner bill of health, he probably is the pick, maybe even over Revel. But we both like Revel. We just picked the wrong corner for that selection. And then, like I said, it's like maybe I've taken too much flack over the years for I've promoted some K-State Wildcats. Felix Anudike-Uzama was really the last guy I was kind of like, standing up on the table for the pass rusher that went to the Chiefs at the bottom of the first round a couple years ago. And so maybe subconsciously I'm like, I don't want to be, like too pro alma mater, especially because Josh Hayes. Now listen, Josh Hayes is a 6th round pick.
Yeah.
In the 6th round, you're getting a special teams guy. And that's really what he is. Josh Hayes is a gunner. He's not really a cornerback on this team. We kind of have that evidence now. Can he get better? Sure. Is he ever going to be a guy that you really want on the field as a starter? No. Jacob Parrish, though, might be that guy because he does have 3 years as a starter at K-State where he was on the field guarding some of the best receivers. Interestingly enough, he didn't get the matchup against Tetero McMillan, who kind of went off against K-State in that game this past year. I think he should have been in hindsight, but they still won. They beat Arizona like a drum. But he's a player that was on the field as a freshman and has gotten better. And you look at Benjamin Morrison, that same way. These are freshmen that saw the field and got better, just like a player like David Walker, 6-year senior. He's an older guy, 25. That probably works to his advantage. He's got more grown man strength now than somebody who's maybe 20, 21 coming in the door.
Who would you say is your favorite draft pick right now? Then is this a Tom Brady situation? Is it the next one?
Yeah, it might be. I mean, I like all of them for different reasons. Benjamin Morrison just stands out because those 6 interceptions in a season is rare. And the thing is the reason why these guys are defensive backs
is because they can't catch
rather than wide receivers is they can't catch. So realistically, I would say maybe the average cornerback in college, let's say if a guy gets 1 or 2 interceptions in a season and he has 10 pass breakups, some of those might just be a fingertip, right? You're breaking up a pass, you're leaping up, and all of that. But probably out of those 10 pass breakups are like 5 dropped interceptions.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? and that's why Mike Tomlin, when he came in the building to replace Herm Edwards, that's the first thing he said. He told Ronnie Barber, John Lynch, Dexter Jackson, and Brian Kelly, all those guys. He said, hey, we're not celebrating pass breakups anymore. We only celebrate interceptions. So I don't want to see any more of this, none of that.
Yeah.
Like, we don't care. If you didn't pick it off, like, I'm pissed. So don't even celebrate. And it worked. The Bucs had 31 interceptions the next year, and they won the Super Bowl with a franchise record that hasn't even come close to being broken yet.
And may never.
So the reason I say that is Benjamin Morrison, for him to get 6 interceptions, just shows the ball hawking ability, the good hands that he has. Then he had 3 interceptions the next year, right? So I love that about him. Jacob Parrish, I've watched him. He's a tough nut, man. He's a tough nut to crack. I like him. He is a feisty dude. The Tulane tape was phenomenal. He's a K-Stater, Ema. I love it. Emeka Egbuka, another Chris Godwin. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, why not?
Sign me up. Yeah, I'm down with that. And then David Walker. It's always great to hit on a Bucs best bet, but and sometimes we have to go Bucs best bet with players that the team likes rather
more
than
than
players
who you like.
that we like. Like, I'll give you an example here. Let's pull up the Bucs best bet list, and we'll take a look. See. All right, so for our Bucs best bet, and this has not been updated to reflect the selection of David Walker, we'll put his name in green. So forget the quarterbacks and the running backs and all of that. I would say out of this list here, not a huge fan of Harold Fannin Jr. He's okay college tight end. I don't know if he's going to be
kind of one-dimensional.
Yeah, very one-dimensional. And they already had this guy in Devin Culp, I think.
Yeah.
The other guys, Maxwell Hairston, he was not my favorite corner. The fact the Bucs brought him in for a visit, and he had the 4.28 speed. Kind of like Josh Capel on this one. He misses a lot of tackles. He's not the toughest cornerback. I like tough cornerbacks. You think toughness, that's one thing Monty Kippen demanded of his cornerbacks, and I think it's something Todd Bowles demands of his too. Mm. You got to be a tough tackling cornerback. Brian Kelly, Rondé Barber were tough tackling cornerbacks. Donnie Abraham as well back in the day. Now you see that here in Tampa, Zion McCollum's gotten way better as a tackler. Carlton Davis was a hell of a tackler in the run game. Jamel Dean is a little bit hit and miss. But these two guys, Benjamin Morrison, will tackle as well as Jacob Parrish. So I like that. Maxwell Hairston, it's one of those guys that if they took him, I would have been on board with because I trust Jason Ladd and Todd Bowles. But he was not really a cornerback that I particularly liked. But we had to put him in there as a Bucs best bet because the Buccaneers had shown enough interest in him that we would be foolish if we didn't at least try, right? Donovan Ezeraku, David Walker, love those guys. Love Bassa and Demetrius Knight. Love Savon Revel. No Williams. Those are some guys there. Malachi Starks, also a big fan. Not a huge fan of Jalen Noel. I liked him. I didn't love him. That's another player right there. Not a huge fan of the offensive tackles here. Again, we have to do this for the positions.
For the sake of the...
Yeah. I do like the defensive tackles. Darius Alexander won me over at the Senior Bowl. Went back and watched his tape. He had a phenomenal game against Pitt. Tonka Hemingway is another player, too, where I loved his interview at the Combine, and I went back and I watched more of him. And I watched a good deal of South Carolina game film this past season just because it's a star-studded unit. You look at some of these teams, Texas A&M, Ole Miss, South Carolina, they had all these NIL-purchased super teams on defense. And the thing about South Carolina is they have T.J. Sanders playing next to him. They have Kyle Kennard playing right next to him at defensive end. Demetrius Knight. You had Nick Amanwari. You had Odell Fortune. So many players to watch them. I didn't have my eye trained on Tonka Hemingway all the time.
Sure. I mean, there's 1,000 people.
Right. So you go back, you watch the highlights. You're like, okay, there's enough to dive into here. Then you go back and watch the actual game film, and then you really that player grows on you. That's kind of how Tonka Hemingway grew on me.
Let's get to some super chats. Samuel Fisher, thank you for the $5 super chat, says, what linebacker do you see the Bucs targeting in round 5? Also, the Texans picked some stud players. Sad we couldn't get them, but Ibuka is insane. I mean, as long as Jeffrey Bassa is still out there, I am all aboard the Jeffrey Bassa train. I don't think any linebackers went since the Bucs pick. Teddy Buchanan actually just went off the board to the Ravens.
We almost had him as a Bucs best bet.
Yeah.
The Bucs didn't interview him at the Combine, didn't bring him in for a 30 visit, but they did have a Zoom call with him. It's a player that Josh Capel and I really liked. We wanted the Bucs to like him.
Mm-hmm.
I was a little heartbroken at the Combine when I asked him, have you met with the Buccaneers yet? He's like, nope. I'm like, no informal? Like,
sad.
Yeah.
So, Lathan Ransom, the safety from Ohio State, went to Carolina. We mentioned Jack Sawyer to the Steelers. Barron Sorrell, edge rusher from Texas to the Packers. Kyle Kennard, South Carolina to the Chargers. Dylan Sampson, the Tennessee running back to the Browns. The Browns went 2 running backs in this draft.
Yeah.
Wow. Jalen Travis, the Iowa State tackle to the Colts. Jalen Lane, Virginia Tech wide receiver we spoke a good amount about.
Another Bucs best bet.
Yeah, to the Commanders. And then Teddy Buchanan to the Ravens. And the New York Jets just selected Malachi Moore, the Alabama from safety. So that means that the New Orleans Saints are on the clock at 1:31. But, I'm all in on Jeffrey Bassa if he gets to the 5th round. Some of the linebackers that are still available include Pooh Paul, who we've talked about a lot, Smile Mondon Jr., Jeffrey Bassa, Kobe King, Shamar James, Cody Lindenberg. as well. So those are still some linebackers on the board, with the Bucs not picking again until the 5th round.
Yeah, the interesting thing about Shamar James, if I remember this correctly, I think he's been working out with Levante David this offseason. I think that's the case, if I had that story correct. And and then that might be a thing too, where Levante talks to Mike Caldwell.
You already got Anthony Walker here, so
yeah. And he says, "Hey, I've been working out with this Shamar James guy. Let's maybe give him a look-see."
Meets McGee is also aboard the Jeffrey Bossa train. Thank you for the $2 super chat. Says, now we need Bossa to be the future conductor on defense. Yeah, they're not just drafting for a guy that's going to help this year. They're drafting for a guy that could potentially be their long-term starter and maybe replacement for Levante David.
Yep, for sure. Here are the updated Bucs best bets. We'll take a look at them and see. With David Walker being selected, Jeffrey Bossa is the last, probably the last hope, other than J.J. Roberts, who could be that 7th round safety. And if you're looking for a 5th round pick and it's not Bossa, if he's off the board, Jackson Slater out of Sacramento State might be the guy. Or they could go Tonka Hemingway with one of their final 2 picks, or Jonah Monheim, who is a very versatile player. Really stood out at the Senior Bowl. I had to go back and, I'd never heard of him before, to be honest. I was watching him. I'm like, wow, who's the Trojan? Who's this interior lineman playing guard and center that is just scrapping and fighting and keeping these pass rushers at bay? And I went back and looked, and I'm like, oh, he played center. Oh, he played left guard. Oh, he played right guard. Oh, he played offensive tackle. Seems like a Buccaneer swing offensive lineman, a guy that can do a little bit of everything. And Jason Light loves those versatile offensive linemen. So those are some names to keep in mind. I'm not sure if they're going to go offensive tackle. They might go with an interior player here. But they do like Elijah Klein too. So that.
Yeah, exactly. And remember, they said at the combine that he was taking some snaps over at center. So they could use a backup center, but I don't know how pressing of a need it necessarily is.
I think he would have to be best player available.
Yeah,
it'd have to be like, hey, this was the highest guy on our board by like a round, and we had to take him.
Right. Yeah. Who knows? Jason, as you said, can't help himself. Still loves going with an offensive lineman when he has the chance to. So if they can find that type of center, then maybe it's a thing.
No doubt about it.
Meets McGee with another super chat, another $2. Thank you again. Says, so who do the Bucs love more, Bossa or Buchanan? This probably was sent like literally seconds before Buchanan went to the Ravens. Yeah. So I still would have said Bossa regardless. Just been a fan of his. Again, enamored with the Senior Bowl production, and then you watch him more and see some of the instincts that he has, the coverage, all that good stuff. So my pick still would have been Bossa.
Again, we've talked about it before. It bears repeating since we're talking about Bossa. He is a player that when he got to the Senior Bowl, he just kind of took over, like his leadership. He's a great communicator. That's something that Todd Bowles and Mike Caldwell put a huge emphasis on. That's a point of emphasis, big time, is getting players that can be good communicators, that can make the calls, make the adjustments necessary, and get everybody on the same page quickly diagnose the down distance formation, any shifts that take place. And this guy's got a very high processing speed. Former safety, so he can cover. Probably better as a money backer, a mo backer, as Todd calls him. That's the weak side linebacker. It's the will linebacker spot in his defense that's played by Levante David. So you could see if Jeffrey Bossa comes. They put him at Oregon. They made him that's Nico Reed. That's the wrong Oregon Duck. They made him the Mike just because of his football IQ, just because he could communicate.
Right.
But he's not the best guy in between the tackles to take on, the fullback in the hole or the pulling guard or whatever and make the play. He can do it. That's not where his best football lies. His best football lies is that kind of chase defender, that guy that is like Levante David, that can flow down the line of scrimmage, read the hole, and make the tackle. And I think that's what he does best. And I think, too, one thing that's hurting Bassa just a ton, good athlete. He's very well chiseled. He had to put on a lot of weight to go from being safety to linebacker. So he looks the part.
That is true.
But he's a touch undersized and ran in the 4.6s. That's not the depth
not ideal
at all at linebacker. Levante David was a 4.6 guy coming out, and so was Sebastian Dennis. He ran a 4.63. So Bassa's kind of in that same realm.
Yeah.
And so you see a player like Sebastian running a 4.63 and a player like Jeffrey Bassa, who when he ran the 40-yard dash at the combine, and we'll see, maybe he ran again at the pro day, but Bassa ran and actually Bassa was the 4th rated linebacker.
Yeah, Dave Brugler had him pretty highly rated.
Yeah.
By the way, the New Orleans Saints went with Louisville cornerback Quincy Riley.
Oh, that's a good pick.
Yeah, that is well done by New Orleans on that one.
Yeah.
Got to tip your cap when it's necessary.
Yeah. So that'd be the Saints' last pick of the 4th round, right?
Yes.
And they went with cornerback Quincy Riley.
That is correct. So that puts the Bears on the clock, followed by the Chiefs, the Broncos, and then the Raiders at 135. That's probably the next shot potentially for Shedeur Sanders. We're still on Shedeur watch.
Yeah. You know, Matt, I hate to say it because I really don't like the Saints. Out of all of the NFC South teams, that's my least favorite team. It's always fun to see the Bucs beat them and sweep them just from a personal standpoint. We're not supposed to root for the team. Maybe I'm not rooting for the Buccaneers, but I'm rooting against the Saints. I can do that, right?
Yeah.
That's allowed. Because we're supposed to be objective. That's why we can't really root for the Buccaneers. But having said that, this is the Saints draft so far. And I have to give them some credit. I like the last 3 picks especially. Jonas Sanker, the safety of Virginia, is a rock-solid pick there. You get a cornerback in Quincy Riley, and then Danny Stutzman, I think, is a very good linebacker. This is shaping up to be a good draft for them, and we'll see if Tyler Shuck can be better than Spencer Rattler and Jake Hayner and some of the cast of characters that they've had in New Orleans over the last couple of years. And Kelvin Banks has to hit. He's got to be the guy coming out of the first round because they've had some misses in the first round. I think Andres Pete back in the day. He was kind of a soft player. Trevor Penning was not that guy at all. He's been a bit of a disaster. Certainly at left tackle. At right tackle, he's a bit better. We'll see about Felice. He's a better offensive line pick, but we'll see about Banks. But this is not a bad draft so far for Mickey Loomis and for Kellen Moore.
Yeah, not too bad. I mean, I can't say I knew a ton about their first 3rd round pick, Vernon Broughton, but Shuck, a lot of this will kind of determine on how Shuck is as a player. But I agree with you. Like Bailey and I were talking about Sanker to begin the show. Stutzman, all he does is tackle. I mean, his tackling numbers, several hundred tackle seasons, almost unheard of at the college football level, just with the less games that they play, even with the bowl games and stuff like that. And then, Quincy Riley, someone we've spoken about a lot on the Pewter Report podcast, would have been a great little, 3rd day pick, something like that. So not bad by the Saints. I've been pretty impressed with, what the Panthers have done too, at least going into today. So NFC South trying to get some respect back to the division for a division that's, hasn't really been taken seriously by the rest of the NFL for a couple of seasons.
Well, and trying to catch the Buccaneers, too.
Yeah.
The Buccaneers have owned this division lately. The Saints owned it for a minute, right, before the Buccaneers kind of rose up and finally beat them. And really was that NFC divisional playoff game in 2020 that was really the balance of power shifted from New Orleans to Tampa Bay at that moment when Drew Brees retired, and they just have not really had the level of success since then. But when you look at the Carolina Panthers, again, we talked about this at the outset. The Panthers and the Saints just had a lot of draft picks, a lot of draft capital, a lot of opportunities to get better. The Panthers just need it because their roster, when Dave Canales inherited, was the worst in football, right? Just they needed
really bad,
a plethora of players. They just needed an influx of new talent. I think Dan Morgan and Dave Canales have done a pretty good job of that. Last year's pick of Jonathan Brooks, right, with that second ACL injury, that was a risk that backfired on him, but they doubled up and got some more running backs. With adding Trevor Etienne this year. But you look at what they've been able to do. You get a weapon on the outside for Bryce Young with Ted McMillan, 2 pass rushers because they need both. And these are players that Tampa Bay was high on too. Nick Scorton and Princely Uman-Mielen, and then Trevor Etienne, and then they addressed their secondary with Latham Ransom. And 3 more picks to go for the Panthers, but I think so far they've had a very credible draft as well.
I would totally agree. I mean, I thought they're kind of like the Bucs too, where I thought they would just go kind of strictly defense after maybe one offensive player. Now they did double up, as you said, at running back and started it off with Ted McMillan. But for the value of when they got these edge rushers versus how the Falcons went about acquiring their pass rushers, I'd almost have to say the Panthers did a better job going about it than the Falcons did. So, yeah, nice bounce back draft for the Panthers, and gonna maybe cause some headaches for the Bucs.
I agree, and I'm with you. I think that's a very astute point. The combination of Scorton and Uman-Mielen is a better combo than Jalen Walker and James Pierce.
Yeah.
It remains to be seen. I think Walker might be the alpha in the room out of these particular 4 edge rushers we're talking about. But, you got to have more than just one. You have to have that bookend. And I think both of these teams feel like they have their bookends now in Atlanta and as well as Carolina. And speaking of the Falcons, let's take a quick little look at them. Their draft
they're chilling.
They're chilling now for a minute, but 2 edge rushers and 2 safeties there, man.
Really like the Xavier Watts pick. That hurt. That hurt when I saw that one. I kind of wanted I wanted the Bucs to go with Xavier Watts in the 3rd round. Billy Bowman's an interesting one in round 4, especially. I mean, they had more than one area to address on their team, and just to address 2 positions, and that's it, based on the lack of picks that they have. I would say the Falcons right now, despite still certainly getting talent, I like the Watts pick, the Walker pick I'm fine with, and Bowman's not bad himself. But if I was ranking all 4 drafts of the NFC South, I'd have to say the Falcons probably the worst. It's not disgusting or terrible, but based on the lack of picks and only really addressing 2 positions, I can't say I'm much in favor of what Atlanta's done.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing too is they're not just a player or 2 away from being a team that's going to contend and challenge with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They're a team that needs more talent. They had the NFC South division lead and they lost it. So maybe in their minds they're thinking they're closer than they are. But that defense, when you give up that many points at home in your season finale against the Panthers, and you lose, that's not good.
Yeah.
It's not good.
Kansas City went with Utah wide receiver Jalen Royals. I think that's the 2nd receiver the Chiefs have taken. Let me double check.
Patrick Mahomes would approve.
Nope, that's their. Unless I missed something. That is their 1st receiver that they've taken. So I am mistaken. Yeah, they went tackle, D-line, edge, corner, and now wide receiver with their 4th round pick. By the way, we have another super chat to get to. Thank you to Paul Bowen for this $4.99. Says, do you guys think the Bucs are putting off a linebacker pick because they are getting a free agent linebacker? And if so, who are some candidates? Fire the cannons.
I think the thing is this: when you look at their linebacking core, and not that the Bucs are talking out of both sides of their mouth, Matt, but if Tampa Bay did not draft an edge rusher this year, it wouldn't be like, oh, you know what? Let's just forfeit the season. We can't rush the Panther, and all hope is lost. if it worked out where they did not have an edge rusher, the right player, the right round, etc., and they went this draft without one, the plan is, because hope is not a strategy, but the plan is Hassan Reddick returns to form and gets close to or becomes a double-digit sacker again. He just had a rough, bizarre year, as he called it, in New York. He's back with Larry Foote now, a very familiar face from their time together in Arizona. Yaya Diaby, the arrow is pointing up. He just needs to check one more box, and that means getting to the quarterback more, turn the pressures into sacks with Foote's tutelage. I feel that can happen. Not just me, Todd Bowles. Not just Todd, Jason Light. Not just Jason, Mike Beal. Not just any of us, Larry Foote. He believes that too. So that's a good start. Then you have Chris Braswell, who with more playing time, and I try to tell people, the reason why Chris Braswell didn't get the playing time isn't because Chris Braswell is not very good. It's because Joe Tryon-Shoyinka was just a bit of an infatuation for Todd Bowles and for George Edwards. They just were enamored with the athleticism, and it's like it's like when I go into one of my favorite bars up in Wesley Chapel. It's a place called Pinchers. It's a seafood place. Shout out Pinchers. They've got some great margaritas there. They have a sign on the bar wall that says "Free whiskey tomorrow." I always tell my wife, I'm like, Ashley, we have to come in here tomorrow and get that free whiskey. You know? And what's it going to say the next day? Free whiskey tomorrow. Free whiskey tomorrow. That was kind of what Joe Tryon-Shoyinka was. It was, well, maybe the next game he'll get a sack. Maybe this is the breakthrough. Maybe it's coming. And
when will he turn the corner?
Yeah, and he never did. He turned the corner and was this close to the sack.
Yes, He literally
he basically got around the corner just a step too late.
Yeah, exactly.
And so you're going to see more Chris Braswell because I think Jason Light said, you know what? Not going to re-sign him. Okay, so JTS, he's gone. So now you got to play Chris Braswell. And I think that's the right call. It's okay to have a healthy amount of friction in the front office between the coaching staff and the scouting department. And that's not uncommon. You see that all the time. The front office wants their shiny new toys to see the field. We just got your first round pick, play him. We just got your second round pick, play him. We just got your third round pick, play him. And coaches are more of like, he's a rookie. He's going to make mistakes.
Yeah.
He's going to cost us a first down. He's going to cost us a touchdown.
We got to teach him this. We got to teach him that.
Exactly. Yeah. So coaches revert back to I like experience. I like veterans, all of that. So I get the dynamic. It's not just in Tampa. It's across the league.
Yeah.
But Chris Braswell should be able to kind of level up this year. Then you have Anthony Nelson as your safety net, right? So if they had to go into the season with those outside linebackers, with Marquise Watts or Jose Ramirez at number 5, they could do that. Same at inside linebacker. And I'm sorry it's taking me a while to get to this, but I think they kind of feel the same way. With Anthony Walker now, with re-signing Deion Jones, who actually looked pretty impressive against the Commanders, I think they could go into the season and say, we can get by for a year. With Servacio Dennis and Levante David starting, we've
Anthony Walker backing up.
We've got a veteran now in Anthony Walker as a backup. We've got a veteran in Deion Jones, guys that have played football. Not KJ Britt, not JJ Russell, former practice squad guy coming up. Yeah. These are guys that can actually play. They have playing time. They have experience. Do you want to add another linebacker? Of course you do. Is that going to happen in round 5? We hope so. We hope it's the case. But I think they feel with Mike Caldwell's return too.
Yeah, we have to factor that in.
That they can get by. If it just doesn't happen where they don't draft the linebacker, maybe they'll have maybe Antonio Greer Jr., the practice squad linebacker, shows some signs of life, and he challenges for a roster spot. We'll see.
Tonka Hemingway off the board to John Spytek.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
And the
Congrats, John.
And the Las Vegas Raiders right before. Yes, yeah. Right before that, the Broncos drafted Alabama edge rusher Quandarius Robinson. So another Bucs best bet is off the board. There's also a trade. Tennessee is now on the clock. They traded with Baltimore. So 136, and then we're almost done with the 4th round. Damn, that was only one round.
Yeah.
Oh man. And we are.
You need a nap.
Well, I got Celsius in the other room. I'm
okay, there you go.
Crack that one open.
Yep, we're gonna do a hockey line switch here. That's okay. That's fine. Yeah.
That's cool. It's warm anyway. I need to throw some ice on it.
Yeah, we're going to bring in Bailey Adams here to replace Matt Matera as he gets a lunch break. Well deserved. But in the meantime, we're going to be talking about the amazing food at Walk-On. Speaking about the NFC South, we're just talking about the Saints, and here's a former Saints legend and the man who helped.
Game day at Walk-Ons is just different, and it starts with the way our teammates prep each dish from our scratch menu. No shortcuts. We are hand cutting every single mozzarella log straight from the block, hand peeling, stuffing, and bacon wrapping each voodoo shrimp, hand carving ribeyes for our steaks and po' boys, and hand slicing, then tossing our boneless wings and our house-made sauces. With wall-to-wall TVs and food like this, why would you want to watch anywhere else? That's game day. The Walk-On's way.
That's right. Thank you, Drew. Louisiana quarterback down there in New Orleans for several years, Hall of Famer. Speaking of Louisiana, they got a crawfish boil happening in Midtown Tampa there, Bailey. Saturday, May 10th at 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. I can't do any. I'm trying to do a little Cajun Creole talk.
Like the water boy.
Yeah, a little bit. I was trying to channel it in my water boy. $24.99, 2 pounds of crawfish, served with 2 potatoes and a corn, or for $5 more, you just get the same thing with a pint of Abita beer. I would go with that. I like the Abita beer. I have a shellfish allergy, so I'm going to be out for the crawfish boil. Are you a crawfish aficionado, Bailey?
I'm not, surprisingly. I've never had it.
Really?
I would like to try it.
Get your ass down to Midtown Tampa for walk-ons Saturday, May 10th. 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. You get 6 hours to eat some crawfish there, Bailey.
Like it.
This is only happening at the Midtown Tampa location, but there are 3 locations of walk-ons in the Tampa Bay area to serve you. Wesley Chapel, Midtown Tampa, and Lakeland. And remember, if you want to check out Midtown Tampa or Wesley Chapel or Lakeland for happy hour, we would definitely approve of that. Why? Because on Monday, you're going to have a happy hour from 3 p.m. to close. Not just this Monday, every Monday. And remember, they have trivia at 7 o'clock at the walk-ons locations, where the top winning teams receive exciting prizes. And you also get to do trivia during that happy hour. Back to the happy hour menu. $5 premium house pours or happy hour wines. And those are $5. $5.49 gets you the 22-ounce domestic draft. $4. Hush puppies or onion rings? What are you going with, Bailey? If I give you $4 and say, go get an appetizer at walk-ons during happy hour.
I think I'm going hush puppies.
Me too, hush puppies. Correct answer. All right, if I give you $7, Bailey, for the happy hour menu, are you going with the boom boom shrimp, the half waffle cheese fries, or the spinach and artichoke dip?
Do you know what half waffle means?
Yeah, it's a half order.
Okay.
Waffle cheese fries. It's not half of one cheese.
Surprisingly, I might go spinach and artichoke dip.
I'm going to say you get Ashley's seal of approval.
Okay,
Ashley loves the spinach and artichoke dip. That's my lovely wife. And she turned me on to the spinach and artichoke dip. I'm not a huge fan of it naturally, but it's a fantastic dish at walk-ons. $8, boneless wings or cheeseburger sliders. What is your answer, Bailey?
Boneless wings.
Sorry, that's incorrect. No, actually, they're really good. But the cheeseburger sliders are tremendous.
Yeah.
Listen, eat like a winner, drink like a champ at walk-ons. All right, Bailey. Yeah, Bailey Adams in here for
no peanut punch here. I've learned my lesson.
Yeah, see, I'm trying to get the ball out.
Yeah.
Good. High and tight, I like that. That's good. All right, Bailey, we have we're going to run through the NFC South picks here and get your thoughts on them real quick. I've got a couple of graphics to build, but let's get your thoughts on the conclusion of the 4th round. We've had all of the teams make their selections. Let's start with the Carolina Panthers.
Let's do it.
Actually, that's the wrong graphic. Sorry. Baby.
All right.
Yeah, I don't have the 4th round picks on there. Let's go down to the Atlanta Falcons. How about that?
The Atlanta Falcons. This one's interesting to me. You guys were talking about it when they made the picks, and I had mentioned to you off camera. They've got 2 solid safeties already.
Yeah.
Obviously, and Jesse Bates, one of the best in the league, and they also have Jordan Fuller. So really a very good safety room. Now they're adding Xavier Watson, Billy Bowman Jr. A little surprised they doubled up on safety considering what they already have and some of the other needs they have. But the strategy doubling up at edge in the first round, and then on day two and day three, the next 2 picks, doubling up on safety. I think making the most of the few picks they do have. Obviously, they gave up another one for next year to get James Pierce in the first round, but it's a bit of a gamble to me.
Yeah.
I think they didn't have a lot of picks coming into this draft. They gave up the one next year, and these are their perceived as far as they perceive their biggest needs. But I think they could have spread the love around a little bit as far as the positions are concerned.
The Carolina Panthers came into this draft with a lot of picks, so the New Orleans Saints will stay in alphabetic order and go with Carolina. Couple of edge rushers there kind of jump out to me, plus the big 6'4" tall drink of water, and Tetero McMillan. Yeah,
I mentioned it to Matt earlier. The idea of going McMillan in the first round, I think it wasn't overly surprising given the needs that the Panthers had, but the fact that there was a little bit of a thought that they might go defense. I know Dave Canales had kind of said that they might do defense first, and turned out to be a smokescreen. Good poker face from Dave Canales, but after they took McMillan, which I think is a great pick, especially for Bryce Young's development, I think he started to play a little bit better down the stretch last year, and getting him Tetero McMillan certainly should help. But they needed to kind of hit on some defensive players in those next couple picks, and I think they did. I like Nick Scorton, Princely Montemalian. I think a guy who the Bucs brought in for a visit, and somebody who I got to watch a little bit. I think that's a good pick as well, doubling up on the edge position. I think the Panthers are having themselves a pretty good draft. Trevor Etienne's an interesting one, just because of the early success he had in college at Florida, and then the highly publicized transfer to Georgia, and kind of a down year for him. Different things going on there with, I believe, some off-field stuff, and then an injury. So see how that pans out for them. But I think that's a good add for them, given the running back room they already have.
And let's go to New Orleans again, a team that has a lot of draft picks this year, and I think they've had a pretty good triumphant start to day 4.
Yeah, I think
day 3 with the 4th round.
I think so. I think that's kind of, as far as when I look at this collection of players they've gotten so far, I think my favorite picks of theirs are the last 3.
Yeah,
I think Sanker and then Stutzman, Quincy Riley. I think they've done a pretty good job of recovering. I mean, I think Kelvin Banks Jr. is a good add for them in the first round, considering the state of their offensive line and their offense in general, the age of the roster. Vernon Broughton, I think, is a solid player. The one that still sticks out to me, and I know it's probably going to be the most highly judged one right away, is the selection of Tyler Shuck in the second round. Not the biggest fan. I know that there's some stuff that projects well to the NFL level, but didn't think he was ever that great of a college QB. Had some injury histories in his past. Is an older quarterback. It's just adding him to that quarterback room. It's almost like they just added another average quarterback to a room full of average quarterbacks, it feels like.
Yep. Now let's go to your Tampa Bay Buccaneers with let's start with the first round pick, and just kind of like reset your feelings. You've had some time to reflect on it, maybe watch some highlights. What are your thoughts on Emeka Egbuka?
I love him. I think he is, like Jason Light said, for the present and the future, a really, really good add to that room and to the offense in general. When you look at the offense being 4 deep, especially at wide receiver, and then you've got a good running back room with Bucky Irving, Rashad White, Sean Tucker, and then you got a quarterback who has thrown for 4,000 yards back-to-back seasons. Studly offensive line. Like, this offense is set up to maybe even go beyond the top 5 ranking they had last year. And I know there was some question in round taking a wide receiver in round 1, and I would have loved to see Donovan Ezraku. I would have loved to see some of the other guys we talked about in the pre-draft process. But what now that the benefit of hindsight, seeing what they've done with their next 3 picks and how they've added 2 corners, 2 potential starters, and Benjamin Morrison on the outside, Jacob Parrish in the slot, and then adding David Walker in the 4th round. I think it makes the Egbuka pick age even better.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. When you look at Benjamin Morrison, Tampa Bay's 2nd round pick, I think I feel better after hearing about the or the bilateral surgery that he had done on both hips, where it was kind of a condition rather than an injury. That makes me feel a little bit better.
I think so, and especially the fact that he's just recently had that showcase, and that he said he feels better than ever. And the fact too that I think they don't have to rush him in right away. I mean, I don't think this selection means bye-bye Jamel Dean.
Right.
I think it's now basically insurance on Jamel Dean when and if he goes down in the regular season. So you go into the offseason and, whether it's for OTAs and then minicamp, whatever it is, you're still probably going to see Zion and Jamel on the outside as your starters, and you can afford to bring Benjamin Morrison back along a little slower. And obviously he needs to get those mental reps and learn the defense, but until that hip is fully ready to go, I think they can afford to kind of bring him along, and then hopefully he's ready to go full tilt by training camp.
Smart, heady, cerebral player, though. He's going to pick it up pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Jacob Parrish, you've had a chance to see him go against your UCF Knights.
Mm-hmm.
I was actually there for that game, Bailey.
Yeah.
Do you remember what the score was?
No.
It was a lot to not enough. That's
Yeah.
what the score was. Kansas
I
State.
didn't really. It's not one of those things that I cared to remember the score of. It's not one
K-State
of those
is
things.
hosting UCF again in Manhattan.
Yeah.
You going to join me out there this year, Bailey? We're going to party in Aggieville and celebrate another Wildcat victory.
I don't like the last part. Everything else sounds pretty cool, but the last part does not sound good. I like
Come
Jacob
on out
Parrish.
to Man Happiness. That's what we call it.
I like Jacob Parrish and the fit with the Bucs. Obviously, a guy that projects as a slot cornerback. It's kind of interesting how they've gone about the last few years at the slot position, because it's like, I don't think you're a Harry Potter guy, are you?
I'm not.
I would say the defense against the dark
I'd like
arts.
to be. I'm kind of curious. I'd like to be. Yeah.
The defense against the dark arts position was always a 1 year thing for the different teachers. It was a cursed position. I'm not saying the Bucs nickel cornerback position is cursed, but it has been a 1 year thing lately. It was Christian Izien, a 1 year starter there in 2023 as an undrafted free agent. Tyke Smith starting there as a rookie last year, 3rd round pick. And then presumably him kicking now back to safety.
Yeah.
You've got another new slot cornerback in Jacob Parrish, who I like a lot. I like the ball skills, and I think that he's got a good ability to drive downhill in the run game. I'm pretty impressed with what I've seen of him so far.
Yeah, and then this last guy, we had a chance to see him at the Senior Bowl in Mobile. David Walker, I'm really impressed with this guy. The production is there. He dominated at the FCS level.
Yeah, the production is off the charts, and I know that there's always the qualifier of it coming at the FCS level, but I think it was Dane Brugler who had written something along the lines of, when you're watching FCS tape, you shouldn't have to wonder what number the guy is, and with David Walker, you don't have to. You see him jump out immediately.
Grade
you see
8,
him
grade 8, grade 8.
You see him jump out immediately, wreaking havoc in the backfield. I think it was something along the lines of 33% of his tackles at Central Arkansas were in the backfield.
Yeah.
So, the production's off the charts. Not the ideal size, but the Bucs have worked with that before, and I think he just knows how to rush the passer. I think that's the biggest thing.
Yeah, so we'll see who the Buccaneers select in the 5th round coming up. Any particular players that you have any affection for that you would like to see Tampa Bay take up here in the 5th round?
I'm looking at the linebacker position still. Was writing the story, so I'm not 100% caught up on who all has gone off the board. And my laptop is currently being charged.
I'll tell you what, let's go through that real quick.
Let's
catch up on the picks here. We are now into do we end of round 4?
Yeah, I think we're into round 5 now.
Yeah. So the last couple picks here, Tonka Hemingway was selected by the Las Vegas Raiders, and you had Elik Eomanor, the receiver out of Stanford, to Tennessee. The New England Patriots, Joshua Farmer, the defensive tackle out of Florida State. Jordan Watkins, the wide receiver out of Mississippi. That was the end of the 4th round. We are into the 5th round now. Minnesota Vikings taking Tyron Ingram Dawkins out of Georgia. He's the defensive tackle. And the pick is in for the Carolina Panthers coming up here on the clock. And then let's see, the next NFC South pick after that will be the Tampa Bay Buccaneers at 157. So we right now are at pick number 140. They took Cam Jackson, the big defensive tackle from Florida.
Mm-hmm.
Not the big guy from Florida.
the giant guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But a pretty good defensive tackle.
Large in his own right.
Yeah.
Honestly, looking at this, who's still available, the dream is still alive. Jeffrey Boss is still on the board. If he can make it another 15, 16 picks down to the Bucs in the 5th round, I think that I mean, I know they still have the 7th round pick, but I think that would round out the draft really well for them in terms of their biggest needs. Then maybe they grab a defensive tackle in round 7, and all of a sudden you've addressed probably all of your biggest needs coming into draft weekend, and it doesn't always happen. So if you can get, Bassa, Pooh Paul's still on the board, Smile Mondon's still on the board, Kobe King's another guy. But I think I had in my Bucs battle plan along with Jeffrey Bassa. I had them doubling up at linebacker.
Yeah.
I think any of those guys would be a good add at this stage of the draft, and to kind of round out that linebacker. I know you guys were just talking about Deion Jones and the kind of the different guys they have to fill in that 4th spot right now. I think adding a 5th round linebacker could really round out that room.
How would you feel if the Buccaneers took, like, say, Jackson Slater?
I'd be interested.
Sacramento State.
Yeah, it wouldn't really surprise me given Jason Light's history as far as the small school, which I was just did again with Central Arkansas, and the small school offensive lineman, and just drafting trenches in general is his thing. So it almost feels like one of these next 2 picks might end up being whether it's Slater or another lineman. I don't know if Jason can help himself.
Yeah. What about Kobe Bryant?
Surprised he's still on the board.
Yeah.
I thought he'd be,
kind of a thin-framed guy.
Yeah.
I mean, he's 180 pounds, and he just got up to 180 pounds. He was playing in the 170s at KU, and then ran the 4.53. So combination of lack of size and then not terribly fast. That's not the best combination for a corner. And then played mostly on the outside. Doesn't really have a ton of experience on the inside, but I wouldn't feel bad taking Kobe Bryant in the 5th round and just throwing more talent in the cornerback room. You can never have enough good cornerbacks. It seems like when the Buccaneers have been hit at that position, they have been pummeled at that position in recent years. You go back to the time they were pulling Richard Sherman off the street, right?
Yeah.
And then he gets hurt because he didn't go through training camp or OTAs or anything like that. So I would not mind seeing a little bit of the Sunshine State rivalry in this Bucs locker room between Kansas State's Jacob Parrish and Kobe Bryant. That's my dream.
Yeah.
Maybe my dream will die too.
What's interesting is you can question it all you want, I think, with Benjamin Morrison. Obviously, the initial reaction last night was probably they're looking to replace Jamel Dean in the future, and Jamel Dean's injured too often.
Yep.
So you go in, your first cornerback pick for the outside is a guy who's had the 2 hip injuries, has had the shoulder issue. So there's a little bit of question there, but even still, you feel good about where he is health-wise, and you feel those hip issues are behind him. There's still some value in adding another corner like Kobe Bryant at this stage of the draft.
Yeah.
And yeah, like you said, you've got 2 guys. I don't know if you want to label Morrison injury-prone yet, but Jamel Dean certainly is.
Yeah. And
so the more you can add talent-wise to that group, I wouldn't hate that either. And I mean, ball production's off the charts as well. 2 interceptions is 2021, 4 in 2023, 4 in 2024. Something along, around 13 passes defense. Like he's a guy who gets after the football as well. And Todd Bowles saying, "I want ball hawks." He probably isn't really putting a limit on that. I don't think he told Jason, like, give me 2 ball hawks. Just give him all the ball hawks that he wants, I think.
Yeah, exactly. We have a couple super chats to get to here. Fear Factor 1906 $1.99 super chat. Why use a 4th rounder on a guy who may not even be game day active? That's a good question. They will certainly have 4 guys active, and probably 5 outside linebackers. David Walker's going to have to come in and play some special teams. That's kind of par for the course if you're a depth guy. Even Anthony Nelson plays special teams on the field goal block and field goal protection units. There's a chance he might be active on he. I think
he would be.
If you look at the 5, right? It's Hassan Reddick, it's Yaya Diaby, it's Chris Braswell, it's Anthony Nelson, and then it's David Walker. I think he would be that guy unless you see a training camp preseason surge from Jose Ramirez, who has yet to kind of really crack the roster, more of a practice squad player. We've seen Marquise Watts kind of bounce back and forth between practice squad and active roster. He could be in jeopardy too of not making the team. The selection of David Walker does not bode well for Jose Ramirez and or Marquise Watts. They're going to have the training camp of their life to do that. But that's what you want. You want to bring in a young talent to build from the floor up and really improve the depth, and you want to challenge those players at the bottom of the depth chart.
There's only so long you can wait around for a guy like Marquise Watts or Jose Ramirez to turn into what you keep saying you think they can be.
Yeah.
You can't do that every year. So why not? Yeah. Day 3, add a guy whose upside you love, his skill set you love, and let him push those guys. And if they're not up to it, then I was just got that notification. Seahawks traded Sam Howell to the Vikings. I haven't seen the return yet, but a little bit of an interesting day 3 trade.
Yeah. Could we have a Shedeur Sanders selection? Could that be the precursor for Seattle taking Shedeur Sanders? We shall see. You know, another day 3 corner, since we talked about Kobe Bryant. Another day 3 corner I like is Frazier out of UTSA. Big time interceptor. I think he had 6 interceptions last year, including a pick 6. Tall, long, big physical corner. Late bloomer. Really only had 1 year production, 1 year as a starter. Just kind of took a while for everything to kind of click and get on the field. But boy, you know, he had a coming out party last year, and they did have an informal interview with him at the Combine. Don't know if they brought him in for a visit, if they've had Zoom calls or not. He's just a player that, as an outside corner, I happen to like. UTSA, they put a pretty good cornerback into the Seattle Seahawks organization a couple years ago, Bailey. Remember him?
Who was it? It was name.
Come on.
Name. A couple years ago. I'm stumped. Hold on.
It's coming to you.
Is it coming to me?
It sure is.
Was it Tariq Woolen?
Tariq Woolen, yeah.
Tariq UTSA. I don't even know if I remember that.
Yep. Tariq Woolen out of UTSA.
So the trade terms that come in. The Vikings get Sam Howell and pick number 172 in the 5th round, and the Seahawks get pick number 142.
That's awesome.
So they move up about 30 spots for Sam Howell.
Yep. A couple of players that have gone off the board. Carson Vincent to the Baltimore Ravens, offensive tackle out of Alabama A&M. Seattle Seahawks, Riley Mills, defensive tackle out of Notre Dame. The Miami Dolphins are on the clock right now. And actually, the pick is in. Seattle is on the clock. So is Seattle going to take Shedeur Sanders here with pick number 144?
I don't know.
Some Sam Darnold insurance.
At a certain point, you just got to take it. You got to take him. Someone's got to take him.
Yeah.
It gets to the point where I know it's the baggage that comes with it, Dion, all of that, but he in some respects, people were calling him first, maybe even second round talent. Now he's the 5th round. Like you're at this point, you're picking guys who might not even make your roster rather than Shedeur Sanders.
5th round.
Yeah.
Yeah. And if you think Shedeur Sanders is better than Sam Howell, you get rid of Sam Howell. Like that might be an indicator. We shall see. We'll find out in just a second.
The Browns have just traded up over the Eagles.
Oh wow! So maybe are the Browns?
Are
the Browns getting Shedeur Sanders finally?
To pair him with Joe Flacco and Dylan Gabriel and Kenny Pickett. The teams
and Deshaun Watson.
There weren't a lot of teams coming into this draft that I think really needed a quarterback, but the ones that did, all their situations are such a mess.
Yeah.
Like it's kind of wild to see the way it's been, for the Browns. Even like I'm surprised that there hasn't been any kind of buzz for the Colts. I know they maybe haven't given up on Anthony Richardson quite yet. They did just sign Daniel Jones, but that's not the greatest quarterback room of all time. So
I know.
Yeah, why not add another guy there? But we'll see. We'll see what the Browns do here. They've passed on him enough times and took another quarterback instead of Shedeur. So
yeah. Oh, didn't they take Jalen Milroe?
They did. Yeah.
But it's not Seattle's pick anymore. It's Cleveland's. Cleveland has jumped up.
Yeah, so Seattle took Riley Mills.
Right.
Okay, and then Jordan Phillips.
But what I'm saying is, is this was going to be Seattle's pick.
Yes,
and Cleveland just traded up with Seattle. So.
These next 4 picks have all been swapped.
Well, yeah. So that's why they traded Sam Hubbard, because they already drafted.
Oh, yeah.
Got it. But we shall see if this is Shedeur time. The wait is over. Shedeur Sanders to the Cleveland Browns.
How about that?
Wow.
Doubling up on the quarterback position in this draft Didn't want to take him on day 2. Took Dylan Gabriel instead. Now taking Shedeur Sanders. So their roster, their quarterback room right now, as Ken Grant says, like the Browns quarterback situation is so normal right now. Deshaun Watson, Kenny Pickett, Joe Flacco, Dylan Gabriel, Shedeur Sanders. One of them's got to work out, right? Are they going to all at different points? I mean, Deshaun Watson's obviously started for them before, so it's Flacco. But are all of them, is Pickett, Gabriel, and Shedeur all going to start games at some point, just so that jersey that always goes viral will add 3 more names to the bottom of it?
Wow.
That is
Why not just
wild.
draft Sanders first and skip Gabriel? I mean, like, what are you doing, Cleveland? What are you doing? Why?
That is a crazy quarterback.
Why did you do this? Oh my God! What in the hell? Stupid move by the Browns as always. Now they got to deal. What a circus that comes with Shedeur.
Well, they've already, I don't know, they've dealt with the Deshaun Watson circus for a couple of years. Maybe they figure this is a better circus to deal with rather than what that's all been. But the Browns, like, I know the big knock has been the cameras being all around Shedeur and following him, but now I kind of want cameras in the quarterback room in Cleveland at all times. I want to just see it all go on. And the personalities in that room, like it being like Joe Flacco, the ultimate veteran, just probably at this point.
Does Joe Flacco just retire?
Just chilling out, just hanging out.
Does Joe Flacco just say, I'm out. I'm going to opt out
Dylan
of this.
Gabriel is probably
contract.
one of the more low-key guys I've seen. It was very, very low-key.
Cincy kid with the $2 super chat. This is why the Cleveland Browns can't have nice things.
That is unbelievable.
Oh, my gosh. So you draft Dylan Gabriel ahead of Shedeur Sanders. What?
So,
oh my gosh!
How long before Shedeur is at odds with Dylan Gabriel?
I think immediately, right? Like Shadeur's walking in the door, going like, "I'm better than you, man."
Yeah, why you
drafted ahead of me?
You're lucky you got drafted at all, much less ahead of
smokes.
me. That is crazy.
Wow. Quarterbacks getting drafted by Cleveland is not good for the quarterbacks. Well said,
I agree.
Donald. Oh my gosh! You know, wouldn't be the worst thing in the world if you just take Shedeur Sanders here, but you already spent a 3rd round pick on Dylan Gabriel.
I think so. It was a 3rd round pick.
Like what?
So, oh my gosh, I kind of want to look. Let me look at the Browns draft because I thought until the Gabriel pick, I thought they'd been doing pretty well.
Yeah.
Wow.
That
doesn't make a ton of sense to me.
While you look that up and we recover from this, we're gonna let you guys know about our friends over at 72 Hour Printing and all of the cool things that they do, especially with the shirt sublimation process. It's great. So if you need a uniform for your employees and you want something lightweight, kind of like a t-shirt material, but can really almost serve as like a walking billboard for your company, think roofers. Think pressure washers. Their garments are actually bleach proof. So if you're in the pressure washing business or you're a roofer, this is a great product for you. Check this out.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is James Malazzo here from 72hourprint.com with an exciting offer. You can get custom-made, dye-sublimate shirts for only $29 a piece. That's right, $29. Free setup, free design, free shipping. No jokes, no gimmicks, no hassles. Go to 72hrprint.com right now and get your bleach-resistant shirts today.
Free rush, free design, no minimum orders, $29 a shirt for a very lightweight, breathable shirt that is basically makes you a walking billboard for your company. You can't beat that. And there's so many things that our print partners at 72 Hour Print do for a living, including this awesome fabric backdrop here that you see. Very well done, very thick material, professional. I was like, gosh, I forgot the steamer. Like, we're taking this out of the box. I got a steamer. No, look at it. It's brand spanking new. Didn't need one. The fabric is super stretchy, so it doesn't even wrinkle, which is fantastic. The quick, easy assembly, very lightweight in terms of being able to carry this and disassemble it. It's fantastic. One of the best things about 72 Hour Print is the fact they're a locally owned Tampa Bay business. They've been in business for over 21 years. So if you're looking to support a family-owned Tampa Bay business and you need all sorts of materials to promote your business, hey, this is the company to do it, 72 Hour Print. They can do anything for your business needs. Custom backdrops and tablecloths. They do outdoor tents, trade show graphics, banner stands, to the sublimated uniforms that James, the business owner, was talking about. Custom shirts, shorts, pants. They can put your logo on shoes even. So it's a great way to really promote your business while you're out walking around town or on the job. Business cards, flyers, brochures, mailers, pocket folders, anything to help your business get some more business. 72-hour print can help with that as well. Floor graphics, wall graphics. How about vehicle wraps? You want to really drive around town and turn your vehicle, your truck, your van, your car into a walking billboard for your business to help attract new customers. They can do that too with vehicle wraps, yard signs, and billboards. Screen printing, sublimation, embroidery. They can do it all for apparel. 21 years in business right here in the Tampa Bay area, 72hourprint.com. The reason why they call themselves 72-hour print is they have the quickest turnaround that you're going to find. I was procrastinating, Bailey. I ordered this thing like 5 days before the draft. I'm like, hey, we need a new banner. And I called up James. I'm like, James, need a new banner. He's like, when do you need to buy? I'm like, I need to buy like Wednesday because the draft's Thursday. He's like, got it, no problem. So I can't recommend these guys enough. Give them a call. They're going to give you 25% off your first order, no matter what it is, just for naming Pewter Report's podcast as like their promo code. So make sure that you mention that. Great business over there, 72-hour printing.
Cleveland. So Adam Schefter says the only other quarterback selected 144th overall in the common draft era.
Yeah.
Sam Howell, who was just traded. But the Browns draft, I mean, they took Mason. They traded back. They didn't take Travis Hunter. Imagine if they had stuck at number 2 and took Travis Hunter. They could have had Travis and Shedeur.
Yeah.
But they traded down, grabbed Mason Graham, picked up Carson Schlesinger on to start day 2.
Yeah.
Quinshon Judkins, the Ohio State running back. Harold Fannin Jr., the tight end from Bowling Green. Then they took Dylan Gabriel last night. Then they started today by taking Dylan Sampson and then Shedeur Sanders.
That's crazy, right?
2 quarterbacks, 2 running backs, tight end, defensive tackle. They've been all over the place, linebacker. But 2 quarterbacks to now have 5 in the room.
Yeah.
Just for Joe Flacco
It's crazy.
to end up winning the job and being the guy.
All right. So you know who was really happy that the Jacob Parrish Kansas State cornerback was selected?
You.
Last night? Well, yeah, me, of course. But you know who else?
Who else?
Another Wildcat in our family, my daughter Ellie. That's right. Ellie is following in her old man's footsteps. That's my daughter Ellie. She is at Kansas State, where she's living the Wildcat life and Manhattan, Kansas. And it's kind of cool because I've coached both of my sons in Pop Warner, and both my daughters are cheerleaders. She's the biggest football fan out of them all, though, even the boys. And she's a Bucs fan, so I've raised her right. She's also a Kansas State Wildcat, legit. We know because we're paying the tuition, right? So it's not just that's my favorite team. It's no, she actually goes there. So one of the things that I've done for her, because she kind of gravitated towards Kansas State even when she was a little kid growing up, is I would do shout outs from Wildcat players at the Senior Bowl. And you know, Caden was an Alabama fan, so I got him a shout out from O.J. Howard when he was there. My other son Logan was an Auburn fan, and so I would try to get Auburn players. I remember I got Gus Malzahn when he was at Auburn to give him a shout out as well. So I try to do this for my kids to get shout outs. Jillian's a Florida Atlantic Owl. Hard to find FAU players at the Senior Bowl, but there's been a couple Kansas State Wildcats. So going back in the day, this was the very first shout out that I did, and you might remember this guy, Tyler Lockett.
Hey, Ellie, this is Tyler Lockett that went to Kansas State University. Just want you to know, stay in school, get good grades, and become a Wildcat.
So that was Tyler Lockett giving my daughter Ellie a shout out. Stay in school and get to K-State. This was what, 12 years ago?
A while back, yeah.
10 years ago?
He just signed the other day,
with the Tennessee Titans. So there's that. And then, of course, this year at the Senior Bowl.
Hello, this is Jacob Parrish from K-State, Wildcats, and
Wildcat for my daughter Ellie. And, of course, this is the one that my kids loved the most. This was when the East-West Shrine game and the practices were in St. Petersburg. And I happened to meet this guy who's a big New York Giants fan at one of the practices. And there's a great story behind this. But I had this this guy that you may or may not know. Some of you older guys and gals might remember. Some of you younger people might have heard the name, but he introduces himself. So take a listen at this.
Ellie, Logan, Caden, and Jillian. It's John Bon Jovi. Just hanging out with your pop. Want to say hi.
That was pretty cool. You talk about a perk on the job. Actually meeting John Bon Jovi was really cool.
Yeah.
So here's a funny story about that. We have a couple picks before the Bucs pick here, so and please indulge me here for a second. So I went over to St. Petersburg. They were practicing at I think Bayside Christian School. I can't remember the name of it.
One of those over there.
Yeah, one of those over there. And I signed in for my credential. And Bobby, she was one of the Bucs cheerleaders. She handles Bobby Shea Lee handles the credentials over there. And I drove over there early morning practices. And Bobby and I are the same age. And she's like, "You're a John Bon Jovi fan?" And I said, "Yeah." She's like, "He's over there." I'm like, "What?" She's like, "Yeah, he's really good friends with one of the coaches." And so I went over there and he was off tour. And, he and Ron Jaworski bought part of the Arena Football League, the Philadelphia Soul, one of those AFL teams. So he was a big football fan, Giants fan, part owner of the AFL team. And so he's just kind of hanging out. And so I went over there and introduced myself. I mean, I'm a huge John Bon Jovi fan, huge Bon Jovi fan. Slippery When Wet was like my high school album, right? Living on a Prayer, Wanted Dead or Alive, You Give Love a Bad Name, the whole works, right? And so I started talking to John. This is like probably 35, 40 minutes before practice. I drove over early because you're never going across the bridge and this traffic you're going to get. I got there early. And John and I, we literally talked for about half an hour. And the coolest thing about him is every question I asked him about, "Hey, John, I saw you in concert, this date and all this. And tell me about this album. Tell me about New Jersey. Tell me about Living Slippery When Wet, all these different albums." And he asked me a football question for every rock question I asked. How are the Bucs going to do? What do you do at Pewter Report? What's your website? Pewter Report. I gave my business card, And it was just so cool. What's been the coolest part about your job? What do you like about covering football? It was the coolest 30-minute back and forth conversation.
He said, "What's the coolest part about your job?" He said, "Today, meeting you."
Exactly. Yeah. And we do get to meet some famous people.
Yeah.
Like we see some celebrities and stuff at the Senior Bowl and different events. Ran into Serena Williams.
Yeah, Guy Fieri at the NFL annual meeting.
NFL annual meeting. But that was just such a cool moment for me. And then John Bon Jovi, he actually during the practice was on the chain gang. He was actually holding the chain markers and sidelines. Totally humble guy, down to earth. And here's the funny thing. So Mark Cook, the late great Mark Cook, my good dear friend, who's a Pewter Report legend, didn't go to practice that day. Okay. And I said, "Mark, we missed you at practice." They said, "Yeah, I just, couldn't make it over there today. Sorry, I'll make it over there tomorrow." I'm like, "Well, you missed John Bon Jovi." He's like, "What?" I said, "Yeah, you missed John Bon Jovi." He's like, "What are you talking about, John? You're full of crap. John Bon Jovi. There's no way John Bon Jovi. What's he doing at the East West Shrine practice?" And and I said, "Oh, and I sent him that video. And I said, "Well, if you don't believe me, here's John himself giving a shout out to all four of my kids." And he's like, "Holy crap!" So he's like, "Well, is he going to be there tomorrow?" I'm like, "I don't know. I didn't ask him." But so sure enough, John Bon Jovi was there. He was there the whole week. So I go over and this really blew Mark away because Mark loved the spotlight. He loved being on radio and TV, kind of a big shot, himself. He loved kind of like, dropping names and all this, Yeah, I know the drummer, Drive-By Truckers, and all this. So I walk over to John Bon Jovi to introduce Mark. And I'm like, "Mark, you got to get there early, dude, like 30 minutes prior to practice, before even like the players come out." So he meets me over there. We see John, we're walking over, and we're probably about 5 yards away from John Bon Jovi. And John's like, "Hey, Scott, how you doing?" And Mark's like, "He knows your name? John Bon Jovi knows your name?" I'm like, "Dude, I told you I was talking to him for 30 minutes. I gave him my business card,
That's incredible.
And then I said, I said, hey, this is Mark Cook from Pewter Report. Big fan of yours, John. He's like, oh my gosh, and and so Mark's like kind of fanboying like I was, and it's just a great moment. It's one of those things like I can recall like it was yesterday. I miss Mark Cook dearly. It's one of my favorite Mark Cook moments. And then I remember Mark, just in typical Mark Cook fashion, he's like, man, I can't begin to tell you how many times Never Say Goodbye, got me laid in high school. So thank you so much, John. It's such a great song, And yeah, so that's classic Cookie right there.
Yeah.
R.I.P. man, miss you.
Incredible.
Yeah.
That is an incredible story. Performed at the Super Bowl, first Super Bowl
He
the Bucs
did.
won.
Yeah, that's a favorite John Gruden moment when he's like, man, I'm hoisting up the Lombardi and I'm looking over there, man, and seeing John Bon Jovi saying it's my life, and I'm thinking, yeah, man, it's my life. I just won the Super Bowl, So yeah, that's cool. So we brought Bon Jovi full circle between my encounter at Mark Cooks to John Bon Jovi singing for John Gruden and the Buccaneers, winning the Super Bowl to here we are in the draft, because that's where it all starts. It all starts with the draft at our trips to the Senior Bowl. We loved it when East West Shrine was in St. Petersburg too. We had the 1-2 punch. We'd go to both events. Now, where's it? Dallas? Is that right?
I think so.
It was Dallas, or it was like Las Vegas
Frisco
for a year
or something
too.
at one
Yeah,
point.
yeah, right.
Frisco.
So it's been around. But we love going to the Senior Bowl. We love going to the Combine and the NFL annual meeting, because you never know who you're going to run into at some of these events.
Yeah, and I remember you introduced me to Doug Williams at my first Senior Bowl.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yep. Buccaneer legend still works for the Redskins. I should say the Commanders. He'll say the Redskins because he played for the Redskins. You hear Ty Bowles mention the Redskins because he never played for the Commanders. But yeah, he's still in the front office there in D.C. A couple of draft picks have gone since Shedeur Sanders finally went to the Browns with the 6th pick in the 5th round. I'll let you do the introductions for the next selection. The Philadelphia Eagles picked another cornerback.
They picked a cornerback, UCF, Mac McWilliams. Mac McWilliams, UCF, was there for 1 year. Unfortunately, they pretty much wasted the 1 year they had him. He was a team captain at UAB the year before. He came in. He really excelled in the slot, was most comfortable in the slot. So UCF decided to play him outside. Didn't have a bad year or anything, just wasn't, it was, an okay year. And then, starting to see him and watch him a little bit more during the draft process, he starts becoming a favorite of a lot of the draft analysts out there. And I'm starting to go back and I'm like, wait a minute. I'm like, this is the same Mac McWilliams that UCF just, he was fine. He was okay. But then I kind of do some more, looking into it. I'm like, okay, well, it turns out they should have just played him in the slot the whole year, because that's where he feels he's most comfortable, and that's where he does his best work. So the Eagles had him in the 5th round. That is the next pick, I believe. Braden Swinson from LSU, the edge rusher, went the pick after to, who was it?
The Patriots.
Patriots, okay. So we are barreling toward the Bucs next pick.
Yeah, so Braden Swinson, pretty good pass rusher. I think the Buccaneers were maybe not as high on him as they were, certainly not as high on David as they were on David Walker with Swinson. But a good pick nonetheless. Thankfully, Shedeur Sanders finds a home, and the circus is coming to town, Cleveland.
Jordan James went after Braden Swinson, the Oregon running back. Bucky Irving's former backfield mate, went to the 49ers. Of course, he went to the 49ers. That feels like that's San Francisco's classic day 3 running back pick who's going to turn out to be an absolute stud. Ty Hamilton, the Ohio State D lineman, went to the Rams at 148. They had the forfeited pick after that for the 49ers. And 149, Texas running back Jaden Blue. 150 to the Dolphins, Florida cornerback Jason Marshall Jr. Low moving costs. Shout out to the NFL Stock Exchange podcast. So we're almost there, Scott. We've got 151. The Colts are on the clock. Then it will be the Cardinals, Bengals, Giants, Dolphins, Steelers, Bucs.
Let's see if we'll be living on a prayer for Jeffrey Bassa in the 5th round, if he'll make it. Or maybe Chris Pupal.
Still there.
Yeah. Yeah, that's interesting there.
Violent
the triumphant return of Matt Matera.
Shout out David Walker. He spoke before.
Awesome. Right. Sweet. Well, we have Matt Matera here to talk all about it. I am going to quickly go get some refreshments, and I'll be right back.
Nice.
And then Matt and I will take over. But Bailey, if you want to slide over, we'll let Matt come in and join, and he can tell us about David Walker. And I'm going to tell you all that Walk-Ons is the place to go for some of the best food you're going to find in the Tampa.
Yeah, so what happened out there tonight?
We struck out at home with leftovers, then we remembered walk-ons.
What effect did the situation have?
Spirit soared.
Nick took on a burger. Jen obliterated her ribeye po' boy. And speaking of spirits, Laura even scored a real tasty cocktail. She needed that.
Any lessons learned today?
Yeah.
Head straight to walk-ons.
Scratch-made dishes, wall-to-wall TVs, craft beers, and cocktails. Walk-ons for the win.
Everybody knows, ladies and gentlemen, that Walk-Ons is the place to be. This is Matt Matera, by the way, if you couldn't tell by the sound of my voice. But
everybody knows that voice by now.
Yeah, welcome, Pewter Report. But yeah, Walk-Ons is the place to be if you're watching the draft as we get closer to the Bucs' 5th round pick. If you're watching playoff hockey, I heard the Lightning are tied right now. So yeah, still have some hope there. But
clinging on to it.
If you're in the Tampa Bay area and you want to go for a great meal, a great spot to watch games, appetizers, drinks, happy hour deals, all that good stuff, Walk-Ons, without a doubt, is the place to be. There are 3 in the Tampa Bay area, 1 over in Lakeland, another in Wesley Chapel, and a 3rd in Midtown Tampa. It's about 10 minutes away from Raymond James Stadium. That's the one that I frequent the most, just knowing where I live. So I love going over there. Love watching games in that spot, enjoying the drinks, the food, all of that good stuff. Make it your home field advantage. You can cater with Walk-Ons. You can host graduation parties there and things of that nature. So a lot of great things to do over at Walk-On. So shout out to them. So I just came back, had some great food, have my Celsius energy drink, which I am drinking in a Buc-ee's cup. Not exactly the Stanley Cup, but you know.
I'll take a Buc-ee's cup too. Always love a Buc-ee's cup.
Yeah, but spoke with David Walker via Zoom. He's wearing a nice outfit, a dress black shirt with a purple jacket on top and a cool chain as well. And
homage to Central Arkansas Bears.
Yeah, exactly, which they are the Sugar Bears.
Yeah.
So when he is playing with his hair on fire, attacking the quarterback, oh, it's kind of a cocaine bear, is it not? You know, you got this one guy from Ohio State with a bunch of marijuana leaves on his helmet. And now, yeah, but anyway, the Sugar Bear, shout out to them. Greg Owen was going buck wild over it. He was like, oh, like, you can request the mascot to come, but it'll only drive within a 3-hour radius. So unfortunately, I don't think we can get the Sugar Bear over to Arkansas. But that's why Greg's the best in the biz with the, you know, all the research.
I also love Greg pointing out that the Bucs have Levante David, Anthony Walker, and David Walker. So it's like we're doing the thing they did a couple years ago where they had Ryan Neal, Logan Ryan,
yeah,
and then Keanu Neal, Logan Ryan, and then Ryan Neal.
Yeah,
just recycling names.
And they also had a ton of hyphenated names. They had Sean Murphy Bunting, they had Jason Pierre-Paul, Evan Dietrich Smith.
Eventually,
for
Joe
a little
Tryon-Shoyinka.
while. Yeah, eventually Joe Tryon-Shoyinka. So. Yeah, they need another hyphenated player. But yeah, so the biggest takeaways from David Walker, I mean, obviously he's so excited, just like every single, draftee is for any team across the board. Went back to Central Arkansas to play with his brother. He also played several sports, was a big soccer player, which you don't typically see from like an NFL guy. But he said that helped a ton with his footwork overall, which was cool to see. He gave big time credit as well to the Senior Bowl, which we were all at. Said he was able to showcase his skill set and his ability and really put it on display. And I think we're all in agreement. He had a pretty damn good Senior Bowl compared to some of the other prospects out there. Certainly Donovan Ezaraku took the headlines along with Mike Green and Oladejo, but David Walker certainly held his own, and that's a big reason why the small school guys go out there to show that they can play with players in the SEC, ACC, Big Ten, and Big 12.
and all of that good stuff. So I asked him too, because I think the theme for the Bucs in this draft. Wow, we got Tim Tebow's in the chat.
I just was laughing at that.
Did you get my text too with some of the video?
Yeah, I got
it. Okay, cool. So I'm just so distracted by Mets left fielder Tim Tebow. But yeah, so he credited the Senior Bowl for being so important. And then I talked to him about his ability to take the football away, because all right, we're back on track. Because the theme for this year's draft, really for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, is ball hawks, get the ball out, create turnovers. And what's funny enough is he had 4 forced fumbles last season, which was pretty good. One of those games, he had 3 forced fumbles in one game, just absolutely annihilating it. Yes, a Shaq Barrett type of performance. So he talked about the emphasis that the coaches put on in practice each day, and then to see it click like that in one game with 3, he called it crazy that he was able to do that. And then got asked about what players he kind of models his game after. Did not mention Shaq Barrett, even though he is a Shaq Barrett type. What's so funny?
Sorry. Caleb Skinner from Bucs Game Day just retweeted an old Deion Sanders tweet from 2018.
Oh, boy.
And after Shedeur Sanders gets taken by the Browns. In 2018, Coach Prime tweeted, "I love what the Browns have done this offseason, but if I'm a young QB, ain't no way I'm going to Cleveland. I would pull a Eli Manning if possible." Hashtag think about that. Hashtag truth.
That is hilarious.
So that coming back up just moments after finally gets drafted by the Browns, going to Cleveland. It's so weird how this draft has felt like it's been dominated by Shedeur Sanders, despite the fact that he ended up going in the 5th round, and even I think the rest of the coverage of the day is a lot of people getting off because it was the Browns. If it would have been just some random team, I don't think anyone would have as many jokes to write the rest of the day, but it was the Browns.
I'll give my thoughts on that in just a moment. But the last thing about David Walker as well, which was cool, who he models his game after. While he did not mention Shaq Barrett, he did mention James Harrison, the vaunted edge rusher for the Steelers for many years, who was a shorter guy. And if I recall correctly, went undrafted and then became, what he is today. He also mentioned Elvis Dumervil. I thought that was a very, very interesting mention that he had. So those were a couple of the players that he mentioned that he models his game after.
Did he mention another Central Arkansas
Bucs draft pick? He didn't mention
1993.
He did not mention
7th round
Bucs
wide
player.
receiver Tyree Davis.
He did not mention Tyree Davis. He had mentioned one other player. I want to say Brandon Graham, maybe, but he definitely mentioned James Harrison. That was the immediate one where I was like, yeah, that makes sense. And the media's like, oh, good answer. Like, sometimes the media can be like Family Feud, like, okay, like that hits all the narratives that we want. But it was cool talking to David Walker. You could obviously sense the excitement on his face. I think he's very eager, and I'm very curious to see that footwork he was talking about, being a former soccer player and translating that to the NFL. So that was David Walker. We have some videos right now on our social media. Go to our X. You can check out some of the videos. More to come as well from David Walker, but the prized edge rusher now. He also spoke about getting into this room with Yaya Diaby and Hassan Reddick, and really just adding to the group overall. So we shall see.
On some picks.
Yes.
The 14th pick of the 5th round, Indianapolis Colts took DJ Giddens, K-State running back. So let's go back on in a second. Dallas Cowboys with pick 152 took Florida linebacker Shamar James. Then it was the Bengals taking Miami guard Jalen Rivers, so back-to-back players from the state of Florida. 3 and 4 picks, actually. And then Marcus Imbo from Purdue, the guard, going to the Giants at 154. The pick is now in for Miami Dolphins at 155. So the Steelers are on the clock and the Bucs are on deck.
Awesome. Love to see it. Still some linebackers out there. Pooh Paul, Jeffrey Bassa, Smile Mondin Jr., Kobe King. Man, let's see what safeties are available too. RJ Mickens, Sebastian Castro, Jalen Reed. Some defensive tackles remaining, unless the Bucs double up on edge, but that might be a little bit too much. JJ Pegues, Aeneas Peebles, Tim Smith, Get more generic than that. Yeah, so I don't know. This seems like finally linebacker, maybe, or safety.
Yeah, it's we're getting close.
Welcome back, Bailey.
The pick is in for the Miami Dolphins. That means the Steelers are on the clock. That means your Tampa Bay Buccaneers are going to be next after the Steelers pick, unless they trade down. Jason Light has yet to make a trade. Didn't make a trade last year either. So
it's got to be Jones, and he's got to be like Tyrone Biggums,
Right.
getting the scratching down.
a little quick trigger finger to see if he can pull a trade or not. I hope he sticks and picks Jeffrey Bossa. That would be that would be ideal. Yeah.
The Lightning have a 2-1 lead.
All right.
Again, not a series until the road team wins a game. So there you go.
The case in the Magic Celtics.
Yeah.
This feels like linebacker here, right? Because Kobe King, Penn State. My only concern with Kobe King from Penn State is just the speed, because that was kind of the downfall of KJ Britt, right? When you look at the linebackers, the three guys we're talking about here, Kobe King ran a 4.67. That's not too far from Chris Paul Jr. 4.63, and Jeffrey Bossa 4.62. Smile London 4.58. So those are some of the linebackers that the Tampa Bay Buccaneers have had an interest in. Larry Asante is another one to keep in mind. The Bucs do like fast linebackers, 4.48 out of Auburn. I would just throw him out as a wild card. He does have some speed. I think the instincts are, a little questionable. He's a little on the undersized side too, 6 foot 223.
Steelers traded out. Chiefs just hopped the Bucs.
Damn.
Chiefs are on the clock. They just got in front of Tampa Bay.
What the heck?
So. After this pick, unless Jason Light trades up into the 6th round, the Buccaneers will have quite a little bit of a lengthy delay between the 5th and 7th round pick. We're going to have Greg Allman from Fox Sports as well as Rick Stroud on.
Awesome.
As guests here in the coming hours as we kind of weather the 6th round storm.
Yeah,
we do. Yeah.
Greg was trying to get Central Arkansas's mascot to the Bucs facility in honor of David Walker. Come on, Jeffrey Bossa.
Would love that.
Draft Bossa, run Bossa. The Italian soccer team has a saying of "Eat pasta, run fast."
Okay.
Or someone in the crowd had a sign.
Speaking of pasta, we were talking about that.
I thought you were joking. No, it was like, have airline chicken, but like, and actually, well, I have the steak.
The conversation we had about the walk-ons pasta with chicken.
Yes, yesterday.
So good. I actually had that for my 5K because I always want to pasta up the night before.
Yeah.
Worked like a charm. Old man had a pretty good time. Oh, the Bucs are on the clock. Okay. You know what that means. The Bucs are on the clock.
We love it. Thinking linebacker. It's got to be linebacker at this point.
Yep. Smile Munden, Chris Paul, which would be interesting because we don't know if there's any interest in Chris Paul at all.
Right.
He did not meet with the Bucs at the combine, at least to our knowledge. Was not in for a 30 visit to our knowledge.
But this has been the type of Bucs draft where they've gone incognito.
Yeah, but Jeffrey Bossa did have the formal interview. So there is that. Bossa was.
He was. That'd be 2 in a row.
Yeah.
We've always been a day 3 live draft show type of live draft show.
Better late than never. We have the pick in yet? Okay.
Andy's taking his time, finishing a cheeseburger. And,
It'd be Tay's T cheeseburger.
They're going to be like Taze Johnson, wide receiver. Josh Lewis says Kobe Bryant.
Or Kobe Bryant, yeah.
Come on.
I would be thrilled with either pick.
Oh no.
They did it?
The Chiefs took Jeffrey Boss.
No!
Oh, my gosh.
Oh!
What?
Jeez!
Oh, that's brutal.
Oh, that hurts.
Man,
that
why did
hurts
you do
my
that,
guts.
Kansas City?
What are you doing, Andy? Is this
Why did you
revenge for
do
the Super Bowl
that?
in 2020?
Come on.
Your offense was the problem against the Eagles, not the defense. Actually, it all was a problem.
Dagger. God.
My insides hurt.
Oh.
Look at me, Bailey. My insides, they hurt.
Damn
Jeffrey
you, Andy
Bossa.
Reid. Damn you.
How will I recover? I guess I'll just have to draft Kobe Bryant.
Yeah.
Or Pooh Paul.
Yeah. Or this might be Smile Monday. Georgia Bulldog here.
Man.
Oh, man.
That's not a dagger. It's been a really good draft overall.
For sure.
But,
For sure. The pick is in for the Tampa Bay Bucks. Yeah, exactly. No wonder the Chiefs traded up to get ahead of the Bucs to pick that Jeffrey Bossa pick. Oh, man. Damn you, Kansas City.
Man. It hurts.
They just say, screw it, we're going to go offensive line here.
Yeah, right. All right, Jackson Slater, you are a Buccaneer.
SMU edge
Elijah Roberts. Okay.
Elijah Roberts.
Another edge rusher. Here's the thing. I think Elijah Roberts, if my memory serves, he can kick inside to play defensive tackle. He's a player that has some positional versatility, kind of like how Logan Hall was a defensive end at Houston, and he had some positional versatility. I think that's what we're looking at here with Elijah Roberts. 6'4", 285 pounds. SMU. So yeah, this is more of like a defensive tackle, I think.
So versatility is what Tampa Bay is looking at here.
Yeah. So this is almost like the Tonka Hemingway kind of pick here because Tonka was taken. This is a Logan Hall-esque type of a pick.
Grew up in South Miami, so maybe.
Well, and he transferred from Miami to SMU, and I really liked his game. I mean, he had 10 sacks in his first season at SMU. And then 7.5 last year. I was really bummed. He did not have a combine interview, and he was one of the players that I'm watching tape I was really excited about. Didn't do jack squat at Miami. I remember this well from the draft study. Had a forced fumble and half a sack in 3 seasons, barely saw the field, only had 1 start in 3 years. So he transfers to SMU. He is an instant. Yes, sir.
Bucs communications announced him as a defensive player.
Yeah.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah, he is not another edge rusher. This is a defensive tackle. So that's why you watch the show. We try to get things squared for you. He's not. This is not an edge rusher. This is a defensive tackle. He can play edge. We see Kalijah Fancy kick out and play edge sometimes.
And that's what Todd Bowles likes to do. He kind of likes to be a little puppet master and kind of move players around. Throughout the game. This isn't going to do it on like the first drive of the game.
Yeah.
But some of his strengths. Built wide, but it's a thick build with long arms. You kind of need that extension overall. Plays with brute strength. So we're talking about a physical player. Forces his hands at the right at the point of contact. So that's big. Shows natural feel for hesitation and stutter bull rushes as well. Lateral agility for inside swipes and chop across moves. 2 forced fumbles last season. 5 career forced fumbles as well. And as you were talking about, Scott, 10 sacks 2 seasons ago, 7.5 last year in his 2 seasons with SMU. Previously played at Miami, but really broke out as a player at SMU starting for the last 2 years.
Yep.
And captain of his team as well. So again, a character player, leadership, all that type of stuff. The Bucs always go for those type of players.
Yeah, and I like this pick a lot. It just caught me off guard. Like I was like, wait a minute here. And I saw they're listing him as an edge, right? In terms of the draft. He's not. He is a defensive tackle. And you'll see him listed as an edge. I want to say Pro Football Focus has him listed as an edge, but he's, he played at 6'4", 295, probably slimmed down a little bit for the combine. Let's see where he weighed for the combine. Weighed in at 285, and guess what? His pro day, 292.
Yeah.
So he's even coming in bigger than Logan Hall did. If you remember, Logan Hall really kind of struggled out of the gate because he was a 265, 270 pounds by the time he got to Tampa, and he really had to spend the first 2 years just bulking up to be able to hang on inside against those interior linemen with the grown man strength. But this is a bigger player. I like this. This is a defensive lineman, a defensive tackle that's going to come in and be that Logan Hall probably replacement. And I'm not trying to push Logan out of town.
Right.
But another 5.5 sacks, he's going to get paid and go elsewhere. And Tampa Bay already has a highly paid defensive tackle.
They have a lot of money to allocate, and they're not going to allocate that money to Logan Hall. You can only put so many.
Give it to Kalijah Kancey.
Yeah, exactly. A little bit of a discrepancy with Kalijah and now Elijah on this team, but that's Todd Bowles' problem, not ours.
That's right. But yeah, this is a player that I am fond of. And again, sometimes when you go to interview these players and you say, hey, did you have an interview with the Buccaneers? Was it formal or informal?
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, yeah, I didn't talk to the Bucs. No, Jacob Harris didn't talk to the Bucs, but I think that 4.35 maybe opened up their eyes and said, well, let's bring him in for a 30 visit, But no formal visit. We don't know that they had a visit with Elijah Roberts. They might not have. They might literally just scout the tape and look, talk to the area scout.
Jason Light has always said, the tape will tell the story, and that's why sometimes when they don't show up to one of these, events, it's not because they're just disinterested in someone. It's just that they trust their eyes and what they're watching to, get the result that they're looking for or that they seek.
That's right. Had a really good combine. Ran a 4.78. That's pretty good for somebody at 285 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
1.67, 31-inch vertical jump, broad jump, 9.8, and he was up to 292. So he put on 7 pounds from the combine to his pro day. Bench press 25 reps, plenty strong, and he's a good player. He'll be 24. He's a fifth-year senior, so he comes with some maturation to his game. But what I like is a couple things. War number 5.
Yeah, right.
I love defensive linemen that wear single digits, especially in college. I think it's fun and cool. And then the other thing is I like the fact that they're looking at defensive line, and that's I think maybe Jeffrey Bossa was going to be the pick.
Yeah, I have that feeling too. That they certainly didn't panic, but it was they had Bossa in mind, and then they went, oh, he's gone. Shit, let's go with defensive tackle.
Yeah.
Not that they didn't have a plan B, but
you always have a plan B.
Yeah.
But sometimes it's not at that position, and I think that's what fans have to understand is like, well, why didn't they take another linebacker? At that point in time, what you do is you stick to your draft board, and maybe the next linebacker is in the 6th round, and they trade up for him or whatever, But he's a player that I think is going to earn a roster spot and probably see a pretty good amount of playing time as a rookie. Could be better than C.J. Brewer, better than
you're right, and that's the key in all this. Like when you get to the 5th round, as you've been saying on day 3, it's a lot more, especially after the 4th round, it's a lot more like special teams guys.
Yep.
What can these players do with a lot of that good measurables and testing at the combine? Maybe he can help out with some special teams, even though he's more of a defensive lineman. You don't see D-line too much on special teams, but you're certainly looking at someone that can, be that 5th defensive tackle and probably provide more of a oomph and a push and everything on that D-line than you would with an older Will Golston or even, some of the other players that you were just talking about. So if he ends up being a Logan Hall replacement down the road, I think that's perfectly fine, especially for the value. Let's remember Logan Hall was a 2nd round pick. We're talking about a 5th round pick right now. So we'll see. I'm not going to say I love this pick, but I'm not going to say I hate it either for this one.
He's got some good tape. And really, I'm not saying he was the reason why SMU kind of rose up. It's kind of Brett Lashley, the head coach.
Yeah, went up against Penn State in the first round of the college football playoff. So certainly good competition right there.
And they took Clemson took them to the woodshed early on, but then they kind of made it respectable towards the end. And when you look at SMU, they're an offensive-minded team, but he was certainly a catalyst for the defense really becoming more respectable and really becoming more of a complete team. SMU was kind of that team that burst on the scene a little bit last year, and Roberts was a big part of it. Again, instant impact, 10 sacks in his first season at SMU, kind of out of nowhere after transferring from Miami. And you mentioned the special teams aspect too, Matt, in terms of day 3. And the one thing that Will Golston has been known for as someone who is 6'6" is being on the kick block team.
Yeah.
And that's something too, when you are a big defensive lineman, and you've got long arms and enough size, that's where they're going to put you. And I don't know that he has blocked any field goals in college, but what I do know is that he is on the field goal block team, and I have some evidence of that as I'm holding it up right now.
So you can see in the picture, yeah.
There he is, a big athletic guy, carries his weight well, thick player from neck all the way down, and very well put together. Missed one game with a broken hand. You see the cast there on it. But also will be part of the special teams unit in Tampa Bay. He'll get some opportunity to get in there, maybe as that Will Golston replacement on the field goal block team. There he is right there.
They're trying to find playmakers all over. Doesn't matter what position or what area of the game. I mean, we saw the Bucs score a special teams touchdown last season on a blocked punt. They also blocked a field goal against the Falcons on the Thursday night game. So, looking to expand the roles of several players.
Yeah.
All right. Got that posted out. Let's see what the Pewter people are saying about this pick overall.
I like this pick. I'm a big fan of Elijah Roberts, and he is if you're just joining us, he's a defensive tackle. He's not necessarily going to be an edge rusher, and he was a defensive end in kind of a 3-4 scheme at SMU. They had a little bit of a hybrid defense there, so this is the Golston successor. Yeah, very well could be. I think that's very well said. Yeah, the Jeffrey Bossa thing is
that one
stings.
That seems like that was the pick.
Yep.
Man, had him right there. Let's see. Cody Parrish says.
Yes.
Sorry.
As I was saying, Ed Gein says he doesn't look 290. Yeah, he carries exceptionally well. He's well put together. He's a big.
Yeah, he's like a slim D line. Well, again, played some edge rusher too, but a slim down D lineman.
Yeah,
it seems
for sure. More like Logan Hall now. Logan doesn't look like he's 295, 300 pounds.
Right.
But he looked way thinner when he got here. He looked 265. And it's kind of the same thing here. He's carries his weight very well. He's not sloppy. He's very well put together. Big dude. I like the pick.
Robert Jonas says Bucs answering depth issues. They certainly are. They've really addressed everything except for inside linebacker at this point. But, they still have, who knows, maybe they trade into the 6th. Maybe they go with their 7th round pick with an inside linebacker.
Yeah.
So, I mean, everything's still pretty much on the board. They didn't draft a safety, but with Tyke Smith moving there, they must feel like they got good depth at safety with Izzy in and Kayvon Merriweather for sure. Cody Parrish says, so we got 2 edge and no linebacker. What the F? So he's going to be more of a defensive tackle, Elijah Roberts. So
that's important.
Keep that in mind. Yeah. Corey Reeves says Chris Paul would be nice to get with Bossa off the board.
Something's up with Chris Paul because he's too talented to have not been selected yet. And I don't know if it's a character thing or medical. I don't know, but he's a player that I'm shocked has not been drafted yet. And let's look at Dane Brugler's board here in terms of where he had the linebackers. And, we saw Jeffrey Bossa take a fall to the 5th round, and he was the 4th overall pick. I'm sorry, 4th overall linebacker on his board. Smile Munden still on the board. Dane Brugler had him as a 3rd or 4th round pick. But he had Demetrius Knight as a 3rd or 4th round pick, and he went in the 2nd round. So this is a beauty is in the eye of the beholder draft.
Yes.
Still have Kobe King. Still have Smile Munden. We shall see.
Which super chats did we get to? We caught up on super chats?
We are. Let's see here. Let's do Scott Federico. I think we're behind. No, yeah, I mentioned some of these when the selection was being made for Shedeur Sanders. Those kind of popped up, and so we jumped on the screen there. But we want to get to all of them. Scott Federico. Scott, do you know of any priority undrafted free agent linebackers they may be looking for? It does seem like they don't have any urgency to address linebacker. We'll see who doesn't get drafted. Carson Bruner is a name to keep an eye on from Washington. They like their Washington Huskies.
They do. That's a known fact.
He might be a 7th round pick too, Carson Bruner. He's a player that I think has some sneaky athleticism, kind of like Kate Otten playing linebacker a little bit,
Jeez.
He's a Washington Husky.
Well, yeah.
And he's a player that really, statistically speaking, he doesn't look the part. Like, he does not look like a football player. He looks like a high school linebacker in terms of his size and all that. But he's got some pretty good tape. He's one of those guys you're like, wow, is he really that good? And then you look at the production, and he tested really well. He just doesn't look the part. He looks like he should be an accountant or like an insurance salesman. He didn't look like an athlete.
Right.
Is what I'm saying. He just doesn't look like he's not the first guy you want off the bus. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
And like, if you saw him, you're like, "Are you the equipment manager?" And you're like, "No, I'm the starting linebacker."
Yeah,
right. That's kind of like how I'll pull up a picture of Bruner here. Let me see if I can find one. So that might be a guy to consider. The Buccaneers were at his pro day, and there is
I guess linebacker might be the position this year where an undrafted free agent makes the team. It was Christian Izien a couple seasons ago, then Tyreek Funderburg.
And there was some talk last year about the Florida State kid.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Who was that? What was his name?
Oh my goodness.
Come on, Matt. You're 20 years younger than me. I get the excuse.
I know. Why did I think it was like something Walker? Oh, Kalen DeLoach. Yeah. That's what it was. I don't know why I was thinking Walker. Yeah, didn't even make the practice squad out of camp. Then they eventually signed him because of like other injuries. But yeah, that wasn't the plan in Tampa Bay, I guess. $30K. Thanks for the $2 super chat. What do y'all think about Smile Munden?
Not spectacular. Kind of steady. He might be the pick because he's a very athletic guy. I don't know. I watched a lot of Georgia games, and he was a player that I never was like, ooh, I'd love for the Bucs to draft him. He's not bad. He gets nicked up a little bit with Munden. Let's see, and I'll kind of go through this and let you know here. 6'2", 224. He looks like there's not an ounce of body fat on the guy. He looks like he's 240.
He actually went to the Eagles. Of course, he went to the Eagles because they get all Georgia players. Munden.
Did he really?
Yeah.
Just now?
Yeah, 2 picks ago.
Okay. All right. So moot point.
Yeah.
Good player though.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. So some updates for everybody. There you go. The Chargers drafted Auburn wide receiver Keandre Lambert-Smith. Then the Packers drafted Oklahoma State edge rusher Colin Oliver.
Good player. Good undersized pass rusher.
And then what you were just saying, Marquise Siegel, the Kansas State safety, going to John Lynch in the San Francisco 49ers.
Good pick.
Smile Mondon Jr. goes to the Eagles, the Georgia linebacker, another Georgia player on the Philadelphia Eagles. And then the Jets going with a linebacker from the U, Miami, Francisco Malgoa. So, and then the Panthers just drafted Notre Dame tight end Mitchell Evans.
So here's the thing. Chris Paul is still on the board, and we're seeing every linebacker but him come off the board, it seems.
Mm-hmm.
6 foot 222, very undersized, right? That's the thing. 222. That's a very undersized linebacker. Let's check the arm length. 29-inch arms, almost 30 inches. That's somehow his arm grew from the combine to the pro day. He grew like half an inch. So, but yeah, I think that's the problem. 6 foot 225. They're bigger safeties than Paul. But very good athlete, twitched up, fast, physical player. I like him, but that's the problem. Can he take on the guards and win? Can he shed blocks, etc.? So that's. But you look at the tape; he's a fun player to watch. I think he flies across the field. Good player, but sometimes you can be a good player in college and just not be good enough for the NFL, and I think that's the case with Chris Paul. But we'll see. Maybe this team is desperate enough they take a flyer on him.
Certainly one of the more surprising. I mean, Shedeur takes the cake with the most surprising drops.
Yeah.
But yeah, Paul up there for sure too.
This was Paul at Arkansas, and then he went to Ole Miss, and good player, just measurables, not ideal.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a little surprised Kobe Bryant is still on the board too.
Cincy kid. Yeah, that is very surprising. I wonder if the size, how much that really factored in. Cincy kid, thanks for the $2 super chat, says, this is why the Cleveland Browns can't have nice things.
Yes.
So I just don't understand. I'm sure you and Bailey talked about it a little bit.
Yeah.
But we were having a conversation in the Bucs media room too. I don't question the Browns going for Shedeur Sanders. What I do question is, why'd you draft Dylan Gabriel and then also Shedeur Sanders, and you also have Joe Flacco, and you also have Kenny Pickett, and you still have Deshaun Watson, even though he's going to be injured and is on his way out anyway.
If I'm Joe Flacco, I just retire. I'm like, I have kids at home.
Yeah, I don't need to deal with kids here.
I don't need to deal with kids here.
I mean, he's like, listen, I'm a Super Bowl champion. Like,
yeah,
you better listen to me. But yeah, I don't know. Like, they're gonna have to cut one of them or put one of them on the practice squad.
Yeah,
I can't even. Can you imagine Shedeur on the practice squad? And it's just for the Browns, it just seems like a waste of the Dylan Gabriel pick. That was a 3rd round pick. They could have got help somewhere else. I can't wait to see John Fonta's reaction. That's going to be very funny. But yeah, I mean, I don't get what. And what's funny is they could have ended up with, maybe not with all the trades, but like they had the 2nd pick. They could have gone Travis Hunter and then eventually get Shedeur.
Yeah,
and figure it out there. But
here's the one thing too, and you know me, I'm more of a sack guy than a pressure guy. Let's go back to Elijah Roberts here for a second. Pulling up some stats from Pro Football Focus. The thing that jumps out to me is the last 2 years at SMU, the overall grade in 2023, 91.3. That's good. Out of 100. Then last year, the grade slipped from 91.3 to 91.1, man. So,
geez, slacking.
Yeah, and you look at the pressures. Nobody in college football had more pressures over the last 2 years than Elijah Roberts. 47 pressures to go along with those 10 sacks in 2023, and then 45 pressures last year to go along with what do you have, 8.5 sacks? So, big time player. He did play outside tackle, which is like not an A or B gap. He is going to play more of like an interior position, but he can play outside too. He is going to be one of those reserve chess pieces that Todd Bowles will use, and he can play different positions. But the pass rush win rate, 22.4%. That's good. That's really good. The run stop rate, 8.5%. He had a 90.7 pass rush grade, and an 81.3 run defense grade. This was literally one of my biggest moments when the Bucs did interview him in the combine, because statistically speaking, game film wise, really fun player to watch, high motor, very effective, productive, great size, versatility. This really is like a day 3 steal, in my opinion. I would be shocked if he does not see the field and make an impact as a rookie.
Well, yeah, that's one of the things, is he might get more playing time as a rookie than some of the earlier players that were drafted, just because of the rotation that the Bucs consistently have along the defensive line. And if he can prove that, he's got a little more wiggle to his game than, Greg Gaines or, some of the other rotational defensive tackle pieces, then, there's certainly a chance that he can gain more snaps and reps as the season goes on. And like you mentioned before, we're not trying to get rid of Logan Hall by any means, but he seems like more of a direct replacement than anyone else that the Bucs have on the roster at the moment. Right. And, if he provides some pass rushing prowess, the Bucs already have that in the middle with the Vita Vea and Kalijah Cansey. But if they can get, there's always going to be a little bit of a drop-off when those two players aren't in the game. But if you can get someone to pick up that slack a little bit, and let's remember, there's presumably going to be a better pass rush from the outside as well. I like the versatility. I like the production from his time at SMU. I think that's very important. And maybe all he needed really was playing time, because he didn't get that at Miami. He played in games, but didn't start in games like he did at SMU, and then was part of a good team that had a lot of success his last season, and got to the college football playoff. That's better than anything that Miami was able to do. So
no doubt about it.
Yeah, we'll see. It should be. It's an above average pick, I would say, and I don't get the same feeling the way I did with some other 5th round picks or even later round defensive linemen and that edge rusher type of situations.
Well, we've talked about how Tampa Bay has gotten better at drafting on day 3. You look at guys like Bucky Irving last year, Servassier Dennis from the previous year. Before that, it was Zion McCollum in the 5th round. We're talking 4th and 5th round picks here. This is a 5th round pick, right? Mm-hmm. The later you get into the round 6 and 7, the chances you make in the team are fewer and fewer, right? But we've seen Payne Durham, kind of emerge a little bit. And we'll see what the future holds for Devin Culp. He might be the best 7th rounder in Jason Light's time here. But really good player.
For sure. Let's get to some more of these super chats, shall we? Where did we leave off? We did Cincy Kid. No, we did Cincy Kid with the Cleveland thing. Mark Fisher, thanks for the $1.99 super chat. Cleveland, a draft strategy to rival the Bucs and Bo. Talking about Bo Jackson way back when. Oh man, the Bucs may have the record for 2 of the best players to get drafted and barely play or not even play for their team. Tusk 3, thank you for the $1.99 super chat. But Myles Garrett wants to win. Right? That's
oh my god,
so funny how fast time can go. Because that was such a big storyline. It went from Cleveland to Canton to just I want to win a Super Bowl too. All right, I'm back on Cleveland to Canton. So money talks for a lot of these players. There's no doubt about it. Sloth Mite, thank you for the $5 super chat. Thanks for the year-round coverage, guys. Appreciate the kind words. And yes, we are covering the Bucs year-round. The draft is always a ton of fun. A lot of insight and analysis goes into it. And then we can kind of take a look at the big picture, see who the Bucs have acquired, see who some other players in the NFC have acquired as well. Of course, the NFC South for sure. And then we got Bucs rookie minicamp around the corner, followed by minicamp and OTAs and mandatory OTAs. And before you know it, after enjoying a little bit of the summer, it's back to football in late July, Bucs football with everybody there. So still a lot of coverage to come. Free agency's mostly done. The draft will be done by the end of this evening. So next is, how does this team come together and formulate a plan to be successful in 2025? But thank you for the kind words.
Elijah Roberts is going to be talking to media here, and Bailey Adams is going to do some pewter reporting on that, and we'll have him in here in just a few minutes after he completes that call. We talked about the Bucs drafting defense, Matt, on day 2 and day 3, and boy, you look at that. They've done exactly that, and that's kind of how we expected this draft to go, right? Not these players necessarily in these rounds or these positions in these rounds, but what did we say? Defense heavy, and they're going to find a receiver. And what did we see here? Defense heavy, and they found a receiver. And, they have not drafted a safety yet. They've not drafted an inside linebacker yet. Jason Light would be the first to tell you Rome was not built in a day.
Yep.
You're not going to fill every hole and every need in the draft. It's impossible to do with 7 picks, much less 6, and that's what the Bucs had this year, 6 picks. So we'll see if the Bucs move up into the 6th round. Sometimes we see Jason Light call a team in the 6th round and say, I'll give you my 7th next year and my 7th this year.
Right.
Can I move up and
I was saying that before when Bailey was on, is that Jason wants to get the party started early. So he'll just not he'll just not do anything in the 7th round and trade that pick and get ready to go. Yeah. So looking at this overall draft for the Buccaneers, I like the talent. I am slightly concerned about no inside linebacker just yet. I think they can kind of get by with the safety situation right now. But I do wonder about inside linebacker. I mean, we've talked about maybe limiting some of the snaps of Levante David just for his own good, just to keep him healthy and preserve him and all that stuff. Right. But right now they're saying we're going to put it all on Levante David once again, and I just don't know if that's the best idea. I mean, Levante's still some of the best to do it across the league, but can he do that for 17 games?
Deion Jones might be a guy that will borrow 7 to 10 snaps a game, maybe a series.
I hope. I mean,
he's more athletic than Anthony Walker is.
Yeah,
former starter, right? He's got the experience. Former 2nd round pick out of LSU, I believe, to the Falcons, and helped end Jameis's career in Tampa. So he's already well embraced by Buccaneer fans for that notion with the pick 6 in overtime against Jameis in his final game. Jameis Winston, first pass in the NFL in Tampa Bay, interception, pick 6, and his final pass in Tampa Bay, also a pick 6. A fitting end to a troubling career in Tampa. But Deion Jones was that guy.
Yeah, he was. And I mean, we'll see, because he only spent so much time. He spent like a month in that defense. Dropped an interception in that playoff game against Washington. If my memory serves me correctly, that was one of the drives where the Bucs got the 4th down stop against the Commanders. So the interception ended up not hurting them, but it could have hurt them a ton. But maybe with a whole summer and off season and everything to get the defense ready to go. Yeah, so I guess it's just going to be an elder inside linebacker room, but one person playing 1st and 2nd down, one person playing 3rd down, and that's another way to kind of preserve everyone.
Maybe you get by with that for a year, and
right, yeah, they're essentially doing a rental at the linebacker position.
That's right,
because then then it becomes well, then they certainly need an inside linebacker. Levante retires, and Deion Jones isn't probably a long-term answer. And again, with Taurasi Dennis going into the last year after this season. Last year of his deal is something to really look at.
So a couple of players have been picked here since then, including a couple. One more Bucs best bet.
Jackson Slater.
Jackson Slater went. So where did we leave off here in terms of?
We said the last one we said was the Panthers pick, Mitchell Evans, the Notre Dame tight end.
All right. So the Panthers pick was Mitchell Evans. You want to read off the latest picks here, Matt, and get everybody up to speed?
Yes. Let's do that. The latest picks following Carolina was Yaya Black going to the Steelers. It's the 2nd Iowa player that the Steelers have drafted this year. Then Syracuse tight end Oronde Gadsden the 2nd going to the Chargers. Torrey Horton, the Colorado State wide receiver, ends up in Seattle. Jackson Slater, Sacramento State guard, who we liked, heads to Tennessee. Boston College center Drew Kendall ends up in Philadelphia. UTSA cornerback Za Frazier to the the Chicago Bears. Jordan Hancock, an Ohio State safety, to Buffalo. That puts the Patriots on the clock at 171. We have 6 more picks in round 5 before we get to the 6th round, where Tampa Bay is not on the clock, but you never know. They could move up and make a trade, so they don't have to wait till the 7th.
Yep, and the draft is winding down for all of the NFC South teams. It's just about over. It has been over for the Atlanta Falcons. Really, they have one more pick in the 7th round. They're just kind of hanging out, but you can see what Atlanta's done with 2 edge rushers and 2 safeties there. We'll see who Raheem picks for the final pick in the 7th round, but no pick in the 5th round or the 6th round for the Falcons. And the Carolina Panthers have finished up their draft with the exception of their 6th round pick. If my memory serves, I think that is correct. The Panthers have added tight end Mitchell Evans along with Cam Jackson in the 5th round. And we have Bailey Adams back fresh from the Elijah Roberts.
Our BA, Bailey Adams.
That's right.
Yeah. Bucs have their BA. We have our BA. So, yeah, once again, to recap the Panthers 2025 draft, Tet McMillan in round 1, Nick Scorton, round 2, Princely, Uma Malian in round 3, Trevor Etienne, the running back, in round 4. Also in round 4, Lathan Ransom, a safety, defensive tackle Cam Jackson in round 5, and then Mitchell Evans, a tight end, in round 5 with their 6th round pick coming up soon. By the way, there was a trade. The Detroit Lions are now on the clock. So it goes Detroit, Minnesota, Buffalo, Arizona, Seattle, and Baltimore before we get into round 6. But Bailey Adams is back joining us. Hello, Bailey. How we doing?
Hello. Doing pretty well.
Seems like you're in the middle of posting something, so I'll keep
no,
talking.
I'm good.
For the time
we
being.
just talked to Elijah Roberts.
Yeah.
He's very excited. It was actually funny because obviously he's a Miami guy, and his background, he was clearly in front of a pool.
Was he really?
Yeah, he was in his backyard or something like that. There was a pool in his background, very much a Florida guy, and talked about his versatility, his ability to play wherever the Bucs need him to, whether that's inside. He said he did some of that, and kind of diving into the numbers. Most of his snaps came outside at edge rusher, but obviously his size will project well on the inside. Says he's just a good football player is what he told us. And the interesting part, again, is kind of continuing some of the theme here, is said he didn't really talk to the Bucs that much during the pre-draft process. So they asked him, somebody asked him, what were your conversations like? How do they project, what position do they project you to play in the next round? He said the weird thing, he said, I didn't talk to them as much as some other teams. So maybe a little bit of surprise for him, surprise for us a little bit. And the fact that he's a Miami guy, obviously, comes and plays with Levante David, comes with Kalijah Kancey. Said he played against Kalijah in high school.
No
he
kidding.
made sure to point out that they beat them. Like he said,
his team beat
he said,
Kalijah's team.
I forgot what he said, what the exact wording he used, but he said something like we dominated them or we blew them out or something like that. But he did say that Kalijah might have had like a scoop and score at one point or a forced fumble or something like that. He said yeah, he saw him across the
he did
field.
okay. He
Saw him across the field.
round
He knows he's a good player. He's excited to team up with him now in Tampa.
Yeah, Kalijah and Elijah both along the defensive line for sure. And part of me feels like that this pick came about because Jeffrey Basso was picked one spot before. So Cincy Kid, thank you for the $2 super chat, who says, we are the Buccaneers, so get Basso. So the super chat was before Jeffrey Basso went to Kansas City. Unfortunately, that will not be the case. But moving on, Tate Miller, thanks for the $1.99 super chat, who says, do you believe there will be a trade up for linebacker? Well, there is always the possibility that Jason Light will use his 7th round pick that they have now and move up into the 6th round. Maybe he packages a 7th rounder this year, a 7th rounder next year. It moves into at some point the 6th round and tries to get another linebacker.
Yeah.
It feels like the two positions that the Bucs, I don't want to say like haven't linebacker, they certainly haven't addressed, but like what's up?
Safety.
Yeah, and safety was going to be the other one, but you feel, at least in my opinion, I feel better about the Bucs safety room right now than necessarily what's going on in the inside linebacker room when you look at like the longevity of this team and who's going to be around and who isn't going to be around. So with all of that said, I would much rather Tampa Bay, if they are going to trade up, try to find the linebacker that they want to add to their team and not necessarily the safety position. But we shall see. It wouldn't shock me if Jason Light did so. It's just a matter of what type of future capital does he want to dish out to get a 6th round pick, which is, kind of hard to make this team. I feel like late round linebackers probably have a better chance of making teams than maybe some other positions. But we'll find out.
Yeah, obviously some of the other linebackers we've talked about are off the board now, with Bossa going right before the Bucs pick, and then Smile Monin going to the Eagles. Surprise, surprise, picking a Georgia Bulldog defender. Yeah, we'll see.
We shall. Let's keep it moving. RP89, thank you very much for the $10 super chat, who says, great job, guys. What are some of our options left at linebacker, assuming Pupal is gone by the time we pick again? Kobe King, the Penn State inside linebacker, certainly a name that comes to mind. Let's check out some of the other positions. So Pupal is still there. So he is still a possibility. Kobe King, Cody Lindenberg, the Minnesota linebacker, Jay Higgins out of Iowa. And I feel like, Kareem Reed as well, Jalen Walker. A couple of names still that
would it stun anyone if they took Carson Bruner out of Washington?
No, we were talking about that when you're out of the room. That it would make total sense for them to go with another Washington player, just knowing the Washington pipeline that this team has. But thank you very much for the super chat. Certainly something we will be paying attention to as the draft continues in this 6th round. Why is it saying the Rams just trade up or something? Oh, the Rams must have just taken Pupal. Josh Capo just texting.
They did take him at 172.
All right, so you were Johnny on the spot, RP89, with what else is an option out there. And speaking of other options out there, Tate Miller with the $1.99 super chat, thank you very much, says, any chance the Bucs look into C.J. Mosley, the former Raven and former New York Jet? Yeah, so that's the biggest thing. Like football IQ, effort, leadership, all things the Bucs would absolutely love to have on this team. And you already have that. It's not like they're really lacking it with Lavonte David by any means. But injuries were just a huge, huge issue for him. He's over in his 30s.
33.
Yeah, he's missed a lot of time. He missed a lot of games last year, the year before as well. Would be a great mentor. I mean, it's not like they drafted any inside linebackers anyway, so who's he really going to mentor?
Right.
In a perfect world, it would be great, but it's just the injuries, it's not really worth it unless the Bucs are in a situation where they are in dire straits and need to get someone off the street. I really like C.J. Mosley, the person. He got a good payday from the Jets when he went into free agency a couple of years ago, leaving Baltimore for New York. But I just don't think it's a legitimate possibility unless he wants to play for the veteran minimum, and it's not that much of a risk for Tampa Bay specifically. Ken Grant, thank you for this $10 super chat. Sorry, I'm laughing at the next super chat we're going to get to. But thank you, Ken Grant. $10 says, do the Bucs maybe expect more from Deion Jones than we do? It's an interesting situation, right? Because he didn't come in until very late in the season, was on like practice squads of other teams. It wasn't like he was getting a lot of playing time in other spots. The overall skill set and athleticism was there for Deion Jones when he was in his prime. Certainly did a lot of great things for the Falcons I'm curious with the whole training camp under his belt, playing in the defense every single day, reps against the Bucs starting offense and things of that nature, how much more he'll be used, because they finally set him out in that playoff game. And yes, I did criticize before about him dropping the interception, and he should have caught it, but at the same time, he put himself in a position to go and make the play. And honestly, that was more than anything that KJ Britt had done, and really any of the inside linebackers besides Levante David was able to do. So if they want to deploy him as a weapon in one way or another on passing downs, maybe gets his hand in a couple of more places, get some PBUs, and maybe some of those turn into interceptions. I mean, it's not like the Bucs have a ton of options right now. That's just kind of what they have to roll out.
Yeah, it's funny what you say about like nobody else really puts themselves in a lot of positions over the middle of the field, especially at linebacker to make any plays. So yeah, it does feel like with this draft, and I think it's probably the case every year, and when you have the collection of needs they had going into the draft, it would have been pretty difficult, although I guess they had the opportunities to do so. It would have been difficult to hit every single need the way they wanted to. Nothing else plays out perfectly. I'm sure you can't project everything, can't predict everything. You don't have it in days in advance knowing that the Chiefs are going to trade one pick ahead of you and take maybe a linebacker that you might have wanted. So
come on, Andy
I think you have to see where the board falls, and the way they've done that. Linebacker has been the position that's gone by the wayside so far, and we'll see what they do in the 7th round, but should be pretty interesting.
Some other draft updates. The Bills at 173 went with Georgia Tech tight end Jackson Hawes. And then the Cardinals, who again the Bucs do play this season, had a former teammate of Ibuka. Denzel Burke, cornerback out of Ohio State, is now an Arizona Cardinal. So that leaves, 3 bird picks in a row. The Cardinals, followed by the Seahawks, and then the Ravens. And, we're on a run of animals, too. We go Cardinals, Seahawks, Ravens, Bills. That's another animal. Ravens again. Dolphins, that's an animal.
The
Raiders ruin it with the Pirate, but then you go Eagles. So
it's impressive.
Yeah.
Impressive run of birds and animals here.
All right, best mascots out of this group. No, we'll save that. We'll save that for the 7th round. Then everyone can have a sugar bear, like.
Right.
Doesn't it feel like the 7th round already?
A little bit.
It does. I think it might have been just part of it is
you hit the fast forward.
The long wait between 5th and 7th round picks.
And now for more silliness, and it's a super chat, so we answer every super chat. Tusk 3 with a $1.99 super chat. Browns interested in a trade for Trask.
Why not?
LOL. Yeah, I mean, you like to have depth, but the Browns have depth in the wrong spot at quarterback.
If you have 2 quarterbacks, you don't have one. But what if you had 6 quarterbacks?
Right.
Maybe you have 1 or at least half.
Too bad the Browns don't play in the Hall of Fame game this year, because they would have had an extra game to play all these quarterbacks that they have. I will say, it will be pretty fun to watch Browns preseason this year when Dylan Gabriel gets in and then Shador gets in and Joe Flacco's like, what are these kids doing?
Yeah.
What's going on?
ESPN, NFL Network, could be like angling, or whoever it is could be angling to try to land the broadcast.
And then Kenny Pickett's like, hey, I'm a Super Bowl champion. Kenny Pickett goes to to Joe Flacco. Look at us, a couple of Super Bowl champions that threw passes in the Super Bowl. And who do these rookies think they are? We're Super Bowl champions. They're gonna learn from us.
Tampa Bay Lightning took a 4-1 lead.
Oh, look at that. The series is officially on. Maybe it'll be like the World Series a couple of years ago when it was Astros. I was about to say Commanders, but Nationals, when the road team won every game.
Yeah. That would not be good news for the Lightning, though, because they have home ice. So.
Yeah. Tampa guy says, I'm starting a rumor right now, Deion Sanders to be the new head coach for the Cleveland Browns.
I love just the I'm starting a rumor right now. As all good rumors start.
Ed Gaines says, I would trade Trask for Dylan Gabriel.
Based on what?
Well, left-handed. I'm a supporter of lefties. I know Greg Allman would have my back as well on that one. No, I'm just kidding. I mean, I know we've joked about Kyle Trask, and there's been tons and tons of conversation about, was Kyle Trask the right pick at the time when, after they won the Super Bowl and everything like that. But he knows the system. He certainly is not going to rock the boat in the quarterback room. Seems to get along pretty well with Baker. Michael Pratt said that he gets along well. And who knows? I mean, there is going to be competition this year at QB2 between Kyle Trask and Michael Pratt. This is going to be the first time Michael Pratt gets to really operate the Tampa Bay Buccaneers offense because he came through after the preseason last year and gets to work with the genius Josh Grizzard. Those are Michael Pratt's words, not ours.
It was, this time last year when the Bucs had their eyes on Michael Pratt and had him selected by the Packers.
Oh my God! Does that mean the Chiefs are going to cut Jeffrey Bossa and then the Bucs are going to sign him after?
Listen, there's precedence.
Yeah,
kind of.
Sam Watson says Trask knows the playbook and people. That just reminded me of The Office, and they're like, Dunder Mifflin, the people prices pays people. They're trying to come up with a new song. Carpe Adam 79, Kalijah and Elijah on the D-Elijah. That is great, Carpe Adam 79. Yeah, I really like that. Kern Muhammad says QB in the 7th, and it's a wrap. I don't think so.
You're gonna say I agree.
No.
Conversation.
No, not at all.
Draft Jordan McLeod will get on the Bucs best bench.
Yeah.
Former everything.
Yeah, Seattle went with Alabama tight end Robbie Outs.
I talked to him. That guy has one of the best looks of anyone in this draft.
What does that mean?
Yeah. He's got the moves.
The mustache.
That real. Oh, okay.
He's one of those. I'm not finding him. So at least the chat won't see him, but there he is.
Oh wow.
He's got a law enforcement mustache.
He does. He's got a little bit of like an Arthur Shelby. You know, he kind of looks like one of Pat McAfee's guys.
Oh yeah,
that are on the show. I forgot which one. I don't really know their names, but
yeah, there he was at the combine. That's what I'm.
Damn, that's him with unshaven. And he's got a little Danny McBride look to him.
He does, yeah, he does.
Yeah.
Curly hair and a mustache.
All right, everybody, just Google Robbie Outs. That's it's out with a Z. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, Robbie, or I think it's Ouzts.
Yeah.
But either way, yeah, you'll find it. Anyway, check it out. That he's in Seattle, so the Bucs will see him.
Yeah.
Yeah, schedule coming out May 14th. Should we make a mock schedule? Some people in the Bucs media room were clamoring for Seattle week 1 to go to Washington in September. See the leaves.
I am curious, and I was having this conversation with somebody the other day, and maybe if we do a mock schedule, we'll take this into consideration. But the Rays playing across the street at Steinbrenner Field.
Yes, that's true. That's
could have the Bucs playing on the road in week 1 because it'll be Sunday, September 7th. The Rays hosting the Guardians at 12:10. I know that they moved some of the Rays Sunday games in September a little earlier, so that maybe the
could
Bucs
do a doubleheader on Saturday.
Could have a 4:25 game maybe, and they're trying to limit the traffic around here. Even though I was saying to somebody, traffic already on Bucs game days is crazy. So you add in another 10,000 across the street.
That's why I walk to Raymond James Stadium for every game.
Yeah.
Not for Bucs games. I have the last couple times I've actually been at Raymond James Stadium. I've walked there, but they were for other events.
Yeah, so 2 Rays home games in September, the 7th and the 21st. So
all right.
If the Bucs have either later afternoon games, maybe night games, maybe they get Monday Night Football for the 22nd.
Oh man, that would be sick if they started the season on Monday Night Football.
Yeah, and then maybe they're on the road.
I think it's gonna be my next article. Should the Bucs start the season on Monday Night Football? Like we have saying it.
As long as they win, they suck in prime
Yeah,
time.
They do suck in prime time.
0-5 last year,
But
including the playoffs.
They've never lost with Ibuka at wide receiver in prime
Never
time.
lost as with Josh Grizzard as their
That's true. Yes,
coordinator either.
they are undefeated in the Josh Grizzard primetime era.
I like it.
Yeah. Ooh, CC1 says, I want the 460-pound Gator nose tackle for Vita's
Massive.
backup.
Hold on, that brings me to checking on one of my favorite prospects. He is still on the board. JJ Pegues.
Yeah, that's how you say his name. I
I believe
completely
it is.
butchered
Yeah,
that.
JJ Pegues, the defensive tackle who also had 7 rushing touchdowns last year for Ole Miss.
Oh, yeah, that guy.
Yeah, as
Yeah,
their Wildcat quarterback. He had like 21 carries and 7 touchdowns. Like 11 of them went for first downs, I think. High success rate.
All right, the Jets are clearly trying to get some home field advantage when they play the Dolphins because they traded for the last pick in the 5th round and went with Miami edge rusher Tyler Barron. So they just picked the Miami linebacker not too long ago. Actually, I'll just go to the Jets. So their last 2 picks, they went at 162, Francisco Maugoa, the linebacker from Miami. Then they went Tyler Barron. And let's keep in mind, they also drafted Jason Taylor's son, Mason Taylor, who Jason Taylor did play for the Jets briefly, was on the second of their AFC Championship game appearance players. Known more as a Dolphin. So a lot of Miami influence. Let's see. The Jets went Membo, Mason Taylor, Azariah Thomas, Arian Smith, Malachi Moore, Malgoa. All right, I don't hate the Jets draft, except for drafting a wide receiver that can't catch. That's typically an issue.
Usually, as a wide receiver, you want to catch the football. But
Yeah, but I don't know. Maybe it's just decoy. He's like, you ever see The Replacements?
Long time ago.
The receiver who just can't catch. They put a ton of stickum on him. I feel like every Pewter Report draft show, I end up bringing up The Replacements. But, it's a great show. Great movie. Okay, next super chat from Jeff the Champ. Thank you, Jeff. You're our champ. Especially because you spell it with a G. It's like Jeffrey from Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. You ever see Fresh Prince of Bel-Air?
Yes, I've seen Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Who am I thinking of? There's a Jeff with a G that was an old baseball player. Chef?
It's not Jeff Conine.
No, is it Blum? Yeah, Jeff Blum.
I've never heard of Jeff Blum.
I don't know why. I don't know why I just pulled that out. He won World Series in 2005.
Oh, it's his birthday today.
Is it really?
Yo, happy birthday, Jeff Blum.
Happy birthday, Jeff Blum. Shout out to you, Jeff.
Oh, I got a interesting.
We never even read Jeff the Champ.
Yeah, sorry, Jeff the Champ. Sorry, we got sidetracked with Jeff Blum. Jeff the Champ with the $4.99 super chat. Thank you all. You're probably going to regret saying thank you after our Jeff Blum conversation, but thank you for all the coverage and insight all year, not just the draft. I know it's your job, but it's much appreciated. # In Light We Trust. Go Bucs. Thank you so much for the kind words, Jeff the Champ. That's very, very kind of you. It is a job, but I'm super grateful to be doing this job because it's fun being on air. It's fun doing the podcast, writing stories, especially when it's exciting stories like Bucs trade or talking to a new player or a big free agency signing or things like that. But this wouldn't be a job if it wasn't for all of you watching and reading and, all that fun stuff. So thank you so much for the kind words. Glad that you are enjoying.
It is so much fun. I don't know. I don't know how much I've honestly talked about my journey in the Pewter Report and just in general, grew up in Tampa and grew up a Bucs fan. So getting to do this is really a dream. So it's been a lot of fun and very thankful for everyone following along and supporting for all these years. Because I grew up reading Pewter Report, watching the Pewter Report podcast, listening to you guys and Trevor and Grizz and Mark and Scott on the 2019 podcasts with those Jameis games. I remember some of Mark's blow-ups after those games. So
I'll never forget the game. You know what? And actually,
the Texans games. I know there was one late in the season.
There was one who was right around Christmas.
Yeah, I think it was the Texans game. I think that's when Mark finally gave.
Mark was like, "I'm done with this guy. All he does is throw interceptions." Yeah. And it was weird because Trevor was kind of defending Jameis. And it's funny because Mark was obviously the Florida State guy, and Trevor was a Florida Gator, but Trevor was backing Jameis, and Mark said he was done with them. Then we have the John Ledyard era as well. Whose last time on a Pewter Report podcast, I guess with Pewter Report. It was actually the Pewter Report live draft show.
Mhm.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. We had him on a year or two. I think, when was the last time? We got to get John back on. It's been a little bit because we had him on when the Bucs played the Steelers in Tom Brady's last season when they lost to the Steelers.
So it would have been right after he left then.
Yes, that would have been 2022. Yeah,
I think he's been a pretty big fan of the draft so far. So
Yeah.
I want to have him on of.
Ken Grant says good times, and then follows that up with I miss Cookie. Yeah, I miss Mark Cook as well. Wouldn't have been at Pewter Report if it wasn't for Mark Cook. So miss him. Think about him all the time as well. So we miss Mark a lot. Supply and Demand says, yep, miss Cookie and Ledyard for sure. John is pretty active on social media. He tweets. He's either tweeting about the Steelers or the Bucs, typically, if he's talking about an NFL team. So, yeah.
I know he's very mad at the Steelers for picking Jack Sawyer.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Modern day warrior, mean guy. I forgot the lyric. It's modern day warrior, something guy. Today's Tom Sawyer, or in this case, Jack Sawyer. Mean guy. I guess I could just look it up.
I guess you could. What else is there to do? Also,
Mark Cook did hate Rush, though. Sorry about that.
Jeff Blum. He retired at 99 career home runs.
Oh, I thought you were going to say 99 years old.
No, I hate that for him, but happy birthday, Jeff.
Okay. Modern day warrior, mean stride. Today's Jack Sawyer, mean pride. So it wasn't even Guy.
All right.
Anyway, mean stride, pride. Okay. I'm definitely going to forget that. But anyway.
The good news is I don't know that you'll need to remember it.
Yeah.
You never know.
Well, Jack Sawyer ends up becoming something. Running back, Bucs like Corey Kiner from Cincinnati. They did have a virtual meeting with him. And could be an undrafted free agent signing. Yeah, as far as undrafted free agents go, if you're an undrafted free agent running back, I think Tampa Bay might be the spot where you want to end up.
I think so. They don't have a running back 4, right? I mean,
they got DJ Williams on the practice squad, but
I don't think it takes a ton. Not like they could have DJ compete, but
right.
I don't think it takes a ton to maybe come in and win that 4th job. I think they're going to carry.
Yeah, we are officially in the 6th round. Buffalo kicked it off.
We're only just now in the 6th round.
Well, yeah. The Virginia Tech cornerback Dorian Strong going to Buffalo. So as the animal draft. Actually, the Jets trading in ruined it.
Jets ruin everything.
They do. They ruin a lot of things. Like my Thanksgiving in 20 whatever year it was with the Buck fumble. That ruined my Thanksgiving. Actually, it was at the end of the night anyway. The Ravens.
Sour ending to Thanksgiving.
Yeah. Okay.
Bucs almost did that on Christmas a couple years ago. That was not an enjoyable game for Bucs fans, but they ended up pulling it out in Arizona.
So it goes Buffalo, Baltimore, Miami. If it was a triple threat match, who wins? A Buffalo, a Raven, or a Dolphin? I guess it's whoever the home team is. Like if you're fighting in water, yeah. Well, how high is the water? Are we talking about the ocean?
We're talking about like deep water.
What if it's like an African like watering pool? So like the buffalo can stand up, but the dolphin can still kind of swim all over.
Yeah. Dolphins are actually low key kind of mean, right?
I think some of them, yeah. Feel free in the comments to tell us who you think would win in a triple threat match between an actual buffalo, an actual raven, and an actual dolphin. As the viewership number goes down and down. No, I'm kidding. We're in a good spot.
Feels like everyone left right now is kind of just here to hang out with us.
Yeah. Tony Kona. Tony out on the Kona. Undrafted free agent signing should be running back Irv Mulligan from Jackson State, who broke Walter Payton's record at school.
Well,
I mean, if there's anyone's record you want to break, it's Walter Payton and Jerry Rice, consecutive receiving yards.
Yeah.
Mike Evans, hello.
Having that on your resume is kind of crazy, actually.
Yeah, mad cray. No takers on the triple threat match. That's all right. Let's look at best available. Oh, new comment. Couple new comments. Coach Steph says, "What the F are you all talking about? Slow part in the draft." However, Sap Drive says the Buffalo. And Drew with a follow-up question. Drew, number 0. Any stipulations in the match, Matt? Raven wins a ladder match. I think Dolphin takes a falls count anywhere, but Buffalo wins straight up 1, 2, 3.
What are we talking about?
Raven would win the ladder match. It could just fly up very quickly.
Yeah.
The Buffalo would certainly be wobbling on that ladder the whole time.
I don't know if I want to take this any further, but imagine the ladder match is like above a thing of water, and the Raven's flying. Like, this is maybe the best spot of the match.
Yeah.
The Raven is flying to get the belt up the ladder, and the Dolphin jumps out of the water and just takes the Raven out as it's like flying to the belt.
The Dolphin strikes me as the type of opponent where it's like, oh, like they're stretchering him out. Like, there's no way he can come back into the Dolphin. It's like, no. Like, I'm getting back off the stretcher, get me back into the match. Andrew says, I have you guys on the TV at work and making employees watch the best Bucs coverage. All right, we will get back to Bucs coverage. Thank you so much for getting the whole office involved. If you want to sponsor or advertise, pewterreport.com, feel free to do so as well. Thank you, Andrew. Dara O'Brien says, what is the Bucs depth at linebacker right now?
Not much.
It's LVD, Lavonte David, Servassier Dennis, who should be healthy going into this season, Deion Jones, Anthony Walker Jr., and then they also have Antonio Greer on the practice squad. That's about it at inside linebacker right now. It's a bit of slim pickings. Game on. When I see that, I think Wayne's World. Game on. Kobe Bryant still available? I think Kobe is. I will check. Let me just double check.
Weird. Just kind of some of the ones who have stuck around a lot longer. Devin Neal.
Yeah, Kobe Bryant is actually the best rated corner still available.
No Will Howard yet either.
Yeah. Kobe Bryant's still available.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Did we have?
Oh, Kyle McCord just got drafted.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, he's going to the Eagles.
Wow. Okay. Did we have Tommy Hill as a draft pick in one of our?
Oh, and your guy JJ went off the board to John Spytek.
Spytek.
And Ollie Gordon went to the Dolphins.
They don't have enough running backs?
Yeah, right. So the Patriots on the clock. I feel like every time we turn back to who's getting drafted, the Patriots are on the
If
clock.
Ollie Gordon could have come out after last season,
Right? Yeah, his whole life would
Yeah.
have been changed. But yes, Kobe Bryant is still available. I don't know if the Bucs will go corner again, but hey, flood the position, right?
They certainly could. The Elijah Roberts one caught me off guard until
Yeah.
I guess the versatility and his ability to probably his body type being that of a guy who can play inside definitely helps.
Yeah. Drew number 0 says Dolphin has big Jeff Hardy energy. I agree. The way it can kind of like curve and stuff. It's like Jeff Hardy going through tables and ladders and stuff. Jeff the Champ says Bolts won, by the way. Yes, we were talking about that before. They won 4-1.
5-1.
5-1. Okay,
Added a
good.
fifth goal.
Good, because I probably would have taken the under. I'm happy that I didn't. But yeah, good
never
win.
did a live
Good
bet
win for the Bolts. Yeah, we did. I guess we still could, but we only got a round or two left.
You're telling me there's a chance?
Yeah.
I don't want to get my hopes up. But hey, Brandon Hagel comes back in game 4, so
This is an interesting comment. Vinu Varanasi, hopefully I'm saying that right, saw the Elijah interview. He reminds me of Michael Strahan in personality. Did you get that at all?
I don't know
Is he going to host the Today Show eventually?
He definitely had a very energetic way about him. I didn't immediately see him and say, he kind of reminds. That's a very interesting and a very sharp and specific comparison. But yeah, I mean, I think very, very energetic, very excited, very happy. He started thanking us as if we drafted him.
Pulled a Marshawn Lynch. Like, thank you for asking that question.
Just his initial words, I think, were "Thank you guys. You guys made a young kid's dream come true." I was like, I wish I could take credit for that. That sounds very nice, but I didn't do it.
Maybe he thought we were like the Bucs, or the media was the Bucs front office.
No, very, very nice. Again, one of those seemingly high character guys that will have. I mean, even though the Bucs, team captain, as you see on the C on his jersey there, a guy that obviously said that he's told us that didn't talk to the Bucs a lot. So I guess they just maybe had a good idea of his character from people they talked to and the deep dive they did on him. So I think a guy that will fit in well with the locker room too.
Timothy Van Kojic. Anyway, thank you for watching and listening. Are we going to draft a punter or kicker again? No, because they signed a punter in free agency.
It was your guy, right?
Yeah, Riley Dixon. Yeah, that was my Bucs battle plan. So they will not. I will say, I spoke to a couple of the punters at the combine before the Bucs made that signing in free agency. The Florida punter and the Alabama punter, both Australian, great guys to talk to. The Florida punter in general, I thought was awesome because he was. I asked him kind of like about the atmosphere of the swamp. He's like, yeah, go to these other stadiums in the SEC, and I'm like, you're not even loud, like, whatever. And it's just so funny when you think of like kids going to school at Florida and Alabama, and like typical college kid going crazy. Yeah, football, roll tide, go Gators. And then it's like this Australian guy with a mustache being like, yeah, I play for the Gators. Roll tide. Yeah, but no, the Bucs will not be drafting a punter.
Much to the chagrin.
Yeah, Josh Capo is shaking his fist violently in the air.
Damn you, Jason White.
Oh, Vino with another comment says, my 9-year-old daughter said thank you for announcing my comment. You are very welcome, Vinu Barnasi. Thank you so much for watching the show. We appreciate you.
Yeah, awesome.
Same initials as Vita Vea. How about that? Let's see. What else can we get to? Drew says, Bucs must have the highest percentage of former team captains on the roster.
I kind of want to do that now, but I don't think I have the time for it. That is a good point. Might be the case.
They are all about high character guys. No doubt about it.
Elijah Roberts also talked about there's something that J.C. Allen asked him about, his work that he does kind of in the community and charity. I think he said his mom has a charity for domestic violence survivors, and he talked about his work and how valuable that has been and how much that's meant to him. So yeah, it was kind of cool hearing him
for sure
dive into that a little bit more. And again, another guy that feels like he fits the character mold the Bucs love.
Good to help out. Good to help out. Yeah, Patriots still have not made a pick. Actually,
did they do the thing like in fantasy football where the commissioner pauses?
Wow, the Patriots actually went with a kicker. How crazy is that? They went with Miami's Andres Borregales. So first kicker
related,
yeah,
to the Aurora.
Jose Borregales.
Yeah, I know. Surprising, right?
I feel like you could always been on the Patriots to be one of the first to take a specialist.
Yeah, but now I don't know. It's not like Belichick's the GM.
Anymore,
it's different.
It's still Vrabel.
Yeah, that's true.
His footprint is still there.
Yeah. So Tennessee is on the clock. Should we get back to that angry jersey discussion we had about the Titans 3 hours ago?
That was actually, it feels like that was about 5 hours ago. Almost.
Yeah, Bailey hates the current Titans jersey.
I hate them a lot. Why? They don't look good. I don't know. I don't really know what to say, Scott. I don't like them because they don't look good.
So they look slightly like the Bucs alarm clock jerseys in terms of like you got
shoulders. I think
obviously not the same colors, but like Tennessee, you have the light blue. Yeah, and then the shoulders, you have a gray, but then you have like a darker gray next to it.
Yeah, I'm not a fan. I hate him a lot.
I just don't like seeing those jerseys because they don't run the Music City Miracle play. That's typically when I like to see them. John, with a comment, says, any chance the Bucs play in Europe this year? Would love a reason to go there and party with those guys. European Bucs fans are awesome. Awesome, it looks like. Don't believe the Bucs are playing in Europe this year. There was a chance that they could have gone to Spain to play against the Dolphins. Last time the Bucs,
the dumbest logistical thing they could have ever done. Have two Florida teams playing with each other in Spain.
So last time they played over in Europe was in Germany when they beat the Seahawks so bad. Dave Canales was like, I want to call offensive plays for that team. Famously, Leonard Fournette threw an interception throwing to Tom Brady.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Intended
receiver.
And
1-0 in Germany.
yeah, and Julio Jones had a nice touchdown catch and run in that game. And then the Bucs started maybe the dumbest tradition of all time of they played Country Roads, West Virginia, because Tom Brady said, I kind of like that a European crowd was singing Country Roads. So, of course, Tampa, Florida, with the long, distinct history and connection to West Virginia, plays that at the start of the fourth quarter?
Not anymore.
Thank goodness. Thank goodness that one. Well, yeah, one guy likes it, so we're just going to do it, even though he left after we started the tradition. Hilarious. Now, if they want to start a tradition, keep doing the Santa playing Enter Sandman. Now, that's a cool. That's a cool. By the way, speaking of Santa and Christmas, Elijah Roberts' birthday, Christmas Eve. And that's how you tie it together, people. Broadcasting 101.
Happy birthday to Jeff Blum.
Yeah, and yes, and happy birthday, Jeff Blum. Stubby Ryan, also with an all-time picture of Rex Ryan flipping the bird, says, it's the chrome face mask, too. Same with the alarm clock jerseys, not talked about enough. Oh, okay. Throwing in the chrome jersey being an issue as well. Jeff the Champ. Oh, okay. To be honest, I thought we were talking about wrestling again with the flaming thumbtacks, but you're talking about the Titans with what they have on the side of the helmet. Yeah.
There it is. The Steelers are taking Will Howard.
Wow.
That was a guy, I think John Ledyard had said like last week that, well, maybe before that too, but I heard him say it last week that he had heard the Steelers loved Will Howard. And
not that much, 6 round.
Yeah, I think he had a more.
Yeah. I'm sure John will find something negative to say about the pick.
No, he said love it. Howard was worth fourth to me. Had to come out of this class with a legit QB option, even if it's ultimately just a backup.
The Titans and their crappy jerseys went with Marcus Harris, the cornerback from California. Saints went running back Devin Neal, the cousin of Keanu Neal. Yeah, yeah. He may. I don't think he's cousins with Keanu Neal, but
I thought that was actually a thing that I just didn't notice.
So yeah, that puts the Ravens back on the clock. So the Texans aren't a bull; they're just people from Texas.
What?
So again, how we were going through the animal phase of the draft. So the Houston Texans, they have like a bull as their logo, but a Texan is just someone from Texas.
But it'd be like the Tampa Bay Floridians.
Yeah. Whatever. Yeah. Not really. Oh wow, the Colts have back-to-back picks in 189 and 190. We are chugging along, or I guess I should say, since I'm with the UCF Night, we are charging on through the 6th round of the NFL Draft and the Pewter Report live draft show. Thank you to everybody that has watched throughout this entire weekend. We started on Thursday and still going on Saturday in the 6th round. 2 rounds to go. Just a reminder, the Bucs do not have a pick in round 6, but they do in the 7th round.
How many UCF Knights have gone?
2 UCF players gone so far. I'm hoping we get at least one more.
How many USF Bulls?
0 USF Bulls. It's 2-0, Josh Capo. Watch, my wrist is going to buzz in like 2 seconds. He's going to text in the chat.
And then I think there's a UCF player picked before any
Florida
State.
Denver Broncos RJ Harvey jersey on the way to my house. Not yet, but it might be here in the future.
Pewter 941 with some very nice words says, "Thank you, Pewter Report, for everything you do for Buccaneers coverage. We appreciate you for saying that. It's been a lot of fun." Felix Schmidt wants to know, is Kobe King still available? I believe so.
Yes. Just checked on that myself, actually.
Nice, yeah. Some concerns about his speed. KJ Britt 2.0. Maybe not as loud as
I'm working on it, Grant.
Okay. I mean, I like Kobe King, but I completely understand the concern about the lack of speed.
And I know we're still pretty, like, we're still working with through the 6th, but, you know, if you get him in the 7th round.
Yeah, it's a 7th round pick. It's not. I mean, last 7th round pick linebacker, Grant Stewart, got himself an Uber commercial, Uber Eats. So, could be worse. Stretching the knee.
Learning that I'm worse at multitasking than I thought.
It's harder on day 3.
Day 3, I'm running out of steam, trying to add some to this Elijah Roberts story for y'all, and I have it all, and I think I could probably just hit update, but I'm trying to proofread it while also talking, and it's not going so.
You want to do an audio article? You could just read the whole article to everybody.
A dramatic reading of my Elijah Roberts round 5 article.
But do it in your best Jason Light voice.
I was about to do one, but I don't want him to get back to him, and I disparage his.
There's only 10,000 people.
That is true. Yeah.
Trust tree.
Do it in a Patrick Mahomes voice. Kathy Gillespie, good to see from you. Kathy says, "Love Grant Stewart, number 48. Hated when we lost him. Plays with red-headed fire." Yeah, so the Bucs traded him to the Colts, and then I think actually this offseason he, signed with maybe Miami.
I'll
look it up.
Let me actually.
He's like Larry Izzo, special teams.
Oh, he's on the Lions. And he wears number 15 for the Lions. That's cray.
Wow.
Yeah. So, yeah. Maybe we'll see Grant Stewart this season. Yep. You are right, Kathy.
I'm trying to check in. I don't know if I can officially, but the Bucs traded him to the Colts for a 7th rounder in 2023. So that would have turned into who?
It was 2023. That would have been. Well, they didn't have a 7th round.
So the Bucs traded again.
Yeah, because they had 3 6th round picks: Josh Hayes, Trey Palmer, and Jose Ramirez.
That's what it would have been.
All right, a history of 7th round picks for the Bucs. 2020, Raymond Calais. He was, I think, signed with the Rams not long after. 2021, they had 2. Chris Wilcox from BYU did not make the team. Grant Stewart, who we just talked about, probably the best of the bunch. 2022, Andre Anthony from LSU did not make the team. No 7th round pick in 2023. Yeah, that's right. And then last year, the Culp of personality, Devin Culp, making a little bit of a splash as a 7th round pick.
Best 7th rounder I'm seeing going back. Maybe Sammy Stroud over there for a little bit.
Yeah. It's the only one I remember that's worth it.
They had 3 7th round picks in 2010.
They've had 3 7th round picks a lot of times in their history for some reason. They had 4 in 2002. Yeah, I'm not seeing a lot more beyond Sammy Strotter.
Wow. They still have a player they drafted in 2008 playing.
What?
Josh Johnson.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I forgot that.
He should
eight
get,
is crazy.
yeah, he should get more credit for being the journeyman of the league. Like, I know that's kind of like Ryan Fitzpatrick's MO, but Josh Johnson blows him out of the water in terms of places traveling.
He actually plays. He actually sees the
Yeah, he does. Like
Chase Daniels.
Right. Yeah.
I'm sure everybody will love for me to make them feel old, but in 2008, I was in 5th grade.
Wow.
So, yeah, he's been playing. He's been playing in the league since I was in 5th grade.
Damn. Yeah, it had to be in, I think, 8th grade, 8th or 7th grade.
Is that V? No.
In 2008, I was 7 years old.
Wow.
Is that V David Logan? That was a 12th round pick?
Yeah.
Back in 79? Yeah.
Yeah, Tyree Davis, 93.
That was the only previous Central Arkansas Bucs draft pick. Tyree Davis.
1992, they had 12 rounds.
92 was a good year. That was the year my brother was born.
Yeah, and their 12th round pick was Klaus Wilmsmeyer, a punter from Louisville.
All right.
Who's the Bucs?
Need a new Klaus. I'm saying it.
Who's the Bucs' best 12th round pick?
Probably David Logan. Could you imagine?
They had Mike Shula?
A live draft show for 12 rounds. Could do 5 more rounds, right?
You know the crazy thing?
They would have done like a Sunday.
Yeah.
You know, rounds 9 through
I
12.
still think they did it 2 days.
Man,
That's
all right. Well, there's a little Bucs draft history for everybody. Donnie says I was 25 in 08. Robbie Gordon says, I look forward to this every year. Shout out to everyone at Pewter Report for the information, fun, laughs, and insights. Thank you. That's the beauty of the show. You got a little bit of everything. Very
we haven't cried yet.
insight. Yeah, very insight and analysis on night 1 and night 2 and also day 3. But then the laughs and everything usually come day 3. They're mixed
Get a little
around.
delirious, I think.
Yeah. Felix Schmidt says, who was the best undrafted free agent in Bucs history? I mean, Cam Brate is the first one that comes to mind.
Mark Dodson.
DeMar Dodson.
10-year player, starter.
I'm just going to say Christian Izzy. I think he's going to pan out. My vote would be, as Rob Gronkowski first said when he signed with the Bucs, was or got traded to the Bucs, was Cam Brate.
They've had some good ones.
Yes.
Yeah. Garrett Blunt.
That's right.
Clifton Smith.
He really packed a punch when he ran, didn't he?
The Pro Bowl. He might be the only undrafted free agent who made the Pro Bowl.
Ken Grant says
Michael
Ernest
Bennett.
Graham. Kieran Butt says Shaq, but I mean, he didn't sign with the Bucs specifically.
Carl the Truth Williams.
Carl!
Donald Penn's another one. Donald Penn at Pro Bowl?
He
did,
might
didn't
have one year.
Yeah, so he would be another one. Shelton Quarles. Oh,
Yeah,
signed with the
but, like,
Dolphins. Signed with the
yes,
Dolphins.
those guys, like Penn was a Viking.
Hey, Buccaneers.com just let me down. It says top Bucs undrafted free agents, and it's a slideshow, and I'm just going through the pictures and not reading the captions where it actually
They're
says.
taking liberties with. Well, they were an undrafted
Ernest
free
Graham
agent.
was signed as an undrafted free agent by the Bucs out of Florida.
Yeah.
So Carl the Truth Williams out of Texas A&M Kingsville.
The truth. Was that part of my take that tell the truth? Ooh, Felix Schmidt says Adam Humphries was decent. Yeah, that's true.
It was actually funny. I was catching up a little bit on part of my take. Speaking of, they had John Gruden on Friday.
Yeah.
They were just going through the draft, and they asked him. I don't even know if they asked him or if he brought it up on his own. Asked him about Emeka Egbuka at 19 to the Bucs, and he said he loved the pick, and he kind of started waxing poetic a little bit about all the talent they have on offense, and just kind of listing off guys that obviously he came and got to see the Bucs play in person last year against the 49ers. And then he mentioned, and I'm obviously listening to this with the benefit of hindsight of last night's picks, he had mentioned they've got some questions to answer on defense, but that's going to be a really, really good team. And then they answered some of those questions last night on defense and a little bit more today. So I think John Gruden would be happy with the way it's panned out after he said the praise for Egbuka.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, man, I meant to tell you this. So my best friend texted me the other day, and his dad sells cars, and he said his dad is helping Albert Pujols replace his stolen car.
Wow.
I guess he said Pujols, I guess, works for the MLB network, so he has a place in the city. And unfortunately, someone stole his Range Rover.
Pujols is working for the MLB network?
I guess so. But his dad is helping him get a new car, so pretty cool. Well, it sucks that his car got stolen, but pretty cool that my best friend's dad got to chat with Albert Pujols so I can know car.
His stolen car, not good for him, but good for your best friend's dad.
Yeah. Also helped Kyle Juszczyk get a car. That was on it too. Kyle Juszczyk got released by the 49ers and then signed with them 4 days later. Felix Schmidt says, any chance Egbuka can win Offensive Rookie of the Year? I mean, anything can happen. I think it would be very, very difficult because...
It would have to come with Evans or Godwin missing a lot of being a starter.
Yeah, it'd be hard for him to win it considering RJ Harvey's going to win it, but...
That's true. That's a very good point. That's a very good point. And I mean,
two guys can't win it. So.
It'll probably go to Travis Hunter. Could Travis Hunter win Rookie of the Year on offense and defense?
Wow.
That honestly would be pretty insane.
What would the prop bet be on that?
Yeah.
I don't know. I think I told Matt the other day, but I don't know if I told you, Scott, that I had, for some reason, just had the urge and felt like I saw it available. So I went and put an exact bet on their exact Super Bowl result. Bucs to beat the Bills.
Yeah.
Put $2 down on it to win 300. So
I had Travis Hunter as the first overall pick, and I made that bet back in. I bet two guys, Quinn Ewers, which obviously was a complete failure, and Travis Hunter. Back when college football season started. Hunter was
I mean, that would have been a good one if Will Howard would have worked out for Tennessee. By the way, thank you very much to Vinu Varnasi for gifting 5 Pewter Report memberships. That is super, super kind of you. Thank you very, very much. Vinu follows that up with, thanks PR for the great coverage. I donated 5 memberships. Will Bucs ever use all orange jersey for a throwback? Thanks again for the memberships. I don't think they go all orange. Are you talking about orange with orange pants as well? Because they already have the cream skull. They've rocked at least once a season for the last 2 years. I don't think they'd go orange on orange, especially in Tampa. But there is a chance we might see some road cream skull jerseys this year with a white road jersey, cream skull jersey with Bucko Bruce with cream skull pants. So I think you might see that, but I don't think an all orange with cream skull jersey, cream skull pants. But thank you very much.
I was just going to say, I looked this up a second ago. Travis Hunter right now is plus 750 to win Offensive Rookie of the Year.
Mm-hmm.
And
probably less
Defensive Rookie of the Year plus 800.
Oh, wow. I thought he would have been...
Doesn't seem like you can parlay both of them.
Oh, man, that'd be sick.
But, yeah, right now, the best odds, Offensive Rookie of the Year, Cameron Ward and Ashton Genty at plus 195. And then there's Travis Hunter at plus 750, Ted Romy-Millen at 1,200. Marion Hampton at 1,200, and then Shedeur Sanders next at plus 1,500.
Wow. Yeah, it's just tough because Egbuka is going to already be behind Mike or Chris, even if he,
Egbuka's plus 3,000.
Yeah, even if he gets ahead of Jalen McMillan, where all these other guys are going to be playing right away. So
who else is plus 3,000?
Who?
RJ Harvey.
Okay, there you go. There you go.
I know where your math is.
Did you see that
Don't tempt me, Scott.
Do you see when Travis Hunter had his introductory press conference and he got asked that question by the Jaguars out of some media member? So it was some media member for Jacksonville, and they said, "All right, so wide receiver Travis Hunter is lining up and getting guarded by cornerback Travis Hunter. Like, who gets the ball or whatever?" And he just goes, "Travis Hunter." And then everybody was like, "Ha, ha, ha, ha," and then like all clapped in his response. It was kind of bizarre.
Right answer though.
It's an easy.
Yes.
I feel like when you're the first round pick. It's an easy audience.
We got a super chat, $9.99 from Josh Capo. Thank you so much, Josh, who says RJ Harvey is going.
He's donating some of his salary.
RJ Harvey is going to win
nonsense.
biggest fan base letdown of the millennium. Oh my God. Having that award locked up just 2.5% of the way into the millennium is a true testament to his shittiness. Go Bulls.
Language, Josh, where this is a family program.
I
Report
respect super chatting.
I respect nothing
just
about Josh Capo.
just to hate on a rival. I respect that.
I respect nothing
hate. As Ken Grant says, sup, Josh. But thank you for the super chat, Josh.
Get out of the chat.
We appreciate you and we miss you. You want me to block him?
Josh just gave me. I'm gonna put a request out there. Can that $10 from that super chat go directly to me?
Yeah.
Because Josh might have just paid me $10.
We can put him in timeout. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, you can. You can put a user in timeout. You can delete the comment, but we're not going to delete the super chat. You could ban the user as well.
Ban him. Do it.
Can't do super chat at us.
Ban Josh Capo. Get the movement started.
Keeping with the theme of Josh's, Joshua Porter says, "I love the Morrison pick. I'm a big fan too." And Joshua Capo says, "Hey Ken." After Ken said, "Sup, Josh."
That's enough out of you, Josh. Capo, not the other Josh. Josh Capo.
We are in the Josh verse.
The war in I-4 never ends.
The war in I-4 goes across roads, cities, streams.
Pewter Report group chat.
Pewter Report group chat. There is no end. It's like Peter Griffin fighting the chicken. It just never ends.
Josh and I haven't had a really big. Actually, no, we did have kind of a blow up the other day. He called me at like 9 a.m. just to tell me he was doing some.
I thought he was going just to say that you suck.
Just to do some. He was doing his wide receiver preview video, which great job, Josh, on all of those. Thank you for doing that, and thank you for your super chat. He was just calling to tell me personally how many highlights and how many clips he was seeing of these wide receivers against UCF DBs, and then I pressed him on it, and he was like, "Actually, it's only been Travis Hunter so far." So it wasn't even true. He was lying to us, even though it's probably true. UCF sucked last year. So
another great Office reference is when they just have the merger when people come from Stanford to.
That is why you suck.
Yeah, it's like you all will never work together, and you suck. And they left me the why'd you? Why'd you slash all of our tires? Oh, why didn't they slash yours, Michael? Oh, I got the worst of them all. I got this nasty letter. You will never get cohesion, and you suck. By the way, some draft picks have been going on in the middle of all this discourse between. Josh Capo has brought the live stream to a halt with his UCF-USF rivalry. So another kicker off the board, Tyler Loop, to the Ravens. So obviously a lot going on with Justin Tucker in the offseason. So Jalen Reed goes to the Texans, which is a team named after people from Texas, as we figured out.
Penn State safety?
Yes.
Yeah, formal.
And then
Riley Leonard just went?
Riley Leonard went to the Colts, so QB competition there. And Kalel Mullings to the Titans, the Michigan running back. The most generic name in the draft, Tim Smith, the Alabama defensive tackle, joining Riley Leonard in Indianapolis. Then Michigan tackle Miles Hinton goes 191. Kansas tackle Bryce Cabledew to Seattle.
My favorite recent bit on the NFL Stock Exchange podcast with Trevor and Connor was TJ Sanders, them saying, like, his name was too generic to get him drafted where he probably should because he's such a good player. And they're like, if he just changed his name to Bull Rush McIntyre, he would go so much higher. And then he ended up going. He went pretty early. I think he went in the second round last night.
Yes,
so
the
there was
first
a lot of
Sanders drafted.
rejoicing about Bull Rush McIntyre getting drafted.
Shiloh Sanders still available as we go through the 6th round as well. The Bengals are on the clock. They do need help on defense.
I still thought it was funny when Shiloh said to Shador after night 1, he said, "They're doing this to you. Imagine what they're going to do to me."
Yeah, right.
So at least he's self-aware. It seems like a little bit.
Yeah. Did you hear it was a bunch of Ole Miss frat guys?
Yeah, who posted the video of them prank calling with all of their faces in the video, which didn't seem like the smartest thing to do.
Yeah,
but I don't know if you accuse Ole Miss frat guys of being the smartest people around.
That's true. I mean, Mincy did.
Shout out Ben Mintz.
All right.
Legend.
The Bengals are on the clock. I'm trying to think what documentary or what show it was. Was it? I think it was maybe Hard Knocks when the Bucs were on it. When they had a preseason game against the Bengals, and they're in the locker room, and like Jameis isn't playing in the game. Or maybe it was when he was at Florida. I can't remember. It was something with James in the locker room in a game he wasn't playing. And he's like, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers against the Cincinnati Bengals. And like the way that James said it, it's like one of the funniest things. Texas Tech running back Taj Brooks. You know what's funny is like the PFF, everything about PFF is great. Trevor Sickman is great. Why do they still use HB for the running back? Like everyone else uses RB running back, but he's a halfback. Yeah. Thank you for the clarity, PFF.
The other thing I can't stand too is the OG offensive guard. Like,
Right. Yeah.
Instead of defensive guard.
Yeah.
Nose
Just
guard.
G.
Nose guard is great.
Yeah, right? Who uses nose guard?
I don't know if anyone does anymore.
It's an old joke.
Should we bring that up on the next show? Like, oh, yeah. I mean, Bucs are set at D-line. They got nose guard, Vita Vea.
I like, sometimes they do. I don't know if it's at the combine or what. Don't they sometimes put OC for like offensive center or something like that? I've seen that before.
Yeah.
Offensive
also,
center.
DC, defensive corner.
That's the thing.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Really?
Defensive
Yeah,
corner.
defensive
DC.
corner.
Yeah.
Defensive coordinator.
I'm glad they clarified because I was thinking District of Columbia or defensive coordinator.
Yeah.
Who's your favorite defensive coordinator?
Monty Kiffin.
Monty Kiffin. Yeah, that makes sense. Kyle Dugan, thank you for the $2 super chat, says, want to guess who I'm impersonating?
I know who it is already.
Well, what's the deal with HB? You got a full B, an HB, a QB. But it's running back. He's not running at half speed. He's running at full speed. Thank you, Dugan, for the $2 super chat. We've officially broken Bailey.
I knew that was going to.
What's the deal with halfback?
That's Seinfeld.
Yes.
Shout out to Jerry Seinfeld for joining the Pewter Report draft show.
The funniest bit.
No grapes, no nuts. That, yeah.
Grape nuts. I don't get it. No grapes, no nuts. Tastes like gravel.
Josh Capo says, favorite defensive coordinator, Scott Reynolds. Can I have my super chat back, Scott? Oh, man.
Yes. Yes. We'll issue a refund check for Pewter Reports.
Okay, Edward Brannon says, my name begins with an E and Emeka's name begins with an E, ... We go to the Super Bowl. Thank you for watching the show. We appreciate you.
The
Yes.
logic tracks there.
My last name ends in an A. Abuka ends in an A. Therefore, this pick is going to be an A+.
Matera Abuka.
Yeah. It's actually
I named my child Matera
Right.
Abuka.
there you go.
The Bucs won the Super Bowl this year.
I've contemplated if I ever have a kid naming, and it's a boy naming him Matthew McConaughey Matera.
All right.
Yeah. Or something like Leonardo or something, and then put the middle name with a G, so then his initials will be LGM.
Oh,
Let's go Mets. We'll see.
I thought that was gonna be a Leo DiCaprio joke.
I do like Leo DiCaprio. Shaggy says, "This is what we're all here for." ... Admit it. Yeah. You know how it goes on day 3 in a round where the Bucs don't have a pick. Speaking of picks,
for day 4 when I just screaming.
Oh, all right. We're going to do another Seinfeld reference. So the Jaguars went with Auburn edge rusher Jalen McLeod, and then the Bears at 195 picked Michigan State guard. And okay, so PFF gets this right. They just have G for guard. There's no O, G in guard, but they have halfback. But they went with Luke Newman. Hello, Newman. At 195 for the Bears. So you got Detroit, who have the Bucs pick in the 6th round. Then the Broncos, Packers. We still got a ways to go in the 6th round. The one time that comp picks backfire. Venu says, "Thanks, Matt, Scott, Bailey, for the great coverage. I have to go and coach my daughter in basketball. Be well."
Thank you.
Thank
Good
you
luck.
so much. Yeah, have fun coaching the basketball. Hopefully the team wins, and we appreciate you. Yeah. Donald Little says, "You guys have done an awesome job with draft coverage. Much thanks. Appreciate you."
Much thanks to you.
Yes. Donnie says, "Draft grade now, fellas."
Oh, all right.
Yeah. Hey, you.
Wait, we should include the 7th rounder? Come on now.
Yeah, right.
I'm gonna go A-. I just think like start to finish, it's
Yeah, I'm at a strong B+ right
I was
now.
thinking B+.
Mike Reynolds, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, "Read this in a Harry Carey voice. If you were a hot dog and you were starving, would you eat yourself?" I think that's well, I know Harry Carey was the infamous Cubs broadcaster. I think worked for the White Sox for a little bit, but then Will Ferrell does like a really good Harry Carey. Okay. "If you were a hot dog and you were starving, would you eat yourself?" It wasn't the best, but I tried. Bottom of the 9th, Cub. All right, well, there you go. Thank you, Mike Reynolds. If there's any other impersonations that you want, if you super chat us, we're happy to oblige in several ways. Mike Reynolds says, "Bingo."
Within reason.
Yeah, Mike Reynolds said nailed it. Yeah, within
You
reason.
just say within reason before we get it.
Yeah, within reason. Yeah, we're not trying to get canceled on, especially not in the 6th round when the Bucs don't even have a pick. Like if we're gonna get canceled, it might as well be when the Bucs have a pick.
We're so far from the end of the 6th round.
What's that old poem? "Miles to go before I sleep."
Wait, we might not be. I might just be dumb.
Yeah, Shag says Will Ferrell does a great Harry Carey. Yeah, he does. I feel with impersonations. God bless you.
Bless you, Scott.
I
No
would
way.
say-
Sorry, Graham Merch just got drafted, and I'm just
No. Yo, before when I was in the Bucs media room,
Clint Evers.
we were in there like specifically 2 Florida Gators. Greg Allman and River Wells were like, "Oh yeah, Graham Mertz, he's going to be an undrafted free agent." Can we go film them right now? The guys like Graham Mertz, what? Not undrafted?
Thoughts?
Oh, maybe Greg can get the Florida Gator to come to the Bucs facility and chill with Kyle Trask. "If you were a hot dog, would you eat yourself?" But yeah, I'm not great at like any specific impersonation, but if I'm around like a certain like accent or voice, or if I watch like a video a bunch of times, I can pick it up a lot more. So apologies. I should have watched a lot of Harry Carey last night. Then I would have been good to go. Scott Gicker, thanks for the comment, says, "Do y'all think we're going to regret not getting Dre Greenlaw in free agency? Still feel like we lack depth at inside linebacker?" I don't necessarily think we are going to regret it.
I would have liked
the Bucs
it.
didn't want to spend big money on, you know.
I think, and then going back to what we were talking about with the draft grades, and I guess we'll see how the 7th round works out. But I think what would have taken mine from a B+ to an A-, and this is nothing against Elijah Roberts, but if Bossa had gotten to the Bucs and they had selected him, I would think the dream would have been fulfilled, and it would have been Up to an A- for me, but I think B+ feels right.
Let's see.
Better depth on the D-line, though.
Constant super chatter. Kyle Dugan says, "Great, the Patriots draft." Okay, Kyle. Will Campbell, bust. Travion Henderson, bust. No, I'm kidding. Campbell, really good pick. I think he'll be very solid. Henderson, one of the top running backs in the second round. Kyle Williams, Jared Wilson, Craig Woodson, Josh Farmer at 137. Thought was pretty good.
Braden Swinson.
And Swinson, too. And then the Aurora Borealis, Andres Borealis.
The thing that I didn't really process earlier when you said the Ravens drafted a kicker, that's interesting given the Justin Tucker thing that's going on. So we'll see.
No, exactly.
First time in franchise history the Ravens have drafted a kicker.
Pretty good draft for the Patriots. I'll give him a B.
That sounds right.
Yeah. Felix Schmidt says, "Are we even confident Bucs would have taken Bosa?" I feel like there would have been a better chance
I think
than
there would
not.
have been a chance, and I think Kansas City trading up to jump the Bucs, maybe they had an inkling or an idea that the Bucs could be after. If they really wanted Bosa, that's a big big reason they could have done that. Probably.
Donnie, who demanded that we grade the Bucs draft, says with a laughing, crying emoji, "I didn't do good in English class. My fault," with the pound emoji. Yeah, Donnie, I don't think you did well in English class, but appreciate the comment for sure.
Good note here from Greg Allman.
The Almanac. The Almond brothers.
Will the Bucs make any cuts to make room for more undrafted rookies? As it is, they can sign 10 guys after the draft and stay under 90. So, we'll see. See how many.
What do you say about Lorenz Metz?
Oh, Lorenz Metz has an international roster exemption, so that's one more spot they can sign a player to.
I would love for a packed Raymond James Stadium to just chant for Lorenz Metz. Yeah. How would that go?
LGN.
If they were chanting for Lorenz Metz.
Let's go,
Let's go,
Let's go,
Metz.
Lorenz. Let's go, Lorenz Metz.
Let's go, Lorenz. LGLM.
One of the cooler things that's
Let's go.
This is gonna sound sad.
Let's go,
one
Metz.
of the cooler things that's happened when I was at the Royal Rumble last year, and Bailey, the wrestler Bailey, won the women's Royal Rumble,
and everyone congratulated you.
Like 60,000 people were chanting
Bailey,
and I was like, "Thank you, everybody."
From the Bay
I
Area.
can say that I've had 60,000.
Yeah, that's true. That's pretty cool.
Name,
that's actually very cool. Shaggy says, "You know what this draft needs? More cowbell." Thank you for being a Pewter Report YouTube channel member. We appreciate you. Adam and Laura Atkinson, thank you each for tuning in, says, "I have a feeling Jason tries to do a trade with the Eagles. We send them a 2026 sixth round pick, and we get number 207 and 209. So they would...
Sounds like more stories for me today, if that's...
Yeah. I got a feeling. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see.
Kobe Bryant still not got drafted.
No Cobes. Oh, yeah, we're just on the Patriots. Update. We're in the 6th round.
Taking forever to announce the
Mertz
pick, I think. I mean, PFF has Mertz in there.
They do.
As the pick, and the Packers being on the clock. The hometown Packers for the draft this year.
I like the promo that Seth Rollins cut on
that's good.
The Packers.
That was very good. So pick 217 is what starts the 7th round.
Damn.
And we are at 198.
Still on the board for best available, Jared Ivey from Mississippi, Ole Miss. Xavier Restrepo, wide receiver, Miami. Another Miami player, running back, or as PFF would like to decipher, halfback, Damian Martinez. Texas tackle, Cameron Williams. R.J. Mickens, the Clemson safety. Tyler Batty, the BYU positive pal, saying that's a great question after every question at the combine. That was another conversation for 4 hours ago.
Yeah.
Kobe Bryant from Kansas. Benjamin Urasek, tight end.
That's somebody
Georgia.
John Ledyard has said he would like to see the Bucs draft late on day 3.
Tez Johnson's still available.
Yeah.
Mello Dotson.
You just know he's going to end up in Denver, right?
Yeah.
Tez Johnson's. Yeah.
That would make sense.
It would be a feel-good story of day 3. I'd like to see
Don't the Broncos have another receiver that played with Boner?
They do. Who is it?
Got the draft last.
Yeah,
Franklin?
that guy.
Franklin.
Yeah, Troy Franklin. Yeah.
Hey, it's Franklin. Yeah. Didn't think we were going to be hearing that.
No, I didn't.
Willie Lampkin's still available. Elijah Huzzy.
Broncos got a pretty good team.
They did make the postseason.
Yeah.
Nico Reed still chilling. Luke Lachey, the Iowa tight end. Another Kobe Hudson. Oh, UCF.
Yeah, UCF, wide
Yeah.
receiver. Hoping that he or BJ Adams, hopefully one of them will go the rest of today, hopefully.
Who's got the best name? Oh, wow. Donovan Smith is eligible. He's a Houston quarterback.
He's re-entered the draft.
Yeah. Nash Jones. That might be the best first name. Hudson Card. Dalton Cooper.
I didn't even realize that Houston quarterback Donovan Smith was in this draft
Yeah.
after a 4-touchdown, 8-interception season last year. I think he got hurt at some point because he had he had a decent 2023.
Nazir Stackhouse probably goes by Nas.
That's
pretty cool. Thor Griffith. We've talked about him. Yeah, that's
strong,
pretty
man.
cool. I like DeRicky Wright.
That's great.
Shiloh Sanders. You ever see Entourage?
Brandon Crenshaw Dixon.
You ever see the movie Grandma's Boy?
No.
Oh, man.
I think I let you down a lot with questions like that.
I do get a little disappointed. Anyway, there's a part in the movie. There's like a brief cameo from David Spade, and he's like the waiter. They're at this like hipster restaurant where like there's no meat, and he's like, "Oh, well, like we got shots of like wheatgrass if anybody wants." And the people, they all sit down. They're like, "Oh, that's cool if you want to be sober and throw up." And they're like, "Oh, like what's your name, Gilo?" He's like, "It's Shiloh, you freaking idiots." And just a funny scene.
Maxon Hook, the safety from Toledo, is a pretty cool name. I like that.
What's pretty cool too is getting super chats from Kathy Gillespie. Thank you, Kathy, for the $4.99 super chat. Who says, "So happy to be with you live. Working too much. We're working too. Just watch Elijah Roberts' introductory Zoom. What a great kid. So excited about this draft class." Thank you for the super chat, Kathy. Great to see that you're so excited about this draft class. We're pretty pumped about it too. And I've really enjoyed what Tampa Bay has done. It seems like with each selection, with each pick, they get stronger and stronger. It makes the Ibuka pick look that much better when they've just nailed what they've done on the defensive side. So glad that you are liking it too.
Absolutely. Happy birthday to Jeff Bloom.
Yes, happy birthday, Jeff Bloom. Yeah, Ken Grant says Nick Swartzen was great in that. Grandma's Boy. Yeah, it's a good movie. It's actually stars like one of the guys that's in every Adam Sandler movie.
Which one?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. He's not in like you ever see 50 First Dates?
Yes.
He's 10-Second Tom.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, him. He's also one of his lawyer friends in Big Daddy. But it's got him. It's got you ever see Dodgeball?
Yep. Oh, thousands of
the
times.
tall, lanky guy in Dodgeball.
Oh yeah.
It's got Doris Roberts, the mom, and
the guy in
everybody loves
Dodgeball
Raymond.
that says there's a guy on our team that dresses like a pirate.
Yeah, him.
He shows up looking normal.
Man, I hope
Hey, look,
that guy
it's
goes on that
Steve
roller coaster and breaks every bone in his body. Oh, and then also it's got Adam Sandler's buddy, the dude that's the quarterback in The Water Boy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But yeah, great movie. Flash Gordon says, I can't imagine trading any picks to get a 6th rounder is worth it. Yeah, that's fair.
Really like a guy. I mean,
Can you imagine what the heck have the Falcons been doing this whole time? Like they had a 4th round pick and then
I think the
that's it.
Gaming.
Yeah, probably.
Dale might have said, listen, we don't have a pick until the 7th. Everybody go home,
right.
get some food. We'll see you guys back.
Probably went to Magic City. The Packers went with Warren Brinson, Georgia defensive tackle. Interesting. Packers go with, first of all, you get the Packers with the Packers G logo and then the Georgia G logo right next to each other. You go from Warren Brinson to Branson Taylor. So last name Brinson, and then the Chargers went with a first name Branson. Brinson-Branson combo. The tackle out of Pittsburgh.
So we just kind of found this interesting over the last couple of days, keeping track of this and looking at it. The Bucs Communications sent out like this draft info notes document, and it has like the number of draft choices they've had from a given school. So Ibuka became the 4th Ohio State player they've drafted. We'll see Benjamin Morrison became the 8th Notre Dame player. I think what would be the first since Robert Hainsey, right? Yeah. I don't know if they've done one since Hainsey. And then Parrish would have been. Oops, I typed in Parrish, not Kansas State.
Hold on.
All right, I won't say it.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
He's the 8th. Yeah. I'll look up a list after just to cross-reference. And then the first pick, I said earlier, Central Arkansas is Dave Walker is the 2nd from Central Arkansas, and then Elijah Roberts is the 3rd SMU player selected by the Bucs.
Let me see if I can get all.
Okay, let me look at. Scott's going to try to name all the Kansas State players drafted by the Bucs. Well, that's not helpful. Oh, hold on. Okay, yeah. Scott, would you like to go ahead?
Okay. Let's go with Elijah Alexander.
I'm going way back because I don't actually have the list. I'm scrolling through. I highlighted. That was probably a dumb way to do it. Elijah Alexander, yes.
Roderick Green, same draft. Roderick Green.
Yes.
It would be the 1994 draft?
2.
No, 92.
1992 draft. So 2 in that draft.
There's 2. Then there's Darnell McDonald and Martin Gramatica.
Yes.
4.
Mm-hmm.
Then there is Josh Freeman.
Skipped one.
I skipped one.
Yes. I don't think he ever had stats for the Bucs.
Oh, yeah. Aaron Lockett.
Yes.
Yeah, Lockett. Yeah. Aaron Lockett. That's right. Aaron Lockett. Part of the Flying Lockett family. And then Josh Freeman.
Yes.
And Josh Hayes.
Yep.
And then Jacob Parrish.
Yep. There it is.
All right.
Scott Reynolds, ladies and gentlemen. He immediately dropped his phone after some applause.
Oh my God, he was using it to find the answers.
Drops his phone and kicks his water over. A banner a few seconds then for Scott Reynolds.
This is cruel but funny. Can't say that one.
Can't repeat that.
Jeffrey McCain says, who was our backup center now that Hainsey is gone? Well, they've been getting Elijah Klein some snaps, or he's been working on snapping as well. So they might try to get him as a versatile backup offensive lineman.
Ben Bredesen has experience.
Yes, Ben Bredesen, that's a good point as well. The Bread Man does have some experience playing center, too. There's Elijah Klein, who famously also played tackle in that preseason game against the Jaguars, which we were at. It happened last second.
The first of back-to-back day 3 Elijahs for the Bucs,
Yes.
as someone pointed out earlier.
2 Elijahs. John V wants to know, where did Kobe Bryant go? He is still available. Oh, Kobe King off the board. Yeah, damn.
To the Vikings. And then the Vikings had back-to-back picks. They took Kobe King and then Pitt tight end Gavin Bartholomew. LeJohntay West.
Yeah.
Colorado wide receiver.
Bartholomew, I interviewed him at the Senior Bowl and then also at the Combine.
There we
Good for
are.
him.
Look at us.
Yeah, and
Cowboys at 204 are on the clock. Again, the magic number to get into the 7th round is 217, which is also the Cowboys pick.
Yeah, wow.
So we're getting there. Getting to the end of the 6th a little bit, and then we got to wait another 18 picks for the Bucs in the 7th, but we are I was going to say we're winding down. We're really not, but
yeah,
on the road to winding down.
We're like,
as we have been since the start of Thursday.
We got 3 minutes left in the third quarter. I'd say something like that.
Sounds about right.
Jeffrey McCain says, thanks for the information. Excited for the upcoming season. Let's go Bucs.
Me too.
Yes, looking forward to the season, but we cover the Bucs all year round. For those that might be tuning in and don't watch regularly, we have a podcast 4 times a week, Monday through Thursday. We also have a special show on Friday for our Pewter Report Platinum and Premier members. So make sure you subscribe to pewterreport.com. And please hit the like button, comments. We got some shows coming up as well this week. On Monday, we're going to do roll call, and we'll talk about how the Bucs have bolstered their defense as we recap the 2025 NFL Draft for your Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And then on Tuesday, a big-time episode, our pal, Pewter Report alumni, with PFF, Trevor Sikkema will be on the show. We'll get his thoughts and opinions and everything as he breaks down the Bucs draft and giving his analysis from everything that went on, what he liked, what he didn't like, what he loved. We'll tap into his brain, see how he comes up with all these gifts and memes that he divulges.
And possibly.
And potentially.
Elijah Roberts on Thursday.
Yes. Potentially Elijah Roberts. We are in the works in that right now. Maybe getting him on Thursday, which would be pretty cool.
Be a cool little stretch for us because obviously we got the draft this weekend. A couple weekends from now, they'll have rookie mini camp.
Yep.
On the Friday and Saturday. Not too long after that, some OTAs. We'll get the mini camp early on in June.
Yeah, something like that.
What, about a month and a half or so, and then we'll be back for training camp.
Mm-hmm. And then it'll be summer, and then the preseason, and then the regular season.
And then the playoffs.
And then
we'll start this all over again.
The Super Bowl in New Orleans.
Ooh.
Yeah.
They just had it in New Orleans, didn't they?
Yeah, they did.
It's in Cali.
Oh, yeah, it is in Cali. Yeah. That's right. Yeah, I think it's in San Fran. I think it's San Fran, and then the following year it's SoFi. Bailey Adams doing some investigative research. I was thinking WrestleMania is in New Orleans.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay, that's not helping me.
Yeah, I think it's Bay Area, San Fran, then LA, and then Atlanta.
There it is, future venues. Yeah, you're right. Exactly. Levi Stadium, SoFi Stadium, Mercedes-Benz Stadium.
All right, so 2026 halftime show, Metallica, because they're from that area. 2027, Blink-182. Though I read a rumor that they turned down the halftime show, but I don't know if that's true. And then Atlanta, go Outkast.
Yeah.
That'd be cool.
Would be cool.
That'd
They
be
still performing together at all, though?
I'm sure they would for the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I guess probably would. Big Boy performed before the Lightning home opener 2 years ago.
Did he
Out on
really?
Thunder Alley, yeah. I mean, I know Bucs fans want the Bucs win the Super Bowl every year, preferably this year, if not in the following season. But winning it in the Falcon Stadium would be kind of cool.
Yeah, be kind of nice if they did it with much less travel for Bucs fans and media. Yeez.
Oh, they obviously won their first Super Bowl in California.
Says, let's go Bolts, yeah. In San Diego, which means, no, I won't go there. Shout out Anchorman, though. Jeff the Champ says, Outcast would be Fire Flames. Would be awesome. Yeah, that would be very cool. Kyle Dugan, very topical. Matt, do you like the Nuggets at +6.5 and Warriors -2.5? I like the Warriors -2.5. I don't know about the rich, creamy nougats. That's one of the guys from ESPN would always say that. I want to say it was John Anderson. Yeah, let's see. Let's see what we got.
My prediction for the next Super Bowl halftime show is that some people will really like it and some people will really hate it.
Yeah. And there's definitely going to be people being like, I don't get it. All right, we got Leafs Senators at 7. Overs 5.5. Stars Avalanche series. Their over-under's been insane every game.
I've completely ignored, I guess until today, I've been ignoring hockey over the last couple days.
Yeah.
So I've been wanting to think about it. So I don't even know what's going on in any of the other series right now. So
Dallas has a 2-1 lead on Colorado. Okay, cool. So
pretty soon
we're going to have Rick Stroud joining the show. Just started a new radio show over on ESPN Tampa Bay. And we'll have him on. Has that book with Tom Moore as well. Get his insight.
Just got actually shout out to Rick and to Coach Tom Moore. I brought the book and asked Rick last night. I was like, would you mind signing it for me? He was like, yeah. Well, actually, in typical Rick fashion, I said, Rick, can I bother you tomorrow for? And he goes, no. I was like, and then he was like, just kidding, what is it? And I asked him if he could sign the book. And he goes, oh, yeah, of course. So I brought it to him, and he goes, do you want Tom to sign it? I was like, oh, yeah, sure. So I guess he was bringing one to Coach Moore.
Yeah, when I was out for a little bit, Tom came through.
Okay,
I didn't want to be rude and ask what they were doing.
So I've got both of them to sign it. So it's pretty nice. I'm very thankful for that.
Yeah, so we have Rick Stroud of the Tampa Bay Times coming through. Josh Capo says, Bailey, your thoughts on the new Florida State offensive coordinator?
You guys don't realize it probably. Maybe some Florida State people already do. I don't think you realize how funny this season is about to. Probably not for you guys, but for everybody else. It's going to be a funny season because brought in Tommy Castellanos, who is the quarterback at Boston College, who he previously ran out of UCF, and it's going to be a lot.
Yeah. All right, so we're about to do a little bit of a hockey shift. In the meantime, let's hear this message from Walk-Ons, and we'll talk a little bit further after that.
Yeah, so what happened out there tonight? We struck out at home with leftovers, then we remembered walk-ons.
What effect did the situation have?
Spirit soared. Nick took on a burger. Jen obliterated her ribeye po' boy. And speaking of spirits, Laura even scored a real tasty cocktail. She needed that.
Any lessons learned today?
Yeah. Head straight to walk-ons.
Scratch-made dishes, wall-to-wall TVs, craft beers, and cocktails. Walk-ons for the win.
Walk-Ons for the win is right. 3 Tampa Bay area locations to serve you. Wesley Chapel up on my neck of the woods. Midtown Tampa, just down the street from the stadium, and Matt Matera's favorite hangout. And Lakeland is the other one. Big events call for big flavor. If you are hosting, say, a graduation party for your high school or college grad, or maybe you are going to watch the Tampa Bay Lightning come back as they did today. They're still in this thing, Rick Stroud. They, if you want to watch the Lightning playoffs or Orlando Magic playoffs or whoever, and you want to have some great food for catering, call Walk-Ons. Big events call for big flavor. Order catering for game day gatherings, graduations, family events, and more. Walk-Ons, 3 Tampa Bay area locations. This has been a very eventful draft for the Buccaneers. Started off with, not a pick that a lot of people had. Certainly we didn't. Joining me now is Rick Stroud from the Tampa Bay Times, and also radio host Rick Stroud, too. You've got your own radio show. Tell us about that.
Yeah, we're just kind of starting off on ESPN Tampa Bay. So that's like 11:50 a.m. and 92.1, 102.1, something like that. I got to get the numbers down. But, yeah, it's fun. Did radio for a long time, just another forum, and got an opportunity, so we'll see how it goes.
Very cool. Rick and I've done the Insiders for a long time. That was such a blast, and always enjoy picking your brain and talking football. We see this team very similar, probably about 90% of the time. We'll disagree here and there. That's what makes it fun.
Mm-hmm.
But let me just start off the conversation with the Buccaneers, just asking you, is this a Super Bowl contender? Because last year, just to kind of, I want to get your take on where you thought this team was last year. For the first time in my 30 years doing this, the Pewter Report staff, we all had the same prediction. We all said 10-7, but no Super Bowl, right? None of us used the Super Bowl term. We didn't think that the Bucs were the Super Bowl team last year. We thought last year was kind of a stair-step year. You see Todd Bowles go from 8 wins to 9, 9 wins to 10. That's what happened. I don't think any of us necessarily saw them losing to the Commanders at home in the first round.
Yeah.
But
they were 10-7 though, right?
They were 10-7.
Yeah.
We got that right. But we've kind of said this is the year when truly the Super Bowl window opens a little bit for this team. And really, this should be the year when you've got guys like Elijah Cansey, Yaya Diaby leveling up. This will be Bucky Irving going into his second season.
Yeah.
The continuity on offense now. But I don't put words in your mouth. Is this a legit Super Bowl contender?
Well, I think their window is open now. I don't know how long it will stay open. I think when you talk about guys like Mike Evans, and we don't know exactly what version of Chris Godwin we're going to get, is it going to be like he was coming off his knee injury? Or is it going to be like last year, which I would find hard to believe before the ankle surgery? So, but I would say that, offensively, again, a whole new offensive coordinator again. Like these things are hard to put together, right? There's continuity though in the system.
Yeah.
But Josh Grizzard's never called a play. He's called as many as me and you in the NFL.
That's right.
So, you still have this sort of great unknowns out there, and every year is different. Like you just can't. You don't carry over seasons, right? You don't start. Everybody goes back to the bottom of the mountain and all of that.
That's right.
So, having said that, I think the fact that Baker Mayfield has had continuity now in his career and in his life. I think the offensive line is as strong as it's been. I think they clearly have a good running game, or a running game that they didn't have 2 years prior to that. So
now you had another weapon.
And now you had another weapon, in Emeka Ibuka. But I don't think the defense is good enough as we sit here today. To say that they can win a Super Bowl. They haven't advanced beyond the wild card round in the last 2 years. They got to take a step there. That's not to say that once they get in the playoffs, if you just win the first game, maybe get some momentum and you go to the championship and win it. But certainly the opportunity is there. They still have a fairly young team, but they have a bunch of young players that are really highly productive. And the thing I can't figure out is I know how much they helped themselves with the draft last year. I don't know how much they helped themselves this year.
Okay. Let's take a look at the Bucs draft and go down the list here.
Yeah.
You've got Emeka Ibuka, the first round pick, and kind of caught me off guard, but it makes a lot of sense because, as you mentioned, we don't know what Chris Godwin's status is going to be.
Right.
If you remember the last time he was coming off the injury, what happened in his first game back? They go to Dallas. Week 1, he catches like a 30-yard pass. Then he pulls his hamstring in the second half. Then he misses the second game. So just because you get medically cleared to play doesn't mean that you're going to return to form right off the bat.
That's correct.
And be a 1,000-yard receiver again.
That's correct. And I think that a couple things that year. They moved him outside ostensibly to protect him using the boundary. Well, Chris is not an outside receiver. I mean, he's not going to run by anybody. So consequently, guys just sat and squatted on routes but he's got to play the slot. That's where he plays. But yeah, what version are you going to get? He's not going to be the guy that had 50 catches before he went down. Now I wouldn't bet against Chris doing everything he can to come back, but the fact is they don't know. So that's a factor. So, getting Mbuka, I mean, I did not expect, we wrote about it, that it was a possibility. I mean, Mike Evans is, going to be 32 years old and Chris had his ankle turned backwards and he's 29. Jalen McMillan did some things the final 7 games or 5 games and had 7 touchdowns. But he was a number 3 last year. He wasn't a number 2 or certainly not a number 1. So, getting a receiver, I understood, is this the guy? I mean, his production is pretty consistent. He's a super individual. He is Chris Godwin for all intents and purposes. I mean, he's Chris Godwin 2.0. Yeah. But not that he's not fast. He is, but not the fastest guy. Not that he isn't big, but he's not the biggest guy. He's 6 foot, 202 pounds. And you can only, there's one ball, and one bone and 4 dogs. I mean, you can only throw it to so many guys. So is he their third receiver? Are they going to play 4? How does this manifest itself on the field? I don't think it's a bad pick. I just don't know that their defense couldn't get off the field last year. They beat Washington if they could get off the field.
That's right.
Okay. They averaged 29.5 points a game. Yep. You needed to address your defense early and often. Yep. And we'll get into these other picks. This is as much about the future because you don't know how long Mike Evans is going to play.
In the NFL.
But your window, we're talking about the window being open right now.
That's right.
Would I have been selfish as a coach and said, hey, give me an inside linebacker, give me an edge rusher right now, right here? Probably I would have been. Yeah. Would I have missed out on a great kid and a great player? Mm-hmm. Time will tell. Yeah. But it seemed like, man, they fell in love with the person as much as they did the player. Yeah. And they didn't see any, they got so many great reports from Ohio State that if he was there, they were going to take him, and they did. Now, let's see how much of it did. I love the kid. Yep. He's productive. He's played with a lot of good receivers. I don't know that he's going to help them win the Super Bowl. I don't know that he's that piece that you take with the first pick and first round.
Yeah, if he does have an immediate impact, and he's not going to produce great numbers, the only way he does that is if Mike or Chris
somebody's hurt,
play, right?
Yeah,
exactly. But you go back to the Super Bowl year, and if you go back and look at the Super Bowl itself, the actual game, right? Rob Gronkowski was kind of the featured guy in that game. Yeah, and then if you go back to the game against the Falcons, the season finale, where Mike got the 1,000 yards, then on the next play hurt his knee, should have had a touchdown, but slipped in the end zone. And then AB went off for 140 yards in that game. And it was a different guy each week. And wherever Tom Brady saw the mismatch pre-snap, that was going to be the guy, and it was Mike some games, Chris others, Rob, Gronkowski or Antonio Brown. And so they don't have an AB and they don't have a Rob Gronkowski, right? But if you do have 4 legitimate weapons in the passing game, and as much as I like K-Dot, and he's not a weapon, he had a 100-yard game here or there to kind of fill in, for some of the catches and the receptions that Mike and Chris would have got. But if you are Baker Mayfield, and let's say you do go 4 wide on occasion, or you at least have 3 on the field, it's another legit weapon for Baker in this offense. And I go back to Trey Palmer. Trey Palmer showed some signs of life in his rookie season, right? But he really had a chance to hold on to that number 3 job, and Jalen McMillan came in and took it from him.
He did.
And Trey Palmer is on the way out. He did not have a good year. I almost like this as iron sharpens iron. I think the arrival of Emeka Egbuka is going to ensure that Jalen McMillan is on his P's and Q's, because he's going to have to fight for snaps. He hasn't just arrived because he got 8 touchdowns last year.
Yeah, that's right.
He can't come in and just say, I'm wide receiver number 3 now. he's going to have to earn those snaps and reps and be on top of his game and really level up for him to see the field.
Here's what I think happened. Chris Godwin got hurt and was out for the year, and Mike Evans, had the hamstring, missed really most of 4 games,
Yep.
three in a row,
Yep.
and they went 0-4, Scott.
That's right.
They went 0-4. They did some creative things, and Kate Otten got a lot of passes. You know what?
Yep.
Teams are happy to let Kate Otten catch the football.
Of course.
Because he's
10 yards a catch.
Yeah,
Sure, why
it's
not?
going to take you 12 plays to get in the
Yep.
end zone. And nothing against him, but he's not an explosive. He's not Rob Gronkowski for sure.
Right.
And he's not explosive. So you want to try to prevent the explosives. So I think what that taught them was they've had 2 years now where they've started 3-1 and then hit a streak, a bad streak.
Yep.
And when you start to get injuries about week 5
Mm-hmm.
or 5 into the season, how do you withstand that? Where could we get hurt the most? Where are the injuries likely to occur with our older players, right?
Yeah.
In Godwin, who's coming off an injury, and,
Even
and
Sterling
Mike Evans,
Shepard had a
Sterling
hamstring.
Shepard. Yeah. And I mean, let's be honest. I love Sterling Shepard, but if you're
I
having
agree.
to play Sterling Shepard as your number 3, you're in trouble,
Yes.
right? Like, so.
Or even as your number
Or
one,
you're-
as they
yeah,
had to do
as
in
a
Kansas
case, as
City.
a case may be. Yeah, it was crazy. So I think what they felt like was, I never want to be there again. And Todd Bowles, in a amazing fit of honesty at a coach's breakfast
I
at
know.
the owners' meetings, told us all, I'm not bypassing a great offensive player. I'll do some stuff on defense.
Yep.
I'll figure out a way.
That's right.
But we've got to score points. It's about scoring points. So true to his word, he went out and covered himself with a receiver. Now, I don't think he can tackle, and I don't think he can cover, and I don't think he can rush the passer. But, to me, those are the things you need to do with this football team. I think they'll score points if their guys stay on the field. We'll see if this was a great move or just a luxury for this year.
Here's one thing, too, right? I had some conversations with Liam Cohen last year. He was freaking out after the Baltimore game. Freaking out.
I see why.
Okay.
Yeah, I see why.
And here's the thing. He at least had 2 years of play calling experience in the SEC, which I call NFL junior. When you're going up against Alabama, Georgia, LSU,
And you're
Tennessee,
outgunned every week.
You're outgunned every week. At least he had that to kind of fall back on. This guy right here is like Dave Canales. He's like me and you. He is not called a play
That's right.
in the NFL.
Yeah.
And I think Jason and Todd weren't necessarily scared, but scarred about what happened last year. And they said,
I
holy
agree.
smokes. If that happened with Liam, and the point production went from 31 points in that Ravens game to 26 against the
26.
Falcons, 24 against the Chiefs.
They lost a touchdown a game.
20 points, against the 49ers.
Yeah.
They said, we cannot allow that to happen again.
I agree. I think they were scarred, as you said, by that. And I think they said, look, Mike Evans, maybe he plays forever.
Yeah.
Certainly, but he got 1,000 yards on the final play of the season.
That's right.
Okay. The final play.
Yeah.
So, I think you have to understand that this can't continue. And, and Chris, he's a warrior, but he's beat up. He's left pieces of his body all over the National Football League. And there's no way to put him back together every single time and make him Chris Godwin. So, they did what they did. And I understand it. We'll see if it works out. And we'll get into the other picks. I don't know that they've done enough on defense to be a Super Bowl team.
Yeah.
I don't know that yet.
They're going to have a Benjamin Morrison, and they're going to have a Benjamin Morrison be like this year's Tyke Smith.
Yeah,
they're going to have Jacob Parrish be like this year's. I don't say Bucky Irving because Bucky was like exceptional, but almost like a Graham Bart, where like he comes in, credible rookie, looks the part.
Great beyond his years.
Wire to wire starter,
Yeah.
with the exception of the Saints game. They're going to have some of these guys really come in and just be solidifying. The reason I say Jacob Parrish is he's probably going to be the nickel, right? He's going to be contending with Christian Izzian for that nickel job.
Yeah.
And I like him, K-Stater, but
every year.
No, not every year. Rick. Come on, only a couple.
Every other.
Actually 8. There's been 8.
Okay.
8 players drafted from Kansas State.
All right.
And just Josh Hayes more recently.
Uh-huh.
But Benjamin Morrison, I had some concerns about the hip.
Some.
Right? Yeah, I did. But
I still do.
I do. But here's the thing. This seems to me, from what Benjamin was saying yesterday, this was a like almost like a genetic condition that needed to be corrected rather than an actual injury. Because
they're waiting for the growth plates and all that.
He had bilateral surgery done on his
hips.
On his hips. And he had one done in high school.
Yeah.
And he knew that the other one would have to come at another point in time. You can't have both done at the same time. You got to be able to walk.
Right.
If you have both done, guess what? You're not getting a scholarship to college.
Yeah, that's true.
Right. And if you have both done in college, you're not getting drafted. So he kind of had to stagger this out a little bit.
Yeah.
And I respect him for that. But he's, if he played after having one hip done well enough to get 6 interceptions as a freshman at Notre Dame.
Yeah.
And then 3 more the next year, then I have to think just having the other one done, it's almost like corrective surgery where it's not like he's recovering from an injury per se. So I'm a little more hopeful now about that after hearing from Benjamin about his recent surgery. We'll see. He's a ball hawk though. I mean, 9 interceptions.
Yeah.
To start at Notre Dame and get 6 interceptions the first year, that caught my attention a couple years ago.
Yeah, no, he does a nice job when he's on the field, but it's when he's on the field. And I just think that when, you got rid of Carlton Davis because he couldn't stay healthy and he got hurt in Detroit.
Jamel Dean.
You're trying to replace Jamel Dean, who's missed like 8 games in the last 2 years or 9. And you do it with a guy who, whether it was needed or genetic or whatever, it still missed 10 games last year at Notre Dame. And I don't even know, is he ready for OTAs, rookie minicamp, mandatory minicamp? Like, when will we see him? Because you can do all you want in the classroom.
That's right.
You better get on the grass.
Yep.
And you better start running full speed to understand what the NFL is going to be like. So they really like the kid to take him with this condition. I'm a little dubious about it, but they listen to their doctors, and that's all you can do. We'll see. I don't know. I wasn't thrilled with that pick, to be honest with you. I like his production, but I just don't know how you're looking for a corner to replace unhealthy corners. There's
Jamel Dean riding the bike in the second half of the Commanders game, watching the game.
That's not the back pedal we like to talk about with corners right there, right? That's not usually,
Let me ask you this about Jamel Dean, because obviously the team decided to keep him. This isn't like a Carlton Davis situation, and we were kind of quick to say, "Oh, they cut Carlton Davis last year; they traded him."
Yeah, they'll do the same thing with this guy.
But it didn't happen because they didn't have Zion McCollum waiting in the wings. There wasn't that replacement per se.
That's correct.
So, I like Jamel when he's healthy. I think everybody likes him when he's healthy. I'm not saying we love him, but we like him. But here's the thing: the last time Jamel Dean was really good, in my opinion, was when he was pushing Sean Murphy-Bunting, and Sean Murphy-Bunting was pushing him for the starting job.
Yeah.
And it seems like once he got the big contract, and he kind of arrived, you had Carlton with the big, $12 million deal, and he had the $12 or $13 million deal, whatever it was. It seemed like that's where the play really kind of leveled off. The interceptions were nowhere to be found, and the injuries started to kind of creep up. Maybe having Benjamin Morrison here, maybe it pushes him either to better play or to the bench. It's one of the other.
Or maybe they rehab together. I don't know. It'd just be a lot more bicycles that they need, to get them. I mean, that's the thing. Like, you don't need unhealthy corners.
Yeah.
Jamel, the one thing though is that, and I think the reason why Morrison is here is that he's demonstrated very few or any ball skills whatsoever. I mean, Jamel, Carlton, those guys don't intercept passes, and you had 7 last year as a team. That's the fewest since Todd Bowles got here in 2019. You have to take the ball away in this league, and it's got to start at corner. If your corners play better coverage. I mean, we saw them with Josh Hayes last year against Kansas City when he was backpedaling into the end zone and allowing touchdowns. You can't win like that. So
against old man D-Hop.
D-Hop. So I like Jamel. I think he can do some things. Obviously, I think Zion's their best corner.
Yeah.
It would help to have a pass rush, though.
I'm just curious to see if Jamel Dean's game can somewhat get back on track because he has a legit competition now. That's all. We'll find out in training.
Doesn't hurt.
Yeah.
Doesn't hurt.
We talked briefly about Jacob Parrish here. He played outside, but he's under 5'10". He's going to have to be a nickel inside. He does have the speed, the twitchiness inside.
It's fast.
He's got some ball hawks.
He can hit, too.
Yeah, he's a tenacious tackler. I applaud the pick.
Yep. Liked him.
David Walker, this guy, man.
Interesting cat here.
You talk about production.
Yeah.
Here's the thing: when you're drafting an FCS player,
Better be dominant.
You better be dominant. You better glow on the tape.
Yeah.
And this guy just glows. And
Yeah.
as you know, as someone with the production that he had at Central Arkansas, and we went to the Senior Bowl and saw him, and that's the big thing, right? Is okay.
What do you look like against D1
exactly?
tackles?
Show me what you got against the D1 offensive lineman, and he certainly showed out exceptionally well. When you look at the numbers that he put up the last 4 years, and the last 3 of which were at Central Arkansas, just absolutely stunning pass rush production. 8 sacks at Southern Arkansas, 12 sacks in his first year at Central Arkansas, then 8.5 sacks, then 10.5, 4 forced fumbles in this past season. So Todd Bowles wants ball hawks. He's got 6 forced fumbles in his career.
Yeah.
That's
No, highly productive. And you're right. If you get a guy from Central Arkansas, he's got to be dominant. You're still making a projection of what's going to happen when he plays, not just Division I players, but NFL grown men, right? Grown-ass men. So there'll still be a bit of a learning curve. But I like guys that have, if he has a singular gift and it's getting to the quarterback, use him that way. But there's plenty of rush opportunities that if he has to be a designated pass rusher and get you 8 sacks, you're happy to have him, right?
Yeah, exactly. The most recent pick for the Buccaneers in round 5, Elijah Roberts, was kind of mired in Miami, kind of stuck on the bench, and then goes to SMU and it actually has kind of a breakthrough season right out of the gate at SMU. Had 10 sacks in his first season. And really, SMU was kind of like that darling team last year. Kind of Rhett Lashley kind of took that team to the playoffs, and really it's kind of an offensive driven team, but the defense was actually really sound too. 10 sacks last year, 12.5 tackles for loss, 2 forced fumbles. I'm sorry, that was in 2023. Last year, 7.5 sacks, 2 forced fumbles, 11 tackles for loss. But Rick, he had close to 90 pressures over the last 2 years. And he's a very well put together athlete, has got some really interesting size. He's going to move inside. He's going to be like they're drafting Logan Hall's eventual replacement, right? And 292 pounds at his pro day, 6'4". When Logan Hall first got here as the 33rd overall pick, he was like 265, 275. And over the last 2 years, he's had to put on 20, 25 pounds of size just to survive in the trenches. This guy comes a little bit more battle ready, a little bit more trench ready at 292 pounds.
Yeah, I mean, you played at Miami. You've been dominant at times at SMU. I love Will Golston. It was time to move on from him. Yeah. You've upgraded from the standpoint of youth and just a great athlete. All these guys, by the way, the one thing I give Jason Light and Mike Beal and Rob McCartney credit for, and Spytech before that, is they have figured out players that love to play. Yeah. They have the character thing is no longer an issue in this building. Maybe to the extreme. Sometimes I wonder if you're falling more in love with the guy than the player.
I know.
But having said that, that's not a bad thing to have a bunch of dudes that just love football and want to win and aren't about themselves. It's hard in this league to find 53 guys that'll pull the rope the same way. Yeah. So I love the fact that when you talk to these guys, they're all good dudes. They're all, Uber team guys, successful, all that. So, but again, we can't grade a draft class as they're making their selections. You know what I mean? It's impossible to do.
They haven't put on the uniform
We
yet.
haven't seen a single rep. And I just think that the one area I would be concerned about is inside linebacker. I mean, Servassier Dennis, they hope he's coming back. The funny thing, they knew he had a shoulder injury when they drafted him, and it showed up, and he played a couple games, looked good, and then boom, he's out.
Right.
So you have the situation with Morrison. He has a hip, it's repaired, but is he going to make Levante David is beaten Father Time. Father Time is undefeated.
That's right.
Is this the year he loses? We're starting to see a little bit of waning in the coverage abilities and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
They're not real deep behind him. I mean, essentially you got Walker for KJ Britt. It's almost like a swap in free agency, The Dolphins thinks Britt's better. Well, he wasn't very good here.
Yeah.
So I would be a little concerned because players You know this, Scott. They don't get better, more productive, and less hurt as they get older in this league. It's a young man's game at the end of the day. It still is a young man's
Always
game.
will be.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Let me get your thoughts on Todd Bowles. I've been called a Todd Bowles apologist by some.
That's funny.
And a Todd Bowles hater by others.
Yes, I know that one.
Which tells me I'm doing my job, because if you don't know,
They don't know where you stand.
if you don't know where I stand, that means I'm trying to be fair and objective. When Todd has done well, I have praised
Depends
him.
on the day.
It depends on the day. Exactly. But I love everything he has said, everything he has done this offseason. And I think one of his best moves was Larry Foote back to outside linebackers coach. I think this is a game changer.
Yeah, well, getting Mike Caldwell enabled that too.
No doubt. Yes.
And,
Mike Caldwell, inside linebacker, coming back. He was with the Super Bowl. I mean, nothing against Larry. I love Larry Foote. I love him better at outside linebacker than I do pass game coordinator.
Yes.
Than I do inside linebacker.
Yes.
Mike Caldwell, and I'm not saying this is Larry Foote's fault at all, but Devin White was a player in Tampa when Mike Caldwell was here.
Yeah.
And then they kind of shuffled the deck a little bit. Was not a big fan of George Edwards.
No.
Shocker. I know.
Nope.
Surprise, surprise. But I like George Edwards, the strategist, rather than the position coach. Maybe he's the guy as the pass game coordinator that can do the 30,000-foot view. And finally, I don't know, get the secondary on the same page with the linebackers in coverage. So maybe they cannot have these gaping holes in the middle of the defense all season long.
Yeah.
So what are your thoughts on the coaching changes that Todd Bowles made? Because I really feel strongly that was a pivotal moment for the Bucs this offseason from Todd Bowles.
Well, I think it was made easier because Caldwell was available. You know what I mean? Like if he does a better job, where he's at in Jacksonville or wherever maybe he's not here, but the fact that he was out there, it's the right thing to do. That was their Super Bowl coaching staff. That was the way they lined up when Shaq Barrett and Jason Pierre-Paul. No, those are different cats, right?
Yep.
I still think, it's about players, not plays. That's what's going to win it for you. But Larry, we know, is a very dynamic coach. I think he can coach inside linebackers as easily as he can coach outside, but I don't think Edwards did a very good job. And the proof is in the pudding. You don't have, Yaya Diaby went backwards. He had 7.5 sacks, and then he had 4.5. And he got more attention because Joe Schwenk is on the other side. And who are you going to chip? Who are you going to put a tight end over? And I think that bothered him to the extent that he just wasn't able to finish sacks the way he normally does. But does this mean that you're going to be back to Super Bowl levels because Larry Foote's coaching the outside? I don't know that it's that simple. You need players. Hassan Reddick is a big story this year.
No doubt.
He's a big damn story this year.
Yep.
They have to have him be the Hassan Reddick from 2 years ago, not with the Jets. He has to invent. He's playing for his bag, right? Guys are getting $30 and $35 million to do what Hassan Reddick was doing before he got traded to the Jets.
Yep.
If he wants that, it's out there for him. I don't know if it'll be here, but they got him for 1 year, as hungry as he could possibly be, and a motivated, hungry Hassan Reddick can change this team's dynamics pretty well.
And he's got Larry Foote, who was his original position
Knows
coach.
him well.
Knows him well
Can
in Arizona,
communicate.
pushing the buttons and everything.
Yes,
I like that.
yes.
So we had Yaya Diaby. You mentioned him. We had him on our podcast a couple of weeks ago. And I put this picture up here. This is Larry Foote from back in 2019.
Mm-hmm.
And Yaya saw the picture on the podcast. He's like, that's what I like. He's hands-on.
Mm-hmm.
He can put the pads on.
Yeah, youthful guy.
10 years younger than George Edwards.
That's right.
And I just think there's going to be a connection there, because if you want to rush 4, you're right. Hassan Reddick's got to be the double-digit sacker. He's got to be the guy he was before. Yaya Diaby's got to take the next step and go from pressures to sacks.
Yep.
Chris Braswell, your second-round pick last year,
Got to come in and do something, man.
has got to. There can't be the drop-off last year when Yaya was out and Joe Schwenk was in.
You had Nelson and him.
It was just a different world. You've got to have that second level, that second hockey shift, be just as good or not without the Grand Canyon chasm between the two. And I think Larry Foote and Yaya is excited about it. I think he can be a difference maker. Let me get your thoughts on Todd Bowles real quick.
Yeah.
We've seen a different style from Todd Bowles. And the funny thing is you were there for both the NFL scouting combine interviews at the podium as well as off the podium, where he kind of had the gaggle with the the local reporters. And then with the NFL annual meeting, you were there as well for that. When Todd kind of spoke very bluntly, very directly, kind of calling out players like Jamel Dean, and he's saying, well, we like Joe Tryon-Shoyinka. He did everything except get sacks. And, well, what are you looking for in a punter? Well, don't shank it. And he kind of called out Zion McCollum a little bit for, getting bored at times on the field. He's great when he's not bored.
Mm-hmm.
And Jamel Dean, it's just this very kind of frank talk.
Mm-hmm.
And then he kind of continues that, because Matt and I were saying at the comment, we're like, wow, what happened to Todd? Like, is this
but see, that's who he is. What he does in front of us is not what he does with players. What we finally saw is how he is with his players. He's extremely blunt. He's really sarcastic.
Yes.
And to a point, to make a point. He doesn't just poke the bear. He tries to needle him to death. And that's the kind of honest, repartee he has when he approaches his guys. Now, for us to see him on the podium after a game or between games, during the week, he's spitting out, he's protecting players. Like, his first instinct is to protect players because he was a player.
Yes.
I think the fact that he came from the Redskins and, Joe Gibbs wasn't going to stand up there and criticize guys on the podium, but Joe would rip you apart inside the walls.
Yeah.
And I think that's just his style. And look, this is his team now, right? Like, and we can go back to how he got the job and, the coaching staff that was handed to him and all of that, and the Brady situation and one of the oldest teams in the league. They've had to thread a needle here. It's remarkable that they have won, 4 straight NFC South titles and been in the playoffs 5 straight years with the transition that is so hard to make. Look at the teams that can't make it right now.
That's right.
Where you're talking about the Rams or recent Super Bowl winners. So Todd has found his voice with his team. I think that he's got plenty of influence and synergy with Jason Light. I think those two respect each other and listen to each other and worked well together. And he's got a quarterback that he believes in. And that coach-quarterback relationship in this league, Scott,
it's huge.
Show me a team that's going to go to championships and win Super Bowls, and I'll show you, Reed and Mahomes. I'll show you that coach-quarterback – he was behind Baker even before Baker came to him.
Brees, right?
Yes, it's absolutely, like I said something at the combine. I go, Baker just needs to cut down on those turnovers, and he's like, look, that's the way he plays. He's going to make some. He immediately launched into defensive mode. It's like, are you saying it's okay to turn the ball over? And I still think he needs to cut down on his turnovers, but he's very defensive. He has his guys. Now, he's got a ton of holes as a head coach.
Yeah.
And I think he's trying to address them, not the least of which is
baseline. He brings in a game management.
He had to. I think it's overdue. And the other thing is, he's a little old school. He's in his 60s.
Yeah.
Not that there's anything wrong with that, but like if you look at the league now, it's a go for it on 4th down league. Yeah. It's a go for it on goal to go situations.
Right.
It's a uber aggressive points.
It's a 2-point conversion in Kansas City league.
Dog. I mean, we're all sitting there going, you can't give the ball back to the monster.
No.
Maybe they'll change the overtime rules.
Yeah.
And, that might help you. But you could see the picture of the day, right? The Zapruder shot is Baker Mayfield losing the coin toss, throwing his head back and his eyes rolling, saying, that's it, we've lost.
Yeah, that's right.
And that moment was the season in a way. It's like we're so close, but that's a Todd Bowles thing.
Right.
And so if he can overcome that, if he can, be that aggressive as a head coach as he is a play caller on defense, then the whole team might take on that personality on both sides.
That brings me back to my original point. This is now Todd's 2 for 2 in very blunt talk with the media in settings. Now, there's been times when you've had a one-on-one with Todd.
He's tremendous.
And I've had a one-on-one with Todd, and it's a completely different guy.
Yes, tremendous.
And what we've seen now at the Combine and at the NFL annual meeting, that Todd is much more closer to those off the record, away from the podium settings.
He is.
Is he adopting a little of BA? Is a little bit of the Bruce Arians effect coming out in Todd? Because his actions with Beastline and with the coaching, staff shakeup and some of these things, it seems like Todd is really trying to make some changes in everything he does. And he even had a eureka moment. Remember that at the NFL annual meeting? He's like, I figured it out. I'm watching film. And I'm like, I got it. And he had this eureka moment. He didn't tell us what it was, but he's got this newfangled eureka moment on defense. We're going to find out what it is. But I'm just encouraged by the direction that he's decided to go in with his words, with his actions. And when it comes to those words, how he's saying things is very refreshing. I hope this continues.
I think he's comfortable with himself as a head coach. He's not the guy with the dysfunctional organization with the Jets. Yeah. When he took over, it wasn't his team. It was an older team. Todd's he's a teacher. He's a hands-on defensive coach. He's got a young club. He's got really good players. Yeah. He knows he has really good players, and he's got the quarterback. Yeah. And when you feel like you have a chance every Sunday, it's a different feeling, right? That's right. Before he was kind of trying to keep things together and they were starting to fall apart. Yeah. And now he has an ascending team, right? When he took over, that team was going that way. Right. I mean, in every way you can.
And without Baker Mayfield, it still would be going that way.
Right.
You have to have a quarterback.
That's right. But you also have retooled this team and gone from one of the oldest league into one of the youngest. And so these players each year presumably will get better. Now, that window will close at some point. Baker's 30 years old.
How long is the window? And I know you've got a lot of contract extensions coming up.
Yeah.
Right? Like Get a Key, and you got Yaya. And
but I'm confident they'll do those because they always do.
Right. So realistically speaking, and I'm thinking Baker probably gets an early extension next year because he's still the third highest paid quarterback in the NFC.
He's a bargain.
South. He's a bargain. So at some point you got to get him up to 50 million.
He'll go to 50, yeah.
Right.
The sooner the better, otherwise it'll be 65.
That's exactly right. So with Baker turning 30 this year, we've seen quarterbacks, I'm not saying Tom, he's the exception, not the rule, but we've seen quarterbacks play 35, 36, right? You have old man Brad Johnson versus old man Rich Gannon back in the day in the Super Bowl, right? Going at it. And Gannon was the MVP of the league that year.
Yeah.
And Brad Johnson, the Bull, was still in his prime, although right at the edge of it. So what are we talking about for this Super Bowl window, continuing to draft well and re-sign their players? How long do you think it is?
I think it's as long as you have a quarterback that's healthy and that can play the most of his games. Now Bucs fans, I'm doing that for you.
Yeah.
But maybe Baker, but he has answered the bell every week since he's been here. Yeah. That has to continue. I know Kyle Trask would probably like a chance,
yes.
And he's back, and maybe we'll see him. But you really don't want to see him because you don't want your starting quarterback to be out. And so, as long as he stays healthy, and I think he has to, as he gets older, I think he has to really be very cautious about when he takes those chances with his body because he does it far too often. But as long as Baker Mayfield is the quarterback of this team and playing at the level he is now, I think he's just turned 30. I think they probably have about 3 to 4 years, depending on how long they extend him. Yeah. And then some of these other guys will be coming up. So look, the window is now. It's not like as long as Baker Mayfield, but it's now. And I think that the NFC South, Carolina's still down. Yeah. They still have a young ascending quarterback. Right. The Saints don't have a quarterback to per se. They have a new coach in Kellen Moore. And that leaves Atlanta, which is going to be their biggest rivals. And Atlanta did some stuff in the draft that I think will absolutely help them. Yep. But they've been the worst pass rush team in the league for a reason. Right. And until they can play defense, they're not going to win much, although they beat these guys twice last year, right? With Kirk Cousins. Yeah. And those games were blown. Make no mistake, the one in Atlanta, they should have never been to overtime in that game. And yet they screwed up. They lost the playoff game because they ran a jet sweep, which was insane. They fumbled the ball, and then they got down to the goal line, and the rookie center snapped it too soon, and they screwed up a goal-to-go situation, or they win that game. You've got to cut out those mistakes. The ones you can control.
Yeah, don't beat yourself.
If the Bucs don't beat the Bucs, and I mean really, really streamline that and cut down on your mistakes, they'll have a chance to win every game. And I think this year and next year and maybe the year after are the three best chances they have to maybe get back to a Super Bowl. Right. What is it, every 20 years? Is that what they do?
Wow, yeah. Speaking of years, decades, really, this is my 30th year covering the Buccaneers.
Yeah.
You've been here a few years longer. What year is this for you?
I try not to count. I started with. I really don't. I started with Ray Perkins his last year.
Okay.
So
Same with your
a lot of the
years.
a lot of the coaches, unfortunately, I covered have since passed.
Right.
Right up to like Tony Dungy. So yeah, it's been a while. It's been a long time.
So the Buccaneers are going to be having a documentary for their 50th years.
How many hours did you sit for that?
6.5.
You might have got me by a half hour. I had enough.
So Rick and I are going to be featured in the documentary.
Oh, I hope not.
For probably
I hope not.
For probably about 30 seconds.
Yeah,
right?
that's what I'm counting
It's
on.
going to be like your soundbite on SAP and my soundbite.
I said, keep me off camera as much as you can. Trent Cooper's doing it. It's going to be amazing.
It's going to be wild. And he interviewed a ton of players, a couple of media members as well.
60, 70 people, I think.
Yeah, it's going to be
Incredible.
awesome. So having said that, this is the 50th year of the Buccaneers. 2 quick questions for you.
Yeah.
The first one is, and you're supposed to be objective and fair and balanced and
supposed to be.
Well, yeah, but I'm just saying, like at the same time, you are a football fan. You've covered this sport for decades. You appreciate good football, right? And Lord knows we've seen our share of bad football.
Yeah.
That being said, pick one Buccaneer out of every Buccaneer that you've seen that you just absolutely love to watch because they were so good at what they
so hard to do.
I mean, just give me one, like top of your
one.
Yes. Who's the? I'm not saying necessarily the best Buccaneer of all time. I'm saying when you were in the press box watching the Tampa Bay Buccaneers play, you're like, damn, that guy's good. I like watching that guy play.
That's so impossible to answer. I think. Look, I think what they did on defense back in the day, there was more than one, and in my mind, there always will be. If you want to choose,
Monty Kiffin crew.
Well, if you want to choose between your children, I can't. But I mean, basically, it's.
I rank them from 1 to 4, Rick.
I've
got
look, in some order, it's Sapp, Brooks, Lynch, and Barber.
Yeah.
Right. And we know Rondi had the greatest play. We know Sapp might have been the most dominant guy at his position we've ever seen. We know that Derek was
the most accomplished Buccaneer,
Mr. Buck and the greatest Buck of all time. From that, although Leroy Selman would have part of that title, and then Rondé made the biggest plays at the biggest moments, and so
now you got Mike Evans, the offensive guy.
and now Mike. And listen, having seen all of Mike's career, I think that's a pretty good place to start too.
Yeah.
We might have some recency bias, with that, but look. It's really hard to do what he's done, and he's done it in such a professional way and has met so much to this community that I think you could say that Mike might be the greatest Buck in his own. He's certainly the greatest offensive player they've ever had and will be.
No one's done anything in the NFL that's so singular as his.
That's correct.
Right? Not even Sapp, Brooks, Barber.
That's correct.
The closest would be Barber being in the 40-20 club.
But to have the most the run of most 1,000-yard seasons is something that no other player has done.
Yeah.
So he'd be really high on my list.
So the last question, out of all of the players you've interviewed, if you had an hour sit down one more time with any player just for the joy of the conversation or maybe the comedy or whatever, like what's a name or two that comes to mind that you just like, if you got a Rick Stroud one-on-one with a
is it who they are now or who they are then? Because like now, if you sit down with Warren, which is fascinating, but I tend to feel like a therapist after a while. I'm like, I used to beg him for time, and now I'm like, I gotta go.
Right, exactly.
But it's great. Yeah. Warren's great. Who would I want? Look, the guys that I really enjoyed talking to, they're still in football. It's the John Lynches, right? It's the guys that saw the game in its totality. Like, it doesn't surprise me that John's the general manager.
Right.
So those cerebral type,
I loved Rondé because I could go anywhere with him.
Oh yeah. Rondé can talk about anything.
He's so worldly.
Yeah, he is. Rondé's he's sort of like the Tampa's ambassador to the Bucs. Like if you're going to say, hey, who do you want the Bucs to be represented by in any event? Right.
Yeah, exactly.
It's going to be Rondy Barber. So he's kind of the mayor. So I mean, I sat down with him before his Hall of Fame thing, and I thought I was not out of stories.
Yeah, exactly.
Like that's kind of the way it feels. Me and the same guys. It really is. They are like your children after a while. I mean,
and Simeon Rice, Planet Simeon.
There was nothing like I didn't know where I was in the conversation with Simeon. I tried to decipher him. He had his own sort of sing-song voice.
It's intergalactic, Rick.
Never not entertaining, When you can get kicked out of a Pro Bowl, like a Pro Bowl, right. Like when they send you home, like they don't even want you in Hawaii.
In Hawaii,
yeah. And you're like, these beautiful magazines, and I got to see the lovely girls on the covers, and talking about my flight home in a private jet. It was great, and it's just it's special. So there's some real characters, man. They're all still around. They're still around.
Absolutely. Rick Stroud, we greatly appreciate your time. He's not a huge fan of this Buccaneer draft class yet. Why? Because Rick Stroud wants to see him in red and pewter first, and that's fine. And that's probably.
Do you love this class? Tell me, you love this class.
I'm really liking this class a lot. These are some of.
Does this match what they've done the last 2 years?
It very well can.
Yeah.
For me,
who's your star? Like
guy?
Last year was Bucky Irving. Who's the guy that you're going to go? Wow, didn't see him popping in the 4th round, or 5th round, or 3rd round, or
it's crazy. I like Elijah Roberts. I'm not saying he's going to be a star or starter necessarily.
Yeah.
But this is a guy that I think is a steal.
Yeah.
Like Bucky was a steal, but Bucky, it's not even fair because Bucky's 1,000-yard back, right?
Yeah. But we didn't know it at the time.
We didn't know at the time. And I'm not saying Elijah Roberts is going to be the second coming or whatever. And listen, he's not going to be because you have 2 guys ahead of him, Vita Vea and Elijah Cansey. They're the real deal. Yeah. But Elijah Roberts, David Walker, like for day 3 guys. And here's the thing. Even Jason Light, you go back to the first half of his drafts, you look back, you're like, Quan Alexander in the 4th round, he actually had a hit, right? Just wasn't any. Now this team is kind of consecutively year for year hitting 3rd round draft picks, and not third round, third day,
3rd and 4th,
third day draft picks. Zion McCollum, Servasia Dennis, so they hope. Bucky Irving, Kate Otten, middle rounds, Tyke Smith, Jalen McMillan.
They've done well.
Rashad White. I mean,
I don't know why I should doubt them. I felt like that defense was a priority, and it clearly is there. But to get the 2 corners, they stuck to their board, and I get all that. I would have liked to have seen another inside linebacker, but that's just me.
Yeah. Rick Stroud, really appreciate you coming on. Thank you, man.
Yep. And no problem, guys.
If you have not heard,
game day at Walk-Ons is just different. And it starts with the way our teammates prep each dish from our scratch menu. No shortcuts. We are hand cutting every single mozzarella log straight from the block. Hand peeling, stuffing, and bacon wrapping each voodoo shrimp. Hand carving ribeyes for our steaks and po' boys. And hand slicing, then tossing our boneless wings and our house-made sauces. With wall-to-wall TVs and food like this, why would you want to watch anywhere else? That's game day. The Walk-Ons way.
Look at that great food. Thanks, Drew. Home field advantage can be yours. That's right. All you have to do is just order Walk-Ons for catering. That's right. They can cater your upcoming event. Maybe it is your kid's high school or college graduation party. The food, the new menu is fantastic at Walk-Ons. You can order it at 3 different Tampa Bay area locations: Wesley Chapel, Midtown Tampa, and Lakeland. Let's Walk-Ons cater your next event. And I am rejoined by Matt Matera here. We're getting closer to the final pick for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. We'll recap. We appreciate Rick Stroud from
thanks a lot, Tarek. It was
ESPN.
Cool hearing you guys go back and forth. 2 OGs of the Bucs media room over the last 3 decades now at this point. So always fun hearing you guys kind of swap stories and reminisce about. I mean, we're kind of in some good days with the Bucs right now, but the original good old days of that first Super Bowl winning team. So thanks again to Rick.
Yep. We had some shout outs there for Rick too, which was great to see. Always enjoy having him on. We have a couple super chats to catch up to, Matt. Let's do that. Then we'll catch up with the draft. I'm trying to think where we left off here.
Let's see.
You did What's the Deal with
We did
HB?
What's the we did we got to Kathy Gillespie's for sure.
Right. I think Meets McGee.
Yeah, Meets McGee would be up next. Thanks to Meets McGee for this $5 super chat. We appreciate you. As Meets says, Bucs were dealt with injuries. They had holes at safety and middle linebacker. Also a Joe Tryanchenko and George Edwards issue.
as long as they tighten the screws on pass defense.
Yep, that's well said. That's spot on. Bucko Rico says, Rick and Scott, listen to you both every day. It's awesome when you guys are together. Thank you very much. And Rick, Sports Day in the house. That's right. You can catch Rick, his podcast, Sports Day Tampa Bay, on iTunes, YouTube, and different formats as well. You can follow him. What is it? Stroud NFL on Twitter?
Yeah, I'll look it up. But yeah.
NFL Stroud. Yeah,
NFL
Stroud. Yep. So we appreciate Rick for joining us here. Another super chat. Connor for Reals, $5 super chat.
Yeah, thank you, Connor. Says, biggest need was pass rush. Love the guys we got, but think we missed a bit on edge early by taking Ibuka and felt that's what we need to win another Super Bowl.
Yeah, we'll see.
It's fair criticism. It really comes down to how much of a monster is Hassan Reddick.
That's right.
And what type of development does Chris Braswell have?
Yeah.
Because you could look at a situation where Reddick's a monster, and even if he's only here for 1 year, if you get that production from Chris Braswell that you are yearning for, then you have a good setup of Yaya, Chris Braswell. We'll see what happens with David Walker, but then you can go into next draft, and I know it's a while from now,
right?
And maybe find another edge rusher to feed into that rotation while also focusing on inside linebacker. I was saying this one of the other, maybe yesterday or on Thursday. We've been doing a lot of hours of this now. It's been a lot of fun. But based on what the offense looks like right now, with how they're not just back this year. Everyone's under contract except for Mike Evans, and we'll see what happens with Luke Gedeke after the season as well. Everybody's under contract, so everyone on offense is coming back again. So realistically, while this draft has been a ton of focus on the defensive side of the football, and understandably so, next year's draft could be filling in any of the issues that they would have on the defensive side still from this upcoming season, because they already have everything addressed on offense. And sure, things can change, injuries, players declining, other players improving, whatever the case may be. But I don't want to jump too far ahead, but it seems like defense is going to be what is stressed in the draft next year, as well as we wait on this final pick for the Bucs in round 7.
Yeah, very well could be the case. So a couple of names to kind of throw out there for round 7 here. JJ Roberts, the Marshall safety, is a player that to keep an eye on. They could also add another cornerback to the mix. This is JJ Roberts here out of Marshall. Yeah, 14 pass breakups last year. Started his career at Wake Forest, a good special teams player as well. Nico Reed, the nickel corner from Oregon, getting another nickel corner into the mix too, because what happens if you lose Jacob Parrish or he's not up to the task? It might be, a good thing to have some competition there. You can never have enough good cornerbacks. So those are some players to keep in mind. Another player would be Carson Bruner from Washington to keep the Washington draft pick status alive. He is an inside linebacker. Nice interception against USC Trojans there. So if I had to guess, those would be some of the players that I think they could select. Jonah Monheim, who is a Bucs best bet, our interior offensive lineman. That was he just went in the 7th round.
Yeah.
Yep. Very, very versatile player. Had a really good Senior Bowl. Oh, Carson Bruner just went to the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Oh, man. Damn.
There we go. So
is Kobe still around? I mean,
Kobe Bryant is
not that
still
they
around.
really need well, who knows? Both Kansas CBs are there.
Kobe Bryant in the 7th round would be an absolute steal.
Yeah.
There might be something, I don't know if it's off the field or an injury thing or what, but he's too good of a cornerback to fall this far, to be perfectly frank. So
it's
I'm
quite
not
surprising.
Sure what the deal is there.
Jared Ivey's still there.
I think you were just looking very far ahead.
Yeah.
But, Trevor and Max Chadwick from PFF have already put out the 2026 big board.
Oh, wow.
The top 25 players are 3 linebackers on there.
Okay. Yeah. Again, I think, Matt, you said that this might be the kind of like rental year for linebackers in Tampa, and then you rent to buy next year. You actually go in and own.
Do a couple of test drives.
Yeah. see here. So, yeah, I mean, I would love to see Kobe Bryant here. He can play outside, play inside. I think he'd be a dog in special teams. We'll see. But, yeah, Bruner was a guy that I thought they would get with the 7th round pick.
Yeah.
But J.J. Roberts might be he or Nico Reed. They could go defensive back here. Again, you think special teams. You're thinking players that can run down, cover kicks, punts, and all that. I think we had another super chat come in here. Actually,
Yeah, I think we got a couple. So we do Meets McKee. Yeah, the Bucs out with injuries. Yeah, that's right.
Connor for reals.
Yeah, we did Connor for reals as well. Connor has another one. Thanks for the $2 super chat. Says Scott, Rick, and Greg should do a podcast together.
Old men talking Bucs football. There you go.
Maybe some type of like round table or something.
Yeah.
Traded Mr. Irrelevant pick for the Patriots.
Okay, so the Patriots now have the Mr. Irrelevant pick.
Yeah.
They traded with Kansas City.
Is Josh Capo still watching the podcast? That's what I want to know. Josh, are you still there? If you are, please chime in the group chat so I can.
Jerk is probably all
There was a punter taken. It was the Florida Ben Crenshaw, the Florida punter. So happy for him. Slay 509, thanks for the $1.99 super chat. Says Isaiah Bond as our new returner or Ivy at the edge.
I don't know. I think they're kind of well stocked in the defensive line now with Walker and Roberts. I'd be surprised if they went any more picks there. Who's the other player?
Isaiah Bond.
I don't know. It seems to me that this would be a defensive back. Or linebacker. That I don't know of now. I don't know with.
Yeah, let's see who's even available at linebacker. Jay Higgins, Jamin Dumas Johnson, Kareem Reed, Jalen Walker, Eugene Asante.
Yeah. So I wanted to share something real quick because we had one of our Pewter people that had to go coach youth sports.
Yeah, that's right.
Had to leave the program. Is that right?
Yes.
Who was that? Do you remember?
Started with the V. They had a double V.
Oh, double
name.
V. Okay.
Yeah.
Double V. Well, I just wanted to say, if I could encourage any of you adults out there, whether you have kids or not, to take some time and coach youth sports. It is so rewarding and fun. It was an absolute blast. Now, my sons played football under me. I coached my son Logan every year. My stepson Caden, because he's 2 years older, they would kind of overlap. They'd be on the same team every other year because of the height, weight, age matrix, and all that. I wasn't height; it was weight and age matrix. And when I show you Logan, you'll understand why he's a stocky fellow. But I absolutely loved it. 6 years of my life, it was fantastic. I brought Buccaneer players out to the practices, everybody from Gerald McCoy to Levante David to Sabby Piscatelli back in the day.
Wow.
Clinton McDonald, Michael Johnson, Rondé Barber. It was a blast. Davin Joseph came out, had a great time. It's so rewarding to encourage youth sports. And I've heard so many stories about these players like Benjamin Morrison saying, I started playing football at age 8, and that just brought me back to that. And Josh Capo talking about my days as a defensive coordinator. I've never really shared these with you, but we have some time before the draft here. This is
oh wow,
we win trophies now. Okay, at the South Pasco Predators, we won trophies, not just trophies, big trophies.
That is a big trophy.
Yes. So this is my son Logan and my stepson Caden right there. Caden is the tall kid. Logan is the short, squatty guy. And we won. This is our first title. I can't even remember the year, but it was second or third year. It was my first year as defensive coordinator. And it was so much fun just to do this. It was a grind, a lot of work, but it's so rewarding it's really my way to give back to my knowledge, love for football. And then, so that was 1 year. And then the last year that I coached was 2016. And there's that big trophy again. And that's the coaching staff. We won the championship again. So I won 2 titles with the South Pasco Predators. That was a lot of fun. And then we lost in the first round of the state playoffs to Edgerrin James's son team.
Really?
We
Jeez.
did. Yes.
I'm
Palm.
sure he was pretty talented.
Palm. Was it Palm Harbor? Palm City. No, Port St. Lucie Pirates. That's
Oh,
what it
wow.
was to. Yeah. Port
All
St.
the way
Lucie
over
Pirates.
on the east side of the
Yes.
state.
And Edgerrin James' son, pretty good football player.
Yeah.
Like his old man. But then we got the, let's see, let me pull this up. We got the Rumble on the Ridge. We got invited to a tournament to play, and we won that. So I went out with another trophy, with
Nice.
another championship. It was a lot of fun. Went out as a winner. We won. It was an all-day tournament. We played several games in one day, which is
Wow.
crazy. Yeah.
Yeah.
and my son Logan there, number 52, he was our center, and he had a fever that day.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, he actually had the flu, but he played. He's a gamer, and I didn't make him play. I'm not one of those dads. But then because we had to have him, he was the center. If we didn't, we couldn't play in there. He got he was named our offensive MVP. So that's him on the right, number 52.
Nice.
Yep. And then we have our defensive MVP on the left. There's Wade Woodaz, who was our quarterback and my defensive end. Wade is now the starting linebacker at Clemson. He's a third-year starter. And I'm just thinking as we're talking about these draft prospects, like I'm going to see Wade at the combine.
Yeah.
On a podium.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah. And like, what if the Buccaneers drafted Wade, who actually won a state championship for Jesuit with Troy Bowles,
Yeah.
Todd Bowles' son. They're on the same team winning that championship there. There's Wade, number 22 in the middle. So just it was a fun time for me. I look back now at age 53 saying, how the hell did I have the energy to do that? My
Yeah, right.
God.
I was also a center who won number 52.
Oh.
That was my cousin.
Okay. So
I was a center as well at one point, and
we've got some
I may
centers
have
here.
worn 52 at one point.
Yeah.
Not in high school, but in like middle school.
Well, I hate you guys because you're offensive players. So
I played defense.
I even hated Logan when he played. To be honest. So,
yeah, those are really cool
Proud of him.
stories, though. Thanks for sharing that.
well, I
Scott.
think
That's-
my main message
appreciate that.
is if you love football, it doesn't take much to learn the game. And I listen. I cover football for a living. I only played 2 years of high school football. I was not a very good player, but I learned from so many great coaches that coached high school, that kind of retired and went back to coach Pop Warner. And it's a fun way to form camaraderie, to learn the game. It helped my reporting so much because, hey, it's easy to sit there and criticize coaches for making the wrong calls or this, that. When you have a clock and you've got to sit there and read the defense and look at the down and distance,
Right.
and you got to remember what you watched on film and who you have in the game and who you have to set
That's a
in
really
the
good
game.
point.
It's crazy, but it really kind of made me appreciate football even more. It's one thing to watch it. It's one thing to play it. It's another thing to have to teach it. And that to me is really where I learned the intricacies of football was you got to be able to teach it.
Mm-hmm.
And not just that, teach it to little kids. So that's our
Right,
coaching.
which is
When
another challenge.
Logan
in its
was
own
like
right.
6 years old, So if you have the inclination, even if you don't have kids, even if like you're a teenager or in your 20s, and you're looking for something to do after work or school, find the nearest football team around you. And JC Allen, who covers the Bucs for SI, he's coaching his son's football teams, and we share notes and that kind of stuff. So it's just a blast, very rewarding. It's a great way to give back to the kids, and make an impact. So that's my feel.
That's a great message for sure. Absolutely. So yeah, appreciate you telling those stories. That's really great. And that was Vinu Varanasi.
Yes,
that was
yes,
coaching
there we go. Yes.
his or coaching their daughter's basketball team.
That's
so
awesome.
yeah, shout out to Vinu. Thanks for the memberships that you gifted as well.
Yes.
So yeah, very cool story. And shout out to coaches everywhere. Oh, Quinn Ewers went to the Dolphins. Wait, Dolphins.
Yeah. Rashard Smith went to the Chiefs. Boy, this is a sneaky pickup here. The running back from SMU, former wide receiver from Miami. I loved him. He was one of my favorite little pet project kind of guys. Really enjoyed watching him play.
So we have 4 more picks until the Bucs are up.
Yep.
Let's see if there's any super chats before we kind of turn our attention to the Bucs pick. Scott, Rick, and Greg should do a podcast together. Isaiah Bond. Shaggy, thanks for the $2 super chat. Undrafted free agents the Bucs might have their eyes on.
A little too early to tell. I've got some scrambled eggs up here right now.
Yeah, probably some offensive lineman somewhere.
Yeah, I think
probably that. Maybe a running,
linebackers.
inside linebacker for sure.
Yep.
Even if they do go inside linebacker with this last pick.
Yeah.
Wouldn't rule out another safety. Running back, I think, certainly could be in play.
Yeah.
Fight for a practice squad spot. Thank you to Mason DeBoard with the $5 super chat. I'm stoked about Ibuka. Our offense is our strength, and it got better. Taking an edge or a quarterback doesn't guarantee it'll no longer be a need. Yeah, sometimes you got to really weed through a lot of players at those two positions to find out what you got. They have some legit answers, obviously, with Yaya a couple of years ago and Zion McCollum if we're talking about corners, but also some questions really with an aging Jamel Dean and really injury prone Jamel Dean plus his contract, Chris Braswell as well. On the other side of it with someone who didn't really show much in his rookie year. So Tate Miller, thank you for the $1.99 super chat. Kobe Bryant, please. That'll be interesting. The Bucs really flood the corner position. They found a future starter in Benjamin Morrison, a potential starter at nickel this year with Jacob Parrish, and Kobe Bryant, certainly a special teams guy, someone that I've been a big fan of. I believe he was my draft crush in one of our Pewter Report roundtables that we did. So I'm all in on Kobe Bryant, even though it'd be a lot of corners in one draft. Mark Alonso, thank you for the $5 super chat, who says, can't believe y'all are still at it. Congrats, Iron Men of Pewter Report. We appreciate that.
Huh?
Okay. Bears took a running back. Thank you for the kind words, Mark. Thanks for watching all weekend. You've been in the chat every single day during this Pewter Report live draft show. So we couldn't do the show without you guys. The super chats we are very grateful for. And it's been a lot of great conversation, a lot of fantastic insights, some laughs as well, and everything in between. So really appreciate everybody that has watched. Slay 509, thanks for the 499 super chat. Says, it's a prove it year on defense. Prove your draft stock in Braswell. Prove you're not injury prone in Dennis. I'd even throw Jamel Dean in that. And prove you still got it for Hassan Reddick. This is a fantastic comment right there, Slay 509. Could not agree more. So thank you for the super chat. You're 100% right.
Yeah, I have some good news, folks. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers That's right. The Buccaneers are on the clock, and Kathy Gillespie with a $9.99 super chat. Wow, thank you, Kathy. Says, let's go.
Thank you very much. Let's go. Thank you, Kathy. So, again, Kobe Bryant is out there. Bucs have a
J.J. Roberts, safety from Marshall. That's the other name. Or Nico Reed from Oregon, the other nickel.
The Bucs mock drafter.
Yep.
Couple of linebackers still available. Very interesting.
Yeah, Tez Johnson's still available. I don't have to go wide receiver again, but
Gotta see who Seattle takes first. Bill, can you tweet out again? When it thanks. But I feel like Seattle's going to get coached.
Probably.
It's kind of the way this has gone.
I've got some draft scoop to share with you all tomorrow. Not tomorrow.
Monday.
I'm not doing a podcast tomorrow. We're taking the day off. On Monday, 4:00.
I don't know how much I'm even going to speak tomorrow.
I know. My voice is shot. Yeah, so make sure you join us on Monday. We'll do the promo in a minute, but I've got some very interesting draft scoop to share with you on Monday. I'm going to save it for the podcast.
Okay, so Seattle went Iowa tackle Mason Richmond.
Okay.
So Kobe Bryant is available if they want to do it.
Right. Let me know when the pick is in, Bailey. If it's J.J. Roberts, we get another Bucs best.
Yeah, that's true.
I think he's the last one left, last man standing, unless it's like Jordan McDonald,
Right.
quarterback from Texas State, or Jake Briningstool from Clemson. I think he's the last man standing.
Yeah.
As well, but I don't see them going tight end here.
Nah. No word yet on the pick being in.
And it says the pick is in.
Okay. Let's go. Let's see. Who's going to be the next Buccaneer?
Tez Johnson.
Tez Johnson.
Tez Johnson, the wide receiver from Oregon. The Bucs go 2 wide receivers in the 2025 draft, and they bookend it, going with their first-round pick and their 7th-round pick. Now, we got a good look of Tez Johnson at the Senior Bowl, who was one of the best wide receivers there, maybe even arguably the best wide receiver. A bit of a smoothness to his game. Loved how he's able to get open in some of these matchups at the Senior Bowl. Once again, Bucs going with an offensive player from Oregon who worked with Bucky Irving last year. Why not try it again, this time at wide receiver with Tez Johnson?
It really was the slow foot speed that was problematic for Tez Johnson. Small size, and but he's a bit of a dog. I mean, he's not a dog like Bucky Irving who will break tackles, but there's a smoothness to his game. He knows how to get open. You know what? Why not add another wide receiver to the mix? I'm not enamored with Ryan Miller or Raheem Jarrett or Sterling Shepard or anybody after Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, Jalen McMillan, and now
Emeka
Egbuka, right? So yeah, I it's fine with me.
He was graded as a 4th-round pick by Dane Brugler, so thought of very highly, but dropped all the way to the 7th round. As far as 7th-round picks go, I mean,
this is a crapshoot. So you take a flyer on him, and if he's slippery enough and can get open and he plays faster than he times, then sure, that's fine.
So he has an explosive burst, and again, smooth operator, but some in-game quickness. I know his 4.5 40-yard dash at the combine wasn't totally ideal, but I think he's a little bit quicker playing the game than he is necessarily running the combine.
Right.
So good burst there. Back-to-back seasons of 10 touchdowns. So he's had 20 touchdowns in the last 2 seasons. His 2023 year was probably his best. He got over 1,000 yards, 1,182 to go with 10 touchdowns. 7 drops, though. 2024, not too bad of a season, 898 receiving yards with 10 touchdowns and only 3 drops. So he really cut down on the drops, which is very, very important. Comfortably frames the football with control to finish full extension grabs. Has springs and calves for quick stop and hop moves, easily regaining his top end juice. And averaged 8.9 yards per punt return in college with an 85-yard touchdown. Had 58 attempts for 519 yards and a touchdown. So certainly could be in the mix to be a punt returner for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. We know they want to improve in that area. So not the biggest of guys. That's probably why he had to drop, but is smooth enough to win some route running moves and beat the opponent that is guarding him and trying to cover him on a certain play. We really saw that on display over in the Senior Bowl. And again, he's working with different quarterbacks and stuff over at that event. So for a 7th-round pick, if he can be a punt returner on this team, a kick returner, provide a little something in the passing game, there's no issue. I mean, we were kind of saying the same thing about Trey Palmer a couple of years ago, and that didn't work out. But maybe it'll work out with Tez Johnson, gets to, work with wide receivers coach Brian McClendon, team up with Bucky Irving once again. And, we shall see. Spent the last 2 years at Oregon. Originally was at Troy, but a lot to like, and we'll see that quick burst over in Tampa.
Yeah, really showed up at the Senior Bowl big time and was incredibly hard to defend and guard. Biggest thing is just the size. If you're not big, you need to be fast, and he really wasn't big or fast, which is why he falls down to the 7th round. But he has a knack for getting open. He has a good feel for being elusive. Mm-hmm. And as you mentioned, Matt, I mean, in terms of what the value is, he was graded as a 4th round value, 7th round. So the 4, and here's the thing, the 4.51, this is not like 4.61, right?
Yeah.
It's not like he's slow, but for his size, 154 pounds, this is an extreme outlier. For example, Cam Johnson for the Buccaneers is like 5'10", 191 pounds. So we're talking about 35 more pounds for a player like Tez Johnson. I'm sorry, for a player like Cam Johnson, as opposed to Tez Johnson. So this is it's an easy chance to take in the 7th round. Because if he doesn't hit, it's not the end of the world.
Exactly.
But at 154 pounds, and he was 156 at his pro day, that's an outlier. The chances of him making this team are not going to be great, but we'll see. He had 37-inch vertical, 5'9" and some change, round up, 10 foot, 11-inch broad jump. Didn't bench. Be curious to see how
he's not going to be a blocking physical receiver the way that Ibuka can be.
Yeah, exactly. So, that's and LaQuint Allen from Syracuse goes to Jacksonville the next pick. I really like LaQuint Allen. I thought he was a really good player. He would have been a dude for sure. We still have a lot of draft picks.
Yeah, there are.
From Buffalo to Denver to the Rams. Yeah, the Saints actually have 2 more picks, so we're not even done in the NFC South yet. But there's quite a bit. Matt, I'm going to step out for a bit.
Yeah, for sure.
I'll let you kind of.
I'll man the ones and twos for sure. Let's see how everyone is feeling about this pick. We'll get to the super chats. Want to get to some comments as well, specifically when it comes to Tez Johnson, the newest Tampa Bay Buccaneer. Diesel Roche says, that's Bo Nix's adopted brother. Go PR, go Bucs. Job well done across the board. Alien Mastodon says, wide receiver 4 should be better for the Bucs, the depth in general. Supply and demand says A+. John V says, not mad at the pick at all. I'm going to finish this tweet I was about to send, then get back to some of the comments. Arguably the best at the event, talking about the Senior Bowl. Johnson is smooth and can get open with quickness. With his quickness. Has punt returning ability. Worth a shot in the 7th round. Worth a shot in the 7th round. Bucs NFL draft. And the fun thing about these Oregon players is that you get the fun jerseys to work with after as well. So you get reunited with Bucky Irving. Let me see if I can. All right. Tez Johnson balled out at the Senior Bowl. Really liked what we saw there. Tez Johnson. Oh, no, we spelled his name wrong. Tez Johnson. They got a good amount of photos from him. I wonder what jerseys I used last year with Bucky Irving. I don't like repeating the jerseys because I'm OCD like that. But anyway, I'll get to that in just a second. Oh, that's a good one, though. I'll have to look through the Instagram later. Or I'll do it now. It would have been a while ago, but anyway, let's get to some more comments. 30K says, wide receiver room looking totally new this year. Yeah, I mean, they re-signed Sterling Shepard, but Shepard at this point looks like a practice squad guy. Grizz says, Tez got some AB to his game. Yeah, he's got some, quick twitch at the beginning, for sure. Keith Howard says, well, Johnson will be the returner. I mean, we'll see how they attack kick return and punt return this year, because Sean Tucker, I think, had pretty mixed reviews, in my overall opinion. You're not going to have Bucky back there. You're not going to have Rashad White back there. And Trey Palmer was the punt returner, but Trey Palmer's got to worry about making the team right now. I don't even think he's going to, like, maybe he's on the practice squad, but it just hasn't really worked out with him. Now, he's not going to get every opportunity. He is, behind Mike and Chris and all of those guys. So we'll see. But again, a 7th round pick, you're just looking for a special teams player, and they may have that with Tez Johnson. Let's see. Seth Alexander says, got our punt and kick returner. Very much could be the case. Michael Lott, looks like the Bucs will try to get linebackers as undrafted free agents. That seems like it's going to be the play. Brian S. says, Tez Johnson in round 7, maybe the most productive 7th rounder of all time. Let's see. Tony Kona says, with 2 new wide receivers, Grizz must be licking his chops, talking about Josh Grizzard. That certainly... Todd Bowles said the other day when they drafted Emeka Ibuka that Josh Grizzard was doing a backflip, so I can only imagine what he's doing now after getting another wide receiver. Payne Gusto says, I grade our draft at a B+. Certainly looking that way. I like how they bookended wide receivers. Christopher Oxentine says, my wife is thrilled the draft is over. It is a long 3-day event, but cool to see the Bucs go and get their guy. Let's get to some super chats as well. We last went to Kathy Gillespie, so we'll go Mopar Buck. Thanks for the $9.99 super chat. Jay Higgins, Sebastian Castro, Luke Kandra, Junior Tafuna, possibly good prospects left. All available. Tafuna did speak with the Bucs at the Combine. Yep. I believe that was informal. But ultimately, they decided Tez Johnson to go with wide receiver. Meets McGee, thank you for the super chat, though. Mopar Buck, $9.99. Meets McGee, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, we have pass rushers. If your defensive backs are doing their jobs, QBs holds the ball longer, fix the coverage woes. Defense will be fine, and youth coaching is fun.
There we go.
Going back to Scott's comment about youth coaching a couple minutes ago. Wayne Hilton, thank you for the 22 super chat. Very kind of you. Says, great draft coverage. Thank you. I'm looking forward to trying to training camp and all the coverage before and after. Yes, we will. Training camp, in my opinion, is I understand it's very hot and it's muggy and we're sweating nonstop the whole time. But training camp's one of my favorite times of the year because during the season, it's great. We're watching the game on Sunday. We're either in the press box or doing the Pewter Game Day show. And we get to go to practice during the week. But in practice, we're just seeing the warm-ups with really who's healthy, who's not healthy. Training camp, we have a front row seat to watching Baker, Mike Evans, Chris Godwin.
Higher practice.
Antoine Winfield Jr. on defense, Yaya Diaby, all of these guys. We're right there. We get to see the whole practice. We get to see all of the offense, all of the defense. And I've always just enjoyed that, just watching football, taking notes, and then we recap every single practice too, which is a lot of fun. So training camp is going to be great. And Catholic Gillespie with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you very much. Says Tez featured this pick on TV. Great story. That man. I guess maybe they did a little feature on him on TV, but that'll be cool. Everyone, go and check it out. Nice to see Tez Johnson get some shine. So, yeah, 7th rounder for Tampa Bay. Tez Johnson, the Oregon wide receiver, spent the last 2 years with the Ducks. Played in some big games. Didn't always go their way, but played in some big games for sure. Definitely has that going for him. Let's see what else we got. Stan Glassman says, Tucker was kick returner, Tez would be punt returner. We'll see. I know Bowles is like having a running back as a kick returner, but you want the right guy returning it regardless of, what position. And I don't know. I didn't. Joe Tucker did have one really good return, but he also had some weird plays about letting the ball bounce or not letting the ball bounce, deciding to run, deciding not to run. So, yeah. Flash Gordon says, Bruce Arians liked these Darden types, talking about Jalen Darden. Who was that one thin rail guy he drafted while a Cardinal? John Robinson or John something. John Ross, yeah.
No, that was with the Bengals.
Oh, yeah. I know what you're talking about, though, Flash Gordon.
Pittsburgh State, which is a school in Kansas. For whatever reason, Pittsburgh State in Kansas.
Really? Huh.
Their mascot is the Gorillas because there's so many gorillas in the state of Kansas.
Stan Glassman says the Bucs draft room looked jacked up for that Tez pick. Oh, we didn't get to see the inside the room, but that's cool.
They had a former with him at the combine, so they liked him. It's the size, lack thereof, and he's not a 4.3 guy. He's a 4.51 guy. And if he had run a 4.41, he would have been a 4th round pick.
Yeah, for sure. So his slow 40 is the Bucs gain.
Kobe Bryant's still available. Yeah, there's something up there. There's a medical. There's a character thing. He's got too much ball skills. I know the size isn't great at 180, but he's a tough tackler. He did give up a lot of touchdowns, and he did get flagged for holding. I think that's lack of foot speed is the biggest thing. When you're getting blown by, you start grabbing and holding, right? You start to panic a little bit, and there is some of that to Kobe Bryant's game for sure.
Yeah, a little bit. That kind of comes with the dog mentality sometimes. Let's see.
So let's take a look at some of the drafts that have concluded. This is, of course, your Tampa Bay Buccaneer draft, which is over and done with now.
Yeah.
We're going to be hearing from Rob McCartney in a few minutes, so I'll be dipping out. And Matt can answer some more questions and field more super chats as Bailey and I hit in there. But there's the draft for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. There's the draft for the Falcons, 4 defensive players and an offensive tackle, and then Panthers, a mix of edge and defense, and then a couple of offensive weapons, 2 receivers, Jimmy Horn and Ted McMillan, as well as a new running back, Trevor Etienne, and tight end Mitchell Evans. I hear the door opening, so I'm going to pop out real quick.
Yeah, sounds good. I will recap all of this. And
then the Saints have 2 more picks coming up in the 6th round fairly soon. This is what they have done so far. Actually, in the 7th round.
Yeah. So 2 more picks to go for New Orleans. But in the meantime, not a bad draft for them. Started out with Kelvin Banks Jr., the offensive tackle, then Tyler Shuck, the quarterback, defensive tackle, Vernon Broughton. Safety, this is where they really started hitting it. Safety, Jonas Sanker in round 3.
linebacker Danny Stutzman, the Oklahoma product, in round 4. Quincy Riley in the 4th round as well. He's a cornerback. And then running back Devin Neal. Interesting with the Panthers, just to go back to them for a second. They did the same thing as the Bucs, where they drafted a wide receiver with their first pick and then drafted a wide receiver with their last pick overall, starting with Ted McMillan, ending with Jimmy Horn Jr., played at Colorado, was the wide receiver opposite of Travis Hunter. The Falcons, they were done a little bit ago. Well, they had been done for a while anyway. Jalen Walker and James Pierce, 2 edge rushers from the SEC in round 1. Xavier Watts in round 3, the Notre Dame safety, the Oklahoma safety, Billy Bowman Jr. in round 4, and then Jack Nelson, offensive tackle, in the 7th round. I don't know which. Oh, man, that's cool. I don't know what photo I want to use on Instagram for Tez Johnson. I can either go all black with the green helmet, or I can go I think I'll go with the original one I had. Tez Johnson. Okay. There we go. Yeah, the duck one's cool. They did lose that game. Let's go Tez Johnson. There we go, Tez Johnson too. It's kind of a funny picture. Anywho, let's get back to the show. Sorry about that. Doing some Instagram stuff. Tez Johnson, your newest Tampa Bay Buccaneer. Let's get to the Super Chats. Carpe Adam, 79. Thanks for the $1.99 Super Chat. Says, Tez was clocked 22 miles per hour running a go route at the combine. Faster than a cheetah. Yeah, he's all about speed. And we kind of talked about it. The Bucs didn't have that direct, quick twitch speed guy and kind of like the shorter elements. Like Trey Palmer's fast, but it's more down the field. So they get that now with Tez Johnson. And again, like I know his 40 wasn't great, but I don't think that's what Tampa Bay was like ultimately worried about. We'll hear from the Bucs brass for who they. Well, I think Rob McCartney's speaking, so we'll see what he has to say about the pick specifically. I need a good Tez Johnson picture. Give me something good. Tez Johnson apparently has described himself as a squirrel. All right. Get that coming up. Let's see what else. Ken Grant says he's a yak guy. It's all about quickness, which he has in spades. True. Brian S. says Tez is quicker than fast, but getting to 4.51 on 20 yards is way more impressive than 4.29 and 40 yards. Can't make up a 5-yard head start in football.
Tom Bucksman says, Photoshop him on Shaquille O'Neal and NBA body. That's funny. Squirrel Johnson, I like it. That I like that too. I like that too. What? I thought, there we go. Tez Johnson 3. So yeah, the rest of Pewter Report is talking to Tez Johnson right now. Seems like it's a very entertaining interview, so that'll be cool to see. That one, okay. The Bucs have drafted Oregon wide receiver Tez Johnson with the, what was that for them? $235th overall pick. 235th overall pick. 7th pick in the 2025 NFL draft. Johnson was great at the Senior Bowl, winning on many of his routes. He scored 20 touchdowns over the last 2 seasons. What else did we got from Tez Johnson? Ooh, let's do a little math. Josh Capos texted me. I will get to you in 1 second, Josh. 482 plus 890. He's at 2,080. 2,080 receiving yards. Or 20 touchdowns over the last 2 seasons. Johnson also has experience returning punts. A punt return. Moving a punt return. Return score. Go Bucs. NFL Draft 2025. Buccaneers football. Football. All right. Back to the comments we shall go. Okay, so 2 text messages from my guy Josh Capo that we got to get to as I check out what Tampa Bay have to say. All right. Oh, where'd you go? I have so many tabs open right now. It's crazy. Okay, so from Josh Capo,
Josh says, Tez is comparable to Tutu Atwell with the Rams. Similar size, Atwell faster, Tez more shifty in and out of cuts. Also want to get to Josh's comment about why the Bucs didn't go with a linebacker. I know a lot of people wanted to know about that, and Josh said, because of the need, Bucs fans and media were hyper-focused on linebacker. Reality is only 4 linebackers taken in the top 100, reinforcing that not a good linebacker draft. Top guy had huge medical red flags reportedly. After that, only one guy really worth improving the room. He wasn't worth number 19 and was gone by the second round. Bucs were wise not to reach. Also, Isaiah Bond, probably not a Bucs fit for off-the-field reasons. So that adds a couple of things right there. Tom Bucs fan says, Tez Rex the squirrel. I mean, all in all, I think this is a pretty damn good draft for the Buccaneers. I'm going to stick with my B+. They got a lot of talent. A lot of talent on this team. John V says Bond is out on Bond, literally. Supply and demand gives it an A+ draft. Yeah, now that the draft is all set in stone for your Tampa Bay Buccaneers, let us know what you think. Supply and demand says A+. As Scott Reynolds re-enters the room. I believe you guys just spoke to Tez Johnson.
Yes, we did.
I was reading some of the tweets. It seems like he's a bit of an electric factor.
Yeah, no doubt about it. So Tez Johnson said, the punt return job is mine.
Oh, really?
Oh, yes. Yeah, he said, that's mine. I'm not coming just to catch passes as a receiver. And he's like, that'd be anywhere I went. So he's like, I'm returning punts. That's my job. The bravado this kid has, the confidence that he has is cool. And it's not cocky like it's off-putting. It's very endearing. It makes you kind of want to root for this kid. He said, man, the whole league done screwed up. Tampa Bay, got me, and we're about to get it going. And he said he watches Bucky Irving highlights from his Oregon tape before every single game.
Wow.
And that's his inspiration for making people miss. He's like, nobody does it like Bucky. And they're thick like thieves. He is so excited to be reunited with Bucky. He's disappointed he's fallen this far, but he says, hey, God has, a plan for me. And I'm here now. He's super excited to be a Tampa Bay Buccaneer. And I'm telling you, he brings a lot of juice and energy. And he says, that's the one thing at Oregon. Bucky and I were the Energizer Bunnies. We were the guys that got everybody hyped and going. And I'll tell you what, we were saying, oh, okay, Devin Colt might be a good 7th-round pick for Jason Light in the Bucs, finally hitting on a 7th-rounder. We have yet to see this guy even put on a Buccaneer helmet. But from a belief standpoint, this guy he's a Pro Bowler in terms of the belief that he has in himself. He's one of those guys probably shouldn't doubt. He's coming to a team with a bunch of guys with chips on their shoulders, from Bucky Irving to Baker Mayfield, et cetera. And he's like, yeah, I got a chip on my shoulder. But an ever-present smile, too. He just has supreme confidence in his ability to make people miss. The yards after catch, he's just a slippery guy. And he said he takes pride in breaking some tackles. So we shall see at 154 pounds how many tackles he breaks at the NFL level. He's not going to be juking sophomores, Matt.
Yeah, exactly.
He's not going to be
grown-ass men.
He's not going to be out racing freshmen, redshirt freshmen. So just wanted to share that with you, Pewter people. And Rob McCartney will be coming down in just a couple of minutes to recap day 3, and we'll get his thoughts. He is the Bucs' new assistant general manager, along with Mike Greenberg. We're basically replacing John Spytek in that role. Rob McCartney's role with the team is on the pro personnel side, the free agency side, where Mike Beal, we heard from him last night, the vice president of player personnel. He is more on the draft side, but they obviously work together and overlap.
Yes.
When you're looking at Hassan Reddick as a free agent, like Rob does, they pull their reports from when he was coming out of Temple, right? And they get Mike Beal in the room. This is what he was like coming out. And then they kind of married that up and see how the player and the person has changed. And same thing. Rob's not up there twiddling his thumbs. He's helping with the evaluation process using his eyes to go through the tape when it comes to the draft. He was at the Senior Bowl. We saw him down there. He's certainly at the Combine. So this Jason Light-driven front office, it's a full team effort.
Back at it again, a well-oiled machine. Leighton Carter with a $5 super chat. Thank you very much, Leighton. Says, great job. Wow, saw the Tez interview.
Go check it out.
Yeah, Lawrence Lowe says Tez interview was dope.
Yeah, he is ready to go.
What's cool, too, is, there's not always a direct path for a seventh rounder to, have a role right away on this team. Right. But special teams is the great equalizer, right?
Absolutely.
So if Tez Johnson can win this punt return or maybe even kick return job, which it's not a guarantee by any means, but he has the experience. He has a punt return touchdown in his career. If he can win that job, we've seen before, and special teams coaches have talked about this. It's not rocket science by any means. If you prove that you can be a good special teamer, that will get you sometimes more reps on the offensive side or defensive side, whatever the case may be. If Tez Johnson is making people miss one way or another returning kicks, and that's the one downside of training camp is you don't really see that return game prowess until the game because it's not live. So you don't really see that until the games itself. But you don't think if he has a couple of good returns in the preseason, making guys miss, regardless of how the coverage is, that Josh Grizzard isn't going to go, I think I could do something with this. I think I can
end around wide receiver screens,
some type of gadget play. Yeah,
and we saw that a little bit with Cam Johnson because he got some of those little gadget plays too. The last thing I'll say too is, he's a talented guy. We saw that at the Senior Bowl. You don't love the 154 pounds. You don't love the 4.51 speed, but he plays faster than he times for sure. It would not shock me, Matthew, if this Buccaneer wide receiving core consists of two aging superstars in Mike Evans and Chris Godwin and three young Bucs from the last two drafts, meaning Jalen McMillan, Emeka Egbuka, and Tez Johnson. That might be your five right there. They might just do a complete overhaul to the back end of this wide receiver room and flush everybody else out. We'll see. Raheem Jarrett has to bring it in camp. Ryan Miller, Cameron Johnson, Sterling Shepard. They all got to bring it. It's going to be a fun training camp battle to watch to see who gets that last spot. I wouldn't rule out Tez Johnson. He just might be the punt return on this team. Oh, and Trey Palmer too.
Trey Palmer will be in the mix in the competition as well. So we shall see. But Oregon jerseys always fun to see how, there's so many different combinations. Like I'm such an OCD person. I didn't know whether I want to do like the lime green jersey, the old school green with the duck on the side, the black. I might have to throw out a couple of Tez Johnson Instagram posts because that's that's how great these jerseys are. But yeah, this has been a lot of fun. They're going to talk right now to the Bucs front office, see what is going on. And we'll get the down low on that as well. There's been a couple of picks that have gone too. Let's I thought I should take a picture of me for some reason. Let's get to a couple of the picks that have been made in the past couple of selections. So Tez Johnson was round 7 at 235. You had LaQuint Allen going to the Jaguars. 236. Micah Robinson, the Tulane corner, to the Packers at 237. Ricky White, UNLV wide receiver, 238. Phil Maffa, someone that had a Zoom interview with the Bucs at Clemson, going to the Cowboys at 239. Caden Prather, the Maryland wide receiver, 240. Caleb Lohner, Utah, 241. Konata Mumpfield, Pitt, 242. Garrett Dellinger, LSU, going to the Ravens at 243. Wide receiver Dominic Lovett, Georgia wide receiver, 244. Washington Commanders draft Arizona running back Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt. The Giants go Oklahoma State corner Corey Black, 246. So still Kobe Bryant around. Maryland defensive tackle Tommy Akinbesto to the Cowboys at 247. UCLA tight end Moluki Matavao to the Saints at 248. Iowa guard Connor Colby, 249. To the Niners. Pick 249 to the 49ers. That's funny. Packers draft Cincinnati tackle John Williams. Patriots draft Julian Ashby, a long snapper from Vanderbilt. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 draft picks are remaining. In the meantime, feel free, everybody, to give us your thoughts on the overall draft. You know, doesn't have to be just on this latest pick. It can be any thoughts about this draft for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Tez Johnson. A lot of purple this year between, well, I guess not a ton of purple, but yeah, Kansas State purple, the Central Arkansas also purple, Ohio State red. No, I'm just naming colors. Cecil Stover says A- draft. I think that's fair. Tony Kona says, I'm going to give the Bucs a solid B. Not plus or minus, just a solid B. Tampa Born says, go Bucs. Awesome draft. Rock solid. Jason Light shines again. Tall Florida guy. B draft solid, but missed out on getting a linebacker. Buckin gives it a B plus to an A minus. Robbie Gordon says, I trust Light on inside linebacker. Makes me wonder if they sign a free agent. They'll probably go heavy with free agents. Husker Central gives it a B grade, all solid players. That's the down low on that. Buckin says, we trust this front office. Reed Liquid 35, not too happy with this draft. Says, I give the draft C. Not as many starters as we've had in recent years. That's kind of tough to judge, though. I mean, did any of us have Bucky Irving as a starter in his rookie year? I don't necessarily think so. But I hear you. Like, Ibuka certainly is not going to be starting as a rookie. We'll see with Benjamin Morrison's not either, with Jamel Dean right there. So I get that point. Shaggy says, in Light, we trust John. I think a minus is really fair. A minus is really fair. Buckin says, made the best out of a below-average draft class. What says, I'd have to go with B. Supply and Demand goes A minor. As the Kendrick Lamar song goes, They Not Like Us, where he disses Drake. Supply and Demand says, LOL. Stan Glassman says, draft grades at the end of the drafts is ridiculous. I do agree with the sense of, like, well, you have to let it play out. Like, if anything, we should be starting to draft the 2022 draft class. You know, or even the 2021 draft class, because these guys haven't even played yet, you know. So I do get it, but I don't know. It's just the nature of the draft. Everyone goes and makes their thoughts right away. Robert Jonas says, positive about the draft. Tez Johnson, only 154 pounds, appears faster than his time. Christopher Cole says, doubled down on all the picks. Yeah, 2 wide receivers, 2 corners. Threw an edge rusher in there. Elijah Robertson. He's listed as a defensive end edge rusher, but he's going to be a defensive tackle. We only need 1 starter, and we got that one and 1 more. Chris says, Bucs draft was competent. Supply and Demand says, I say A+. It made us exponentially better. Interesting. I'm going to give it a B+. I think it's tough missing on a linebacker. Ibuka's not an immediate need, but overall, really good pick. I'll give... this year's draft class. Go Bucs. I was reading out my text out loud. Go Bucs. NFL Draft 2025. Gabriel Hunting says, I was initially disappointed, but if Godwin might go down this year, Ibuka could be as important to our season as Tristan and Antoine Winfield Jr. were in 20. Thank you to Supply and Demand for the $5 super chat, who says, we finally, Jaden Daniels, proved this defense. Thanks for putting up with me these months, PR and chat. No, we're very, very happy to have everybody. We love all the input from each and every fan. People are going to have different of opinions on certain players, positions, prospects, all of that good stuff. So, no, we really want to get every type of input and analysis from everybody. We may not agree with everyone's take, but that's totally fine. That's part of sports, right? You agree on one thing, you disagree on another, and round it goes, right? Cincy Kid gives the grade a B+. Tall Florida guy, thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Says, this is a type of draft you have when you don't have that many spots open. Pretty solid draft. Yeah, I mean, the Bucs didn't need an immediate starter in several spots. They were going into the season with Yaya Diaby and Hassan Reddick starting at edge rusher. On paper, you had Levante David and Savasi Dennis starting at inside linebacker. We know about defensive tackle. Really, you needed a nickel, which they filled that with their third-round pick with Jacob Parrish. You built the depth even better at corner in case Jamel Dean goes down. You now solidified that your starting strong safety is going to be Tyke Smith. And then on the offensive side, you brought back all of your starters. So any offensive player, didn't matter if it was wide receiver, running back, offensive line, tight end. Didn't matter what position it would be on the offensive side of the ball. It was going to be depth regardless. So there weren't really many starters. There was future starters that you want. Again, more towards the defensive side. David Bartleson says, A++, y'all tripping. I feel like every draft class there is, one or two picks that ultimately kind of decides whether this could be a huge hit or something a little bit less. And I'm curious the production that they may get from David Walker out of Central Arkansas. To me, if he can really be a rotational edge rusher for the team this year and then maybe an eventual starter down the road or whatever the case may be, then this will make it a great draft. I'm not expecting David Walker to have a rookie season as a fourth-round pick the way that Bucky Irving, had a rookie season as a fourth-round pick. That's just, it's impossible. That's not going to happen. Let's see. Are we down to Mr. Irrelevant yet? Yeah, we are done. We are done. Well, with the draft. So the Dolphins went with Georgia Tech defensive lineman Zeke Biggers at 252. Then the Saints were on the clock at 253. They went with Fadil Diggs, the Syracuse edge rusher. Texans at 254. Iowa tight end Luke Lachey. One last Florida Gator drafted. The Chargers at 255 go with Florida safety Trequise Bridges and Mr. Irrelevant for the Patriots. Memphis cornerback Kobe Minor. So there is a Kobe that is drafted, but is not Kobe Bryant. So neither Kobe Bryant or Melo Dotson got drafted. Jared Ivey was not drafted. Neither was Xavier Restrepo. Benjamin Urasek not drafted either. Sebastian Castro, not Isaiah Bond. So a couple of names that we talked about for a while not drafted. No Shiloh Sanders either, supply and demand. So yeah, we will actually have a Bucs undrafted free agent tracker coming up soon. Talking to the front office right now, I believe. Who was it? Rob McCartney is speaking right now, I believe. So we shall see. We'll have a lot more to break down with the Buccaneers and their draft class. Tez Johnson. Buccaneers. Felix Schmidt says, don't sleep on Tez. He's making this team. I mean, he very much could make it if he wins that punt return job. Tez Johnson's social media is Tezmania. I like that. See what his Instagram handle is. The Tasmanian, same thing, Tasmania. Tasmania. Yeah, had a sick touchdown against Illinois. Remember, he had 2 years in a row with 20 touchdowns. Ed Gaines says, how did Restrepo not go? They need to sign him. I don't know how many undrafted free agent wide receivers they're going to sign. We will have a UDFA tracker coming up in a little bit. We're going to get the down low from, was it Mike Beal? I know I just said it a minute ago. Sorry, Rob McCartney. We'll get the DL from Rob McCartney. See what the plan there is. Cecil Stover asks, who was my favorite pick? I really like Benjamin Morrison in the second round. I did have some concerns about the hip injury, but then after, hearing from him and explaining the hip situation, I feel a little bit better about it. So I'm going to go with Benjamin Morrison. I think he can be a lockdown corner eventually, a shutdown corner, all that good stuff, which will be very important for this team. I think, we talked a lot about succession plan with Emeka Egbuka eventually taking over for Mike Evans whenever he wants to hang it up. I think Benjamin Morrison is very much a part of a separate succession plan, and that's at corner with, with Jamel Dean specifically. Tony Kona says, I'm a Ben Morrison fan for best pick. So, yeah, that would be mine. Alex Entertain says, go get Kobe Bryant in free agency. Yeah, that would be pretty legit, huh? Man, we've been doing the show for over 8 hours now. The first two shows were a little over 5 hours each. So we've done 18 hours of Bucs coverage, doing every single pick in the NFL draft. The draft has just ended a couple of minutes ago. We'll stay on. I'll still answer any comments, things like that, super chats. And then we'll get word from Scott and Bailey how it went with Rob McCartney. And then we'll kind of sign off from there. So still got some comments to answer if you guys want to join. First of all, Lawrence Lowe with a good comment. Smash the like. Yeah, please like. Hit the subscribe button. We got plenty of content coming your way. The podcast return on Monday. We're going to take Sunday off a little bit. Buckin says, now what? Do I twirl my thumbs until OTAs? No, you listen to the Pewter Report podcast and read all of our stuff over on pewterreport.com, where we'll break down all of these picks. We'll see how these players fit into the team. And then we got Bucs rookie minicamp in 2 weeks. So a lot of fun stuff coming up. Red Liquid 35 says, you're the GOAT. Thanks for the live streaming all of this. Couldn't do it without you guys. Thank you so much for the kind words. Greatly, greatly appreciate it. It's been a lot of fun. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. Tony Kona says, is it general manager Jason Light that is making calls to free agents? It's really all of them because, these players can talk with any team, so you see what team gives them a little bit more money, things like that. Paul Bowen says, great job, Pewter Report crew. Appreciate that, Paul. It's been great interacting with you throughout the last 3 days, and you're on most podcasts anyway. But thank you for the kind words. Supply and Demand says, we drafted 5 Pro Bowlers. Shaggy says, can we claim a victory Monday? We'll have to see about that one, but might be able to. I know we've done some from before. Dan Lyons, thank you for this $4.99 super chat. Says, thanks, fellas. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you, everybody, for listening and following along during this entire time. As T850 says, great coverage, guys, as well. We have Scott Reynolds returning to the Pewter Report podcast after speaking with Rob McCartney. Yeah. I'm sure you got his opinion on Tez Johnson, some of these other picks. And what was the general consensus, Scott?
They really like this group. Is it going to be as impactful as last year's draft class? It remains to be seen. But they're really excited. They're excited about their 7th round pick, Tez Johnson.
Yeah.
He said it's going to be a fun battle between he and Cam Johnson for that punt return job. Just brings a lot of energy. He said these were a lot of the players that we really had a lot of fun watching.
That's always good.
And when I asked him about Benjamin Morrison, that hip injury, and he said that they got the good medical reports there. They feel that that's behind him. And then I said, well, when you don't have a 40-yard dash time, right, or any of the measurables, because he really didn't do any athletic testing, and he comes out as an underclassman, so there wasn't even like a junior day on campus where he runs a 4.4 or 4.45 or whatever. Like, how do you know how fast some of these guys are that don't have times like Benjamin Morrison? And he's like, well, you watch the tape, and if nobody runs by him, he's pretty fast.
And not bad, yeah.
Yeah, and he said he's a very instinctive player too. That he stays in phase a lot, doesn't get rattled, so you don't have to see him really open up. He just is a really good technician, and that helps the cornerback position. Rodney Barber was not the fastest cornerback in the world by any means.
Yeah,
but he won the chess game, and he knew what type of route was going to be run based upon the film study in the down and distance, right? And it's like, oh, it's probably going to be a hook, and so I'm going to position my hips a certain way and anticipate the hook and all that. Mm-hmm. And when you win the snap before the ball is snapped from your film study, and that's what you're getting in guys like Benjamin Morrison and Jacob Parrish. Cerebral players, heady players, as Todd Bowles said, winning the game from the neck up. That's really cool. He said, just as we had talked about, Elijah Roberts is going to be kind of an inside guy.
Cool.
But in some packages, they can put him outside. He can do a lot. But the East-West Shrine game, when he moved inside and won against guards, that was really what made them get excited, because he does have a ton of pressure production as well as sacks. He's very high in David Walker. He had a big smile on his face about him. He's like, we're going to find a way to get this guy on the field. It might just be as a situational pass rusher on third down.
That's fine. I'd like to see the Bucs do things like that. That hasn't really been their MO. They do the hockey shifts, but maybe now with Hassan Reddick and things like that, they'll entertain that a little more.
Yeah. He said, Emeka Egbuka, they have a character tier, and he was literally the highest graded character player in the draft from everybody that they spoke to. So very, very excited about this draft class. And I'm telling you, when I look at all of the picks this year, and I'm sitting here, and I was trying to kind of do this exercise before Rob came down. When you look, that's the older graphic. Let me find the new one. There we go.
Yeah, we had.
So when you look at this, and I sit there and I say, which is the draft pick that I'm maybe not a fan of?
Yeah.
Like honestly, if I had to rank them, we'd be here all night, because
Right.
I don't know which draft pick I like now. I want Emeka Egbuka to be number one, because he's the first round pick. He's going to see the field more, and he's the highest value in terms of what they drafted. I like every pick. There's not one pick that I really don't like that I can sit there and say, I'm not as high on that guy. I'm really high on all these guys, and that's just an honest evaluation. And guess what? These aren't like players that, Pewter Report picked this, so we're saying that. No, I mean, David Walker was the only Bucs best bet we had. I like Jacob Parrish in the nickel. I like Benjamin Morrison on the outside. I like Elijah Roberts replacing Will Golston this year and probably Logan Hall the next year. Why not have Tez Johnson on there to return punts? Trey Palmer didn't do anything last year.
Yeah. The seventh round is the spot where you're just like, screw it. Let's try this.
It's a flyer. You're throwing darts. But this is a good dart to throw. If you're throwing this dart, you might be near the bullseye for the seventh round.
And 2 years in a row, the Bucs did not make a trade. They they stuck and they picked and sticking and picking. But hey, it worked for them last year, did it not?
That's exactly what Rob McCarty said. He's like, it worked for us last year. And Mike Greenberg was pulling his hair out, saying, like, Jason, what are you doing?
Yeah.
But what it came down to was every pick that they were fielding phone calls of, they all kind of looked around the room and said, we really like this player,
Yeah.
And so they did the whole stick and pick thing. I asked him about the inside linebacker position.
Yeah.
It wasn't a great draft class. You only had four players,
in the top
four
100,
linebackers in the top 100 to begin with. He said, we talked about it. It's one of those things where, we like the linebacker in every round. It just
didn't bounce that way.
Just didn't bounce that way. Just didn't. The guy we liked just wasn't there for us. And I will say this: they do like what Deion Jones showed at the end of the year. They do like Anthony Walker as a reserve. They're high on Servassier Dennis. And you know what? I don't think that was smoke. We heard that from Jason Light and Todd Bowles in concert at the NFL annual meeting, as well as the combine, even before, free agency really kicked off. So I think there's some truth to that. They do like Servassier Dennis. They have high hopes for him. He's a very heady, cerebral player.
Yeah. And
we saw him get a sack at Jaden Daniels. That's hard to do. And he's very good in coverage. We've seen all the pick sixes in practice. You just got to take it to the field. Levante David's back.
Yeah.
So you kind of cross your fingers there. They will be adding some undrafted free agents. Rob said probably about 10 players that they're going to sign. Our Bailey Adams is hard at work with the undrafted free agent tracker already up on pewterreport.com.
That's our guy.
Make sure you check that out.
Yeah. The grind don't stop. We have the undrafted free agent tracker coming right up. We're going to think about all these picks, analyze it, see how we think about it in a couple of days as well. We have a Pewter Report podcast coming up on Monday as the Bucs mostly targeted the defensive side of the ball. Bucs bolster defense. It'll be a 2025 draft recap. We'll talk about Emeka Egbuka and Tess Johnson as well. But
4 straight defensive draft picks, though.
Yeah, exactly. And doubling up at a couple of positions as well. And then Tuesday, the prodigal son comes home. Trevor Sikkema from PFF, formerly a Pewter Report alumni, will come on the show, break down this Bucs draft, what he liked, his overall opinions. We'll get his thoughts on the NFC South draft class as well. So a lot of great stuff coming up soon. Guys and gals, this has been a lot of fun. We've done over 18 hours of coverage of the 2025 NFL draft. We reacted to every single pick that the Bucs have made. We reacted to every single pick that every team has made. But I think it's right about that time. Everyone's freaking out. Yes, Desmond Watson, the big boy from Florida, is an undrafted free agent for your Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So that's going to be very exciting, seeing at Bucs rookie mini camp and OTAs and hopefully training camp too. So that's awesome to see. That's going to get everybody very, very excited.
464 pounds, as Greg Allman says. He gets a $20,000 bonus and $50,000 guaranteed, gets to stay close to home in Tampa.
What is the prop bet for him to score a touchdown if he makes the team in the regular season?
I don't know. That's crazy.
Yeah. So we'll have our analysis on that as well. I'm sure we'll get Trevor's thoughts about that on Tuesday. A lot of people want Kobe Bryant. We'll see where Kobe Bryant ends up as well. But this has been a fantastic time. We cannot thank each and every one of you enough for tuning in, whether it was for one night, whether it was for all 3 days. We could not do this show, this podcast, operate the website without all of your support, your subscribing, your YouTube channel memberships, your super chats, and all of that good stuff. So we're about to sign off for this Pewter Report live draft show. Overall,
thank you so much, Pewter people, for tuning in. It's been an absolute blast. We have had absolute record turnout, over 12,000 views the first 2 days. It's been the highest rated Pewter Report draft show we've ever done. I want to thank Matt Matera, Bailey Adams, Adam Slavon, Josh Capo, the entire Pewter Report staff, Cliff Welch, our photographer, and you, the Pewter people. We don't do the show without you. We do it for you. We are here to serve you, and we hope that you've really enjoyed our draft coverage. It's a labor of love. It starts immediately after, in earnest. We're watching film and tape all the way through college football season, but it starts in earnest at the Senior Bowl.
Draft starts in Mobile.
The draft starts in Mobile, and then it continues all the way through the process.
Combine till this day as well. So please like, subscribe to our Pewter Report YouTube channel, Pewter Report TV. Leave a comment as well. And that'll do it for us for the 2025 live draft show. For Adam Slavon, for Bailey Adams, for Scott Reynolds, for Josh Capo, I'm Matt Matera saying thanks everybody for watching. And we will see you soon. We'll see you eventually for another Pewter Report live draft show. Out.
Out.